Hello, everybody. Hi. Hi. Hope you're all doing well today. Okay, let me get up in here so we can chat about what's actually happening today. Hello, subjects. I hope you're all doing well. I love it. I can't believe I'm not butter. Why can't you believe you're not butter? Why? Anyway, hello. Welcome to today's event. I'm super excited to be here today. We have a very big stream coming up. I'm trying to pace myself because I know it's going to be an extremely long stream. This is the longest stream I think I've ever done. That I've ever even attempted to do. So I'm really excited about it. So welcome, subjects. Today we're going to be doing something called You're Getting Very Chatty. This is a one-of-a-kind hypnosis event where we have classes, presentations from people all over the globe. I'm so excited to be presenting a few classes myself. We've got a few guests. We've got some hypnosis events at the end. Some people are asking, will I be hypnotized today? Probably by the end of the stream at some point you will be hypnotized. But we'll see how it goes, I guess. So buckle in. We're going to be here a really long time. People have been asking me, Secret, what's on the schedule? So before we get into my shenanigans, let me go through a quick schedule so that we can see what's happening today. So we've got a few classes. I'm going to be teaching my Hypnosis Inductions 101 first up. Then Celia and I are actually going to be teaching something called an unnamed Bimbo class. It is named. We are going to be bringing out our Bimboification class. We haven't done our Bimboification class in a really long time. So if that is something that you're interested in, we are going to be doing that. Followed by a dear friend of mine, AngelSteps, is actually going to be teaching us all about ASMR and VTubing, which I'm so excited about because, as some of you know, I am a little bit of a fan of some whispering into some microphones myself. So it's going to be really good. We get bathroom breaks out. Well, you can pause the stream at any time and go to the bathroom. It's okay. When it's time. Be patient, Jesus. Then I'm going to be doing my class on finding your hypnotic dominance, which is super exciting. I have a fun meme to show you. Then I'm going to be doing a special interview with Sleepyhead. Now, Sleepyhead created the Mind Control Games wiki about hypnosis games. So it's really exciting that we're going to be doing a little interview as well as discussing some of the games that are on the list. I'm a big fan of games myself, so I'm really excited about this one. Then I'm going to be handing it over to CamDawn, who is a dear friend of ours, who is going to be talking about scene presence. And I'm very excited to see this class. It's super. I've never seen it before. I've heard only good things about it, so I'm very excited about that. Then we're going to be talking to Hypnobunny. Hypnobunny is going to be giving us a presentation called the Starfleet Guide to Edge Play. And I'm so excited for this. It sounds like there's going to be some Star Trek references and some Edge Play references. And there is going to be a CW that we're going to discuss beforehand, but it's going to be really cool. And then I'm going to hand it over to Celia, who is going to take you through what we call ASMR Chaos Hour, which I've put in brackets here. It's super educational, but I'm kind of doubting how educational the ASMR segment is going to be. Considering that she's not told me anything about it. So I'm sure nothing will go wrong. So my wife is going to do some ASMR today. Crazy. I know. Crazy. And then I'm going to wrap up the show with potentially, if you're all very good and you listen so well, a little bit of hypnosis. But it depends on how the voice is feeling, because that is hour 11 and that's a long time. Yeah. So anyway, super excited to be doing this today. I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday who was asking me why this event and why now. And I think it's really important that right now we get as much representation in this community as we can. Hypnosis is one of these topics that seems to be quite stigmatized across the internet, especially right now. So it's really important for all of us to come together and teach people and educate people about what it is, how to do it, some different things within the scene, topics within the scene. And I've always been an educator. I have a degree in education. So it's really important for me to be able to help provide some free, accessible content for people to be able to access something that I love so much. So for me, this is all about having a good time, sharing some perspectives, introducing a lot of you to a lot of creators that you might not know. And also just, educating ourselves on some of the different aspects of hypnosis and hypnosis kink, as well as ASMR and VTubing and all kinds of fun stuff. Anyway, thank you all for being here today. Without further ado, let's do it, shall we? Let's do the thing. Okay, so this class is something that I presented a few times before. If you've been to this class before, great. I never teach it the same, so we'll see how it goes today. I swear every time I do this class, it gets a little bit different. And yes, there are still typos ahead. We're going to do the thing. What are we going to do? I forgot. Yep, so this class is called How to Make an Induction Out of Anything. And for people who don't know, an induction is a way to get somebody into a state of hypnosis. I am so excited about this class. I love teaching beginner-friendly classes. It's one of my things. Yeah, I don't have Twitch. Someone's asking me, are we on Twitch? I'm not on Twitch. I gave up my Twitch a long time ago. Oh my goodness. But yeah. So I'm very excited about this class. This class is one of my favorite classes to teach. I love teaching the 101s. I had a small rant about this on Tumblr recently, but teaching the 101s is one of these things that I find it's super rewarding. But a lot of people tend to come at me and say, well, teaching the 101 is so easy. I don't know why you do it. And I'm like, well, first of all, teaching the 101, I don't think is that easy. I think it's really easy for people to get confused about things. So for me, it's really important to make it as simple as possible and as digestible as possible. So hopefully you get a lot out of this. And even if you're not a beginner, it's really important that you know your stuff, and even if you are refreshing yourself, it's always good to go to these kind of things. Yep. So we learn how to be hypnotized or something else? No, this is all about how to do hypnosis. Yeah. Okay, let's see if this is working. Hold up, PowerPoint. There we go. Don't fail me now, PowerPoint. Okay, so who am I? If you're on this channel, you probably know who I am. But for the people who are new and who are like, how the fuck did I get here? Well, hello. I'm Secret Subject. I say ex-VTuber because at the time I was legally not allowed to be a VTuber. So we can cross that out and say VTuber. Technically a VTuber now. I'm allowed to be a VTuber again. Haha. I'm a content creator. I'm a hypno-kinkster. I'm a certified hypnotist. The last time I taught this class, I think, was actually at Charmed in 2023. No, 2024. Yeah, I think so. That feels correct. I got certified in hypnosis both in 2019 and in 2020. Great year to do it again. So I've done a certification through the ICBCH and through the NGH. I basically don't use them. I don't think I've ever used my certifications, which is interesting, considering what I do for a living. Yeah. I'm mother of many cats. I have 3 cats. They're all really cute. They're all really fluffy, and I love them a lot. ADHD is my superpower. It also means that when I go through this presentation, I'm going to go through it like a speed run. It's going to go fast. So just buckle in, everyone. I went to school for teaching. Yeah, I have a bachelor in teaching, which is like not that important, I guess. But for me, I guess it means that like I know what I'm talking about sometimes, which is kind of fun. Yeah, good at talking in tangents, but I'm bad at PowerPoints. So yeah. But I try my best with PowerPoints. I'm getting used to it. This will be available as a VOD, yes. So you can replay this as many times as you want. And I'm also going to put some timestamps in the description when we're finished. Yeah. Okay, so what are we going to talk about today? Today we're going to talk about what are inductions. We're going to talk about what is hypnosis. I know it sounds like a little bit of a backwards approach that we go, what is an induction, then what is hypnosis? Like in that order, but trust me, it will make sense in the end. Then we're going to go back to types of inductions, why they work and how they work. and how to make and tailor them for different hypnotees/subjects. We're going to do a quick writing and induction for practice, and then a Q&A at the end if we have time. Now, I only have an hour and I've got 29 slides to get through, so I'm gonna speed run this. Okay. Normally I have about 3 hours to teach this, and I'm doing it in one, so we're gonna see how it goes. Right, before we start, a few things. If you're in the room and need to leave, this was for when I was teaching this at Charmed, but I think it does apply now. If you're in the room and hold on. Oh no! I thought I muted myself. Damn it. I'm now paying the sneeze tax. Oh my God. If I end up on a sneeze compilation of VTubers, I swear to God, subjects, I swear to God. Don't do it. Okay. So if you are in the room and you need to leave, and you do need to leave, in the chat. I'm sorry, I can hear the laughing. I can hear the laughing from the next one. The stream won't be archived now because I sneezed. So no, I'm gonna nuke it. I'm gonna send it to the void. No, I'm kidding. It's fine. Finally we got the sneeze. No, I've been a VTuber for like 4 years and I've never once sneezed on stream. Damn it. Anyway, I thought I muted myself. Right. If you are here in the chat and you do need to leave, please don't be like, I'm going now. You don't need to tell me about it, okay? So just like dip quietly and be polite about it, okay? Do not clip it. Leave me alone. If I talk too fast, feel free to raise a hand in the chat and let me know. Is there a schedule somewhere for the other presenters? There is not yet, but I might ask my wife really nicely to make something. Wife, please. Open Canva now. Yeah, if I talk too fast or go too slow or need to repeat something or slow down, just say something in the chat, please. Anyway, this class is aimed at beginners to people with some experience on either side of the watch. Yes, we are talking about things from a hypnotist perspective. However, if you are a subject, a submissive, somebody being hypnotized, again, you don't have to be submissive to be hypnotized. But if you are somebody who is not interested in hypnotizing other people, but interested in being hypnotized, which a lot of you are, it's still good to know this information. Why? Because knowledge is power. And it makes everything better if you know what you're doing. Cool. So let's begin. Oh my God. So what is an induction? Simply put, an induction is a way to put someone in a hypnotic state. So a lot of us already know this, but I know a question starting out, even, is how does this work? So to get into how to induce trance, we first have to look at what hypnosis is. And I know I told you we're doing like a bit of back and forth in this presentation. I'm sorry. But it makes sense to my brain. So we take it back to what is hypnosis? So unfortunately for us, hypnosis is an under-researched topic. Now, no one is surprised. No one is ever surprised when I tell them this. And the reason why it's an under-researched topic is because a lot of researchers either can't get the funding for it, or they think it's woo-woo, or they're just not interested in it. So there's not a lot of research out here on what hypnosis actually is. People are still trying to figure this out. But what people can agree on is that hypnotic state or hypnoidal state, trance, is made up of 3 key things. Absorption, which is an intense focus on something. Dissociation, which is a feeling of being either dissociated from your body, dissociated from the world around you, dissociated from time, the things like that. And suggestibility, which is suggestion, which is basically like if I say a thing, are you more likely to do it? If I say, close those eyes, that's a suggestion. If I say, relax your body, breathe deeply, those are suggestions. If you follow those, boom, you have a trance, okay? And yes, you probably have noticed that relaxation is not on the list. Why is relaxation not on the list? Because you do not need to be relaxed to be in a state of trance. And I know all the time, people always say, but I have to be relaxed to be hypnotized. No, you do not. And in fact, sometimes being relaxed with hypnosis is like not good for what we do, especially as hypno-kinksters, okay? So as hypno-kinksters, a lot of the times the things we are doing, if someone is too relaxed, it's just not conducive to what the kind of play we're doing. So you don't always have to have relaxation, but I know a lot of hypnosis does get what do you call it? Get caught up in the idea of relaxation. So just know it doesn't have to be relaxing, but it can be relaxing. Okay. Right. So why is this knowledge important? When you know how hypnosis works, you can start to pick apart the things that work and the things that don't for some people when entering a hypnotic state. However, we still need to also factor in someone's previous experience, okay? Because everybody comes to hypnosis with a previous experience of hypnosis, even though that previous experience of hypnosis is, I saw it on the TV and I think it's bullshit, you know? Like everybody has a preconceived notion about what hypnosis is and how it works for them. So it's good to know these things when you're playing with someone. How someone's brain works. Every brain is different. I have an ADHD brain that if you open it up probably looks like a little bit of a mess, like a jumble of wires. And actually, I think my brain more like looks like a sieve, like a colander inside my head with some little holes in it. And everyone's like, wow, isn't that bad for you? Probably. But yeah, every brain is different. No two brains are the same. Somebody's interests, desires, and turn-ons. It doesn't have to be sexual, but it could be. You know what I mean? Because if you know someone's interests, desires, and like turn-ons, the hot buttons to press for people, then you can like what do you call it? I was gonna say you can exploit those. It sounds bad to say you can exploit those, but you can exploit those. Yeah. Yep. And how someone responds to a certain command and suggestion. Okay, so a very brief talk about modalities. Now, modalities have kind of been debunked as like they might not be a thing or not. I think they're kind of like, a lot of people like to talk about modalities, but this is kind of one of those things that some people like to play with these and some people don't. I think it's interesting to talk about them because I feel like utilize, yeah, that's a better word than exploit. Thank you. Oh my God. It's always interesting to talk about these because a lot of people do talk about these. And if you read any books on hypno-kink or erotic hypnosis, you'll probably come across a page on modalities at some point. And I don't want anyone to be confused. So here we are. You may have heard things about modalities. These are the ways in which people perceive the world, and some people have favored ones. So these can be broken into groups. We've got your visual people, which are the people who are really good at visualizing stuff. You've got your kinesthetic people, who are the people who are quite touch sensitive, or they can imagine touch. Maybe they respond really well to touch. You got your auditory people. Hi, that's me. I'm an auditory person. I can imagine sounds in my brain. It sounds really weird, but it's true. Auditory people like me, we can do fun stuff like be really sound sensitive, which is not so great all the time. But also we can do fun stuff like someone says, oh, imagine the ticking and talking of the pocket watch. I can imagine that. I have a really fun thing where I tell people that if I type in a certain way, they can hear my voice inside their head. And recently I had a friend who basically did that to me. And they didn't even have to say it. My brain just started basically reading certain texts from this friend in their hypnosis voice, which freaked me out at first when I saw it and went, uh-oh. But also, oh yeah? Oh yeah? So it was very fun. Can everybody not hear sounds? No, not everyone. But, this is why it's interesting to talk about, like, how these things work for you, Is there a trick to quickly determine? Yes, there is. We'll talk about that in a second. Auditory digital, these are your analytical folks. These are the people who, what I like to call really thinky brains, Mm-hmm. And your really thinky brains, these are the people who, they're typically quite logical people. They're typically quite like, logical people. We used to call these the analytical thinkers. And honestly, I feel like the auditory digital category gets a lot of bad rep. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, hello from Hexcorp. Hello. So this is like one of those things that, not the thinky brains, exactly. I feel like these get a bad rap though, because a lot of times people will see someone who's quite a logical person, who likes to do confusion, who likes to do all kinds of stuff like that. Thinking is awful. Is it? Is it? And then they go, well, this person will be hard to hypnotize. Not true at all. And in fact, some of my best scenes have been with people who are in the analytical camp, because I find that they can do so many things. They can do a wide range of stuff with that brain. And honestly, so fun. Yeah. So these are not necessarily to factor into your hypnosis play. However, you should aim for a range of descriptors in your inductions. So the reason why we talk about modalities is because I just want to make you aware that sometimes, sometimes we focus on one, right? So for example, if I'm doing an induction on someone and I'm like, imagine you're walking on a beach and you can see the sand under your toes and you can see the waves lapping at the shore and you can see the clouds drifting in the sky. That is a lot of visual language. Okay, but instead what I might want to do is go, feel the feeling of the sand between your toes. Disgusting. Hear the sounds of the seagulls drifting overhead. Hear the sounds of the waves lapping at the ocean, kind of stuff. And then I might like overload their brain with like, and imagine all of these things all at once, you know, for the analytical people. Yeah, thank you. Celia also just mentioned gustatory and olfactory too. So gustatory and olfactory are two other modalities. These are basically your sense of taste and your sense of smell. Some people get really into imagine tastes and imagine smells, but you don't have to. I personally am like, well, kind of squeaks me out, but if you're into that, then that's fine. So somebody asked, how do you find someone's modality? There's a quick test you can do called the lemon test. We can do it right now if you want. Okay, so everyone close your eyes. You're like, is this hypnosis? Yes, I've already hypnotized you. You're hypnotized right now. Your eyes are closed. You're hypnotized, right? So what I want you to do is just for a second, I want you to imagine something for me, okay? Now, you're in your kitchen and you go over to wherever you keep the lemons. Now, this is a huge debate. I know every time I say go to the fridge and get a lemon, some of you go, but I don't keep my lemons in the fridge. I keep them in the bowl on the thing. Cool. Whatever you do, just get a lemon, okay? A ripe, juicy old lemon. Now you're going to put it on the cutting board or whatever you use to cut fruit with. I'm going to roll mine first because I want to get as much juice out of it as humanly possible. But you don't have to do that if you're not a weirdo like me who rolls their lemons. And you're going to grab a knife and you're going to be very careful with it because even in your brain, you know, sharp objects are very dangerous. So be very careful. And you're going to cut the lemon in half. So once you've cut the lemon in half, I want you to take half of the lemon and I want you to smell the lemon and then place it on your tongue. Okay? Yep, just like that. Okay? So you're going to lick the lemon. Okay? And once you've licked the lemon, you can open your eyes. So this is the lemon test. The reason we do this is because then we say, okay, so people in the chat, subjects in the chat, tell me, what part of the lemon scene was the most vivid for you? Was it the look of the lemon? Was it the feel of the lemon? Was it the sound of cutting the lemon? Was it the feeling on your tongue of the lemon? Did you scrunch up your face because it was so sour? You're like, no, lemon, you know? Yeah, pedantic point. Not everyone falls neatly into these categories. Exactly. Thank you. Also, you can have more than one modality, by the way. So, for example, my wife would come typically under the auditory, digital, or analytical people, but she also is extremely kinesthetic. Yeah, so honestly, yeah, there is, I misheard, used a melon. Honestly, fruit of choice. Yeah. The other thing you can do is, okay, without telling me anything that's going to dox you, tell me something about your car. What's the first thing that comes to mind if I say, tell me about your car, without doxing yourself? Like, no license plates in the chat, please. You know what I mean? This is another test. This is a wise guy one. A wise guy's like, tell me about your car. And I'm like, well, I love the radio in my car because I like to play music while I'm driving. And everyone goes, oh, so you're auditory. I'm going, how did you fucking know? Engine noise. There you go. So you might be auditory if you, color. So if you thought of the color, or, you know, I don't have a car, that's cool. It doesn't exist, that's fine. But you know what I mean? Yeah, so to ask about something that they like, you know? Yeah, so if you said it's boring gray, you might be a visual person. If you said, do I have to taste the car? Please don't. You know? If you say, I love the feeling of driving my car, like I love the freedom of having a car, maybe you're a kinesthetic person, you know? So yeah, I go with imagine you're at the beach. What's the first thing you know? That's a great one, actually. Thank you. DJ Pinchin, genius in the chat right here. Yeah, I love that one. So yeah, you could basically ask people questions about things and see what kind of language they're using. Also, sometimes people will say like, oh, sounds good to me. That's me. I do that all the time. Or, hey, I like how that looks. Yeah, kind of stuff like that. There are certain things you can do, but again, mostly modalities are kind of bullshit. It's just good to know about them because it's nice to be able to think about a range of language when we're using for inductions. You know what I mean? Because if we're using a variety of language styles and we're thinking about all of these different things when we're doing our inductions, it's a kind of a catch-all approach that will get most people. Okay, let's get into the meat of this presentation, which is what kind of inductions are there? No, you're the genius here. That's a lie. Okay, what kind of inductions are there? You might have heard people discuss types of inductions. Some of these include fixation, auditory, visual, kinesthetic, etc. Fixation inductions are inductions where you fixate on a thing. Funny that. A fixation is for focus on a thing. So these are your classic pocket watches, crystals, pendants, metronomes. We have the walk along the beach induction. We have the imagine in the back of your mind a scene where I'm taking you into trance and I get you in a compromising position and I put a collar on you and I tell you you're so good for me, all that kind of stuff. Kinesthetic fixations, like if I go over to you and I gently run my finger up your arm and go, wow, focus on the feeling of my hand drifting up your arm, and now I'm demonetized on YouTube because YouTube hates me. So there's those. Confusion and overload. Now, a lot of people go, Secret, I really struggle with confusion inductions. Well, today I'm going to teach you some confusion inductions that will be simple, easy to understand, and will not make you confused while you're doing them. Because honestly, I feel you. My brain can only hold like 7 things at once. Maybe even 5 these days because my ADHD be bad. So, yeah, trust and believe. I get you. I feel you. These are confusion inductions are confusing for a reason. We'll go into that. Progressive muscle relaxation / relaxation-based inductions, which we don't use that often for kinky purposes. However, if you're that sick individual who wants to use a progressive muscle relaxation for your kink play, fine, I'm going to teach you some ways to make this more kinky. Fractionation. Sorry, I'm like a PMR hater. I know a lot of people get really offended when I tell people I'm a PMR hater, but recently I found some ways to make PMR less slow and boring. So I will tell you about those because, fractionation. So fractionation is basically when you take someone's mind between 2 states. Now, so recently somebody was like, oh, but fractionation doesn't just have to be up and down. You're damn right it doesn't have to be up and down. You can fractionate people between any 2 states. You can actually... Fractionation has a bad rap because in the, the pickup artist community, they actually use fractionation to get women to sleep with them because creepy guys need that kind of stuff apparently. I shouldn't really be telling you this. However, if you Google fractionation, you will probably see some pickup artistry bullshit, and I don't like that for you. So I want to make sure that people understand. So how they use it is they use it in a way that's like they make someone really happy by saying something like, oh, baby, you look so sexy in that dress, and then they turn around and are like, except your face is disgusting, so they fractionate them between feeling confident and cool and feeling like awful. Yeah, so when you Google fractionation, this is what will come up, but trust me, fractionation when done correctly in a hypnotic context, yeah, that's emotional fractionation. It's disgusting. Don't do it. However, when done in a hypnosis context, we're talking about between 2 states. So for example, in trance and out of trance, you could use being smart and being really incredibly stupid. Honestly, what a mood. Hi, yeah, I'll volunteer for that one. Being frozen in place and being unfrozen, that kind of stuff. People still do pick up street artisting. I don't know, and I really hope not. Yeah. Can you use that for CNC? You can absolutely use that for CNC, but remember the C in CNC stands for consent. Anyway, so that's fractionation. Rapid inductions are really hard to do over the internet, so I'm not going to show you any. However, in person, there's a lot of rapid inductions you can do. If you've watched any kind of stage hypnosis, they use primarily rapids all the time. Why? Because they don't have a lot of time to hypnotize a lot of people in a very quick succession. So they use a lot of rapids. And then there's something called the Dave Elman induction, which we are going to discuss. It is a therapeutic technique that was, I'll go into the spiel later, but the Dave Elman is in here. It's one of these inductions that, a lot of people don't use for and I'll explain why later, but a lot of people don't use it. It's not really that useful for a kink context. However, if you want to pull one out, I have done one on a friend of mine before, and it worked. So if you're just looking for an induction that you're like, well, I need a catch-all approach for this one person and nothing else is really working, sometimes it's good to just throw out a Dave Elman and see what happens. All right, so let's go through each of these. Oh, Dave Man. Yes, Dave Man. All right, so fixation inductions are a way to induce a hypnotic state using someone's focus on a thing. Classic ones include the pocket watch, the pendant, the focus on my voice, the metronome, imagine X, focus on the feeling of X. Because fixation is absorption, these are usually easier to do, easier to blend with other styles of induction, and super common. So why does this work? The reason why this works, and if we're looking, remember we talked about we need 3 things for a trance. We need absorption, dissociation, and suggestibility or suggestion, okay? Ads. The only time I'll say we need ads. Because ads normally suck, but in this context, they do not suck. So ads, right? So the fixation inductions, you already have the focus on the thing, okay? So we already have our absorption, tick, we've done that. How do we get our dissociation in a fixation induction? That's very easy. We start using language that dissociates a person. We start, instead of referring to those eyes, like your eyes, we say those eyes. We're going to start to remove ownership from things, looking at the pocket watch, staring and fixating and focusing at the pocket watch while everything else fades away into the background. And isn't it funny how the longer you focus and fixate on the sound of my voice, that the more the background just seems to fade away? How interesting. You know, stuff like that. So we're going to use dissociative language. We're going to use things that say, oh, maybe your body feels so heavy that you just don't feel your body anymore. That's dissociation. Is there any way to replace the D with another S? No, there isn't. Oh, dear. No, there isn't. Unfortunately, we have ads now. Either that we have ASD, but we already, yeah, exactly. Is that some people already have ASD here and we love them. So, and suggestibility is suggestion is easy, I find, because again, anytime you give someone a suggestion, look at this pocket watch. Close your eyes. That's a suggestion. If someone follows that instruction, they're following your suggestion. A lot of people get confused because they think suggestions are the big ones. Like every time I say the word sleep and snap my fingers, you go back into this deep state of trance, which again is a suggestion. However, a lot of people go, that is the one that counts, not the little ones along the way. Like focus on your breathing, like relax those muscles around your eyes, like imagine your body getting lighter or heavier. I'm not sure which, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah. So remember, like all of those are wins. Yeah. So that's fixation inductions. Okay. Confusions and overload inductions. Now, for me personally, this took me a long time to get my head around because again, these can be rather confusing. Funny that. So confusion and overload inductions are to induce trance through intentionally confusing or overloading the conscious mind. It's said to trigger the fight or flight response in the brain, also mentioned to be good for analytical subjects. But again, what are analytical subjects? It's such a subjective thing. Haha. So this is all about getting you in that, like, where your brain goes, because what you're doing is you're basically giving somebody the choice between focusing on the thing that's confusing and overwhelming them or not doing that. And when you give them the out of saying, or you could go into trance with me right now, typically people will take that option, you know? Not the the mystifying induction. So some classic ones include the zero induction, which I've I found out that this one is, every time I do a class, everybody starts DMing me. I really should close my Discord. So the zero induction is an induction where it was created by Jukebox. Shout out to Jukebox for this one. When I taught this class originally, I actually quoted a content creator I used to watch who I thought created the zero induction. It was the first time I'd seen the zero induction, but I found out later it was Jukebox. So yeah. But the zero induction is basically when you think about nothing, more nothing occurs, right? So if you add 0 with 0, you still get 0. So the more 0 you have, the more 0 that's going on in that brain, the more you focus on 0. So what you're trying to do is just riff on 0. So you can add 0 with 0 to get more 0. So the more someone thinks about nothing, and then they add more nothing on top of that nothing, they get nothing. So think about nothing. And then 0 is the perfect number, right, for hypnosis, because it's a circle. And a circle has no beginning and no end. So it just loops around and around and around and around, right? Yeah. Does ADHD end up making this type of induction difficult because of the overload avoidance? No, I don't think so. In fact, some people argue that ADHD people go really well with confusion overloads. However, every time someone's used a confusion on me, my brain has screamed at me until I've just basically given up halfway through. But also that could be the fact that my brain is in such a constant state of overwhelm anyway. So I guess it really just depends on who you are as a person. Some of you will really get into these and some of you won't. Can you use 2 8s? I mean, you probably could. I mean, an 8 is like an infinity, right? An infinity amount of trance. So you could put the zeros together, make a figure of 8, and then like snake eating the tail, right? Yeah. You could do that. So yeah, so that's the 0 induction. 7 plus or minus 2. Now the 7 plus or minus 2 is heavily copyrighted, so that's why I don't do many of them. Because the guy who created the 7 plus or minus 2 is apparently a little bit precious about his induction. But the concept is that the brain can think of 7 plus or minus 2 things at once, right? That's the working memory. So what you do is you give someone up to 9 things to focus on all at once. So this could be a list. This usually is a list. My favorite one is the 7 plus or minus 2 of different inductions. So I'll say, for example, my first thing will be a pocket watch. Imagine a pocket watch ticking back and forth. Focus on the sound of a metronome going tick-tock. Focusing on a crystal dangled in front of your face. Maybe focus on a feeling of my hand drifting up and down your arm like a slider. Then you can focus on, oh my gosh, the collar I'm gently wrapping around your neck if you want to make it kinky. And then you can, and so on and so on and so on. Focusing on the sound of my voice, which is already taking you into trance and blah, blah, blah. So you go up to 9 things. Typically, if I'm doing a 7 plus or minus 2, I will write this shit down. Why? Because my brain can only focus on about 7 things at once, and I'm going to forget halfway through. So write this shit down and then list it out. And what you're going to do is you basically loop around and you keep adding one thing and adding one thing and adding one thing and adding one thing until you get up to 9. If you see the person starting to go into trance before you hit 9, you got them. Don't worry about going to 9. But when you get to 9, you then go, however, wouldn't it be so easy to focus on one thing and one thing only? Because you're focusing right now on 9 things, and that's a lot of things to focus on in your working memory. And it's probably so overwhelming for you to rotate and fixate and focus and remember all those 9 things at once. However, I'm going to give you one thing to focus on. That is deep sleep now. Or going into trance and letting all it fade away. All that kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly. My brain gave out at 5 of those. Exactly. Also, when you're doing confusion overload, speed is your friend. Just going to say that, put that out there. Speed is your friend when it comes to confusion overload. So if you're like me and you're a fast talker, excelente, you're going to be fine at this. Okay, counting confusion. So counting confusion is basically the classic count backwards from 100. But when you count backwards from 100, I'm going to do it and I'm going to skip some numbers. So I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to count backwards from 100 and you can count with me. 100, 99, 98, 69, 74, 36, 42, like skipping numbers, piece of cheese, Friday. Throw some stuff in there that's not even a number. And you can just do all that kind of stuff. If you really want to fuck someone up, you could make this a fractionation countdown. So you could go on every even number, you keep your eyes open. Every odd number, you close those eyes with 100, 99, 98, 97, 64, 32. Or you could start counting in like different ways and jumping through. Yeah. My ADHD brain is usually like focusing on just one thing will usually unalive me. Yeah. So what you could do is if you have somebody who has a lot of stuff happening in the brain at all times and likes to focus on lots of stuff, you could actually not give them the option to focus on the one thing. You could say this one thing is so overpowering that like everything else is still rotating in the background though. So it's almost like a rotating wheel of things. So your conscious mind can focus on the rotating wheel of things, but your subconscious mind and I are discussing this one thing over here in another room, while your conscious mind focuses on those 9 things. Actually, that would be kind of a genius way to do it. There you go. 1, 2, skip a few. Exactly. Yeah. It is the 1, 2, skip a few induction, and you can do that. It's a nice, easy confusion to start with because as long as you know how to count, which I do, then you're probably going to be just fine. body scanning. So this is also known as the body confusion induction. This is my least favorite induction and I hate it so much. It just squeaks me out every time I do it and every time I hear about it and every time someone tries it on me. So the body confusion induction starts like a typical PMR, where you ask someone to relax all the parts of their body, but then you start naming parts that are weird and very specific. So what you do is you go, okay, relaxing yourself from the tips of your toes to the top of your head. Although specifically, I want you to notice the feelings that you have right now in the tip of your pinky finger on your right hand, and maybe the very, very corner of your left shoulder, and then your right knee, and then your left thigh, and then your right pinky toe, and stuff like that. And what you want to do, relax your clavicle. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And what you want to do is you want to intentionally cross the body from the left to the right. And the reason why you want to do that is because it's going to get somebody's brain to basically put their brain in that position right now. And if you're crossing the body over and over and over again, it's going to confuse the brain and confuse the body. Sounds icky. Thank you. I agree. It gives me the mad ick and I don't know why. The first time I ever heard about this induction, I got so squeaked out by it that I basically was like, no. I know Wise Guy did one during my certification course and I think I just muted him and walked away. I'm pretty sure I muted the call and walked away and just came back when it was done. Because I cannot stand for it. The Mystifying Induction. Now, I have a copy of this on my YouTube channel. This is a script that was written by a hypnotist. And what it basically does is there's an induction style called the My Friend Jeff induction. Oh my God. The My Friend Jeff induction, which is basically you talk about something that's like my friend did this thing. Now, the beauty of that is when you have a story within a story within a story, you already have dissociation, right? Because what you're doing is you're dissociating someone by basically being like, this isn't a story about you. This isn't a story about me. This is about my friend 3 times removed. And that's already very dissociative. Yeah, my friend John. Thank you. My friend Billy Bob John and Jim. Yeah, that person. So the Mystifying Induction relies on that. Plus it relies on a bunch of other confusion, including throwing out some random phrases that should never be said in polite society. If you want to see a copy of the Mystifying Induction that I recorded, you can check it out on my YouTube channel. We're all here. Go check that out later. The reason I recorded it is actually because Wise Guy used to read it aloud in the certification courses. And unfortunately, he had a health issue, which means that it's hard for him to talk fast now. So I ended up recording it because what he would do is if I was in the class, he would be like, Secret's going to do it now. And I'd be like, why is Secret going to do it now? So because I kept getting asked to do it by Wise Guy, I recorded a version of it myself. And now, and until he stopped doing those classes, apparently he was still playing the video in class. And that makes me really proud to know that people are being squeaked out by my version of the Mystifying Induction. I did not write the script, by the way. A lot of people say that I'm a genius for that one. No, I'm not. I did not write the script. And no. That's how I feel about it. So why did these work? Well, like we said before, it's said to trigger fight or flight responses in the brain, which overwhelms the brain, which already gets you dissociated and gets you in that state of focus because you're focusing so hard because it's so confusing and so hard to keep up with. Also, recently I made a post about this, but I had a friend do one on me, which I kind of think is low-key genius, and I'm going to talk about it really quickly before I move on because I have a lot more to get through and not a lot of time, but my friend did this induction on me and it was called the left-right confusion induction. Basically what it is it's like, okay, so in hypnosis, we do up and down, right? We go up to come out of trance and we go down to go into trance. We know that. That's simple. But what happens if I say, I'm just going to shove your brain to the right? Or if I shove your brain to the left? Now, the interesting part about this was I'm not a kinesthetic person at all. I do not feel things. I do not feel phantom sensations. However, for some reason, I felt his hand literally shove my brain. And I don't know why. It's the only time this has ever happened. And it's such a weird response. But then he took it further because of course he did. I adore my friends. They're all dicks. And I say that in a loving way, okay? I say that in like the most loving way possible. All my friends are dicks. Anyway, especially the ones who do hypnosis, and especially the ones who do hypnosis with me. Absolute assholes. Anyway, so then he made it worse, because of course he did. He goes, okay, but imagine, right, if I say, when I'm shoving your brain to the left, you go down, but then if I shove your brain to the right, you go up. So now if I say right, you go up, and if I say left, you go down, and then like left is down and right is up. But of course my brain finds it really hard to do left and right, because I learned recently, because of my ADHD, I have something called direction dyspraxia. No, is it... Yeah, like directional dyslexia or something. It's basically when you find it really hard to figure out your left and right. I'm thinking about getting tattoos on my hands, to be honest. So so I have that. So it was like an evil trick. And then he's like, well, I can see you're getting really confused by this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, well, okay, so left and right could just be down. And so if I go left, you go down. If I go right, you go down. But then even if I say up, you go down. So everything just brings you down. So if I say left, right, up, down, you go down, 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 down. And I was like, what the fuck? And at this point, my brain was so fried that I basically gave up. And he just kept speeding it up and speeding it up and speeding it up and speeding it up. Yeah, exactly. I literally felt my brain. Yeah, exactly. That's how I felt it too. Yes. So anyway, so if you have directional dyslexia, you're going to be screwed. I was. But like if you, I know your left hand makes an L with your pointer finger. I trust me, I know that. Anyway, continuing. Evil induction. Highly recommend that induction. It was really mean. It was really, really mean. It was really, really mean. Anyway, relaxation PMR. Relaxation inductions use relaxation as a tool to get the body and mind in a trance state. Personally, these are my least favorite, as they don't often work well for kinky play unless you get off on being relaxed. Do you get off on being relaxed? Interesting. I'm learning so much about you. Some classic ones include progressive muscle relaxation. That is where you relax every part of the body from the head down to the tips of the toes, and you just say, oh, each muscle gets relaxed. Some people also do the tense the muscle and relax the muscle one. That's cool. Visualize, I used to do that one all the time actually. Visualize X, electric tube boogaloo, now with more relaxation. This is your imagine a beach, imagine a forest. If you've ever listened to my Dark Castle induction, hi, this is what that is. Surprise everybody, the Dark Castle induction is actually based on a relaxation PMR visualization induction. You're so welcome. You're so welcome. Basically anything that links trance to relaxation. As mentioned before, the issue with relaxation and inductions and kink is usually a person is too relaxed to do anything movement-based once hypnotized. So if you're looking to do something that you know you're going to want to get the person on their knees, you're going to want to get the person doing some really smexual behavior, sussy behavior, you know what I mean? If you want to get anyone to do anything that's going to be of the ilk of like you want movement, this is probably not what you want, and they're going to become too relaxed. The other problem with relaxation PMRs is if you stack relaxation inductions on top of each other, you basically have the the Esdale state. The Elman state? What? Yeah, you basically have Esdale. And Esdale is what's known as the hypnotic coma. If you get someone to a hypnotic coma, they will not respond to any suggestions in a timely manner. In fact, the one time I've been in Esdale state, my wife put me in Esdale because I've got chronic pain. So she put me in Esdale for a little bit to just have a fun time. And basically, it took her 2 count-ups to get me up, and even on the second count-up, I could tell she was getting panicky that I wasn't waking up, so I just forced myself out of it. It took me a while, and honestly, if she'd given me a suggestion, it probably would have taken about 10 minutes to go through with it. And the easy way to get to Esdale is to stack relaxation or PMR inductions on top of each other until you have someone in what is like the deepest state of trance, the hypnotic coma. Yes, the Esdale state. So if you have someone in that state, again, you can't do kinky shenanigans with them because it's just not going to work. So there's your problem. However, for some people, you could also do a PMR fast. You could do a PMR kinky. And I'm going to tell you quickly about a kinky PMR that I have done. Now, recently, I've done something called the doll play PMR. And we're going to talk about this in the Bimbo class because I'm pretty sure it's going to come up anyway. But basically what you do is you, instead of like saying your body's becoming relaxed, as I talk about each of the body parts, it's more like your body's turning to plastic. The more I talk to you about your body turning to plastic, and all of a sudden, whoops, you're a doll, you know, and you basically move up the body. And And it works if you're in person too, because what you can do is actually run a finger up the body part as you're like, oh no, this is plastic. Oh no, this is plastic. Oh no, this is plastic. And now all of a sudden you're a doll. Very fun. Yeah. Why do those work? Again, we know if we know ADS, we know why these work. Fractionation induction. Type of induction where we use fractionation techniques basically bring someone between two states, e.g. being in trance and out, being relaxed or not, being stupid or having your IQ intact. Some classic ones include the CamDawn fractionation induction, which I did recently. If you've listened to CamDawn, I'm so sorry for that, by the way. I'm so sorry about that. I know some of you have told me that's evil. Some of you have told me it's the best thing I've ever made. Some of you have told me it was evilly genius. Somebody told me it was like a hammer to the head, you know. So yeah. CamDawn inductions are great. No, it was fun. So basically, like before, you basically count down from 10. And on every odd number, you close your eyes, and on every even number, you open them. The reason I like to do closed eyes on odd numbers and open eyes on even numbers is because when I get to 1, your eyes are already closed. When I say 1 and sleep, you know, if you want to go with 0 as your final number, do even numbers, okay? And the reason why this works is because when you close your eyes, do it right now, just like that, you're already in light state of trance. Boom. So when I get you to close your eyes and open your eyes, you're already going between a light state of trance and not. And this is why fractionation is such a great technique. A lot of people tell me, but secret, isn't fractionation bad? No, fractionation is great for beginners because for me, it trains that response, that trance response. Yeah. So it's conditioning in the induction, which is perfect. Yeah. So fractionation inductions are usually recommended for beginners. They're easy to do for you as a beginning hypnotist. It's also easy for someone who's never been hypnotized before to get into it, you know, and it has built-in conditioning. Boom. Rapid inductions. These ones include the arm pull, the handshake, the magnetic hands, the butterfly fingers, and the hand drop. If you've ever seen a stage hypnosis show, you've seen these, and these can be linked with hypnotic convincers. Somebody mentioned the balloon arm. Shout out to the person who mentioned balloon arm. That is a hypnotic convincer where basically you imagine someone's wrist is tied to a balloon and it drifts up into the sky and they're hypnotized. Boom, you're in trance kind of thing. So we have that, which can be used as an induction. I'm not going to go too much in detail on these because a lot of us are doing stuff online and for a lot of us this isn't necessary. But if you've ever seen, again, a stage show, these are quite physical. So keep that in mind. If you're doing stuff in person, these might work. If you're not doing stuff in person, probably not going to go very well. The Dave Elman induction, I'm not going to go through this super in depth because it's literally this slide. But it has a lot of different skills in here. You have a yes set or compliance set. You get someone to say yes 3 or 4 times. It basically gets them in an agreeable state of mind. Boom, done. The eyelid catalepsy is when you have someone close their eyes until their eyes are so relaxed they just don't want to open them. Either because they are so relaxed that they can't open or they're so relaxed that they just don't want to. Then you do fractionation, close those eyes and open those eyes. Now, yes, some of you might be saying, but secret, why is the eyelid catalepsy before the fractionation where you've just told them their eyes are so relaxed they can't open them even if they wanted to, and now you're telling them to open their eyes, close their eyes? Don't ask me. I didn't make this one up. Trust me, you can swap those around if you feel like it's inappropriate to then do the fractionation once you've told them they literally cannot open their eyes even if they wanted to. Then you do the arm drop or test for physical relaxation. Now, online, again, an arm drop is not that easy because you can't reach through the screen and pick someone's hand up. But what you can do is you can suggest the balloon thing at that point. Oh, there's a balloon tied to your arm and then I'm going to cut the string, boom, and your arm drops down. Or you can then, if you're in person, you can do the wiggle of the arm and drop it just to prove how relaxed they are. And then mental relaxation or number amnesia block. Okay, so you basically have someone count down from 100 until they just don't want to count anymore. Now, the one time I've done this induction on someone, they got to like 99 and stopped. And when I asked them why they stopped at 99, they said, I just couldn't be asked. And I was like, that's fair enough. Yep. So again, this one is a really prescriptive one because it was created for doctors. And yeah, it's just one of those things that it's very prescriptive. It's not super kinky. You could probably swing it in a kinky way if you really wanted to. However, I feel like this induction is just one of those things that it's like, it's a good first time induction for a first time hypnotist or a first time subject, because it's just one of those things that's like, it's very prescriptive. It's very like, this is how it goes. So if you're one of these people that needs a rigid framework of how an induction goes, this one is okay. It's not very creative, and there's not a lot of room in this for fucking around and finding out, which is my favorite part of hypnosis, if you don't already know this about me. So now what? Like the chaotic gremlin I am, we throw all this information into a pot and use it to make more creative inductions, because it's important to understand what inductions have typically been used, types of inductions, language, modalities, etc. And the important thing we need to know is, why does it all work? And so we go back to the Hypnosis 101 by talking about an anatomy of a hypnotic scene. If you have a corrupt therapist king, actually, you use the Elman induction during your evil hypnotherapist role. Actually, DJ Pinchin, I think you're onto something. I'm writing an evil hypnotherapist file right now. Maybe I should just whip out an Elman and surprise everyone with a surprise Elman. No one will be expecting my surprise Elman induction, will they? No, it will be the shock of the century. Right, so anatomy of a hypnotic scene. A lot of people might say that hypnosis kink session is made up of some key parts: consent, chat, induction, deepener, suggestions, wake up and play around, repeat until done, and then aftercare. However, this is how it used to go back in the day. Now, remember, when I say back in the day, I started playing around with hypnosis back in 2011. So in 2011, I was on Skype, meeting people in chat rooms and things like that. And this is how every single one of my scenes played out. So a person would hypnotize me. We talk about it. Sometimes consent wasn't that great back then, but now so much better. Thank God people have learned that consent is really important, because it is. Oh my God, it's mandatory. People say consent is sexy. Consent is mandatory. So in ye olde Skype days, yes, you would do your induction. You'd have a deepener. They would give you a suggestion. When you wake up, every time I say X word, you will do this. Then they would wake me up. We would do the thing, and then basically rinse and repeat until I was so fractionated that my brain was mush, and they could just look at me and go, "Hey, secret, this is happening." And I'd be like, "This is happening." They'd be like, "Yep." But it's not that fun or creative, you know? Like, so for me, a lot of the playing around like this really it didn't get me, because it just wasn't really that fun. So how should you run a scene? However the fuck you like. Okay? Now, don't ever let anyone tell you that you have to have a certain order of things, because let's be real, a scene can work however you want a scene to work. Now, I'm going to tell you about a scene I did recently with a friend, because I think the pacing of the scene was just iconic and like one of the best scenes I've ever had. So basically how they pitched the scene to me was, we're playing a game, and the game is, every single time you drop into trance, you have to put a tally mark on your thigh using a permanent marker. So here I am, drop, permanent marker, puts back on top, forget about it, okay? Because again, you don't need to remember that you've tally marked yourself. So as I'm looking down at my thigh, I'm realizing there's a lot of tally marks on my thigh, and I have no idea how I got them. So this is step one. Step two is we started like doing stuff where I would write a thing on my thigh and I would forget about it. So for example, I'd write like the word metronome, and I have a metronome sitting right next to me on the camera, and my friend would be like, "What's that?" And I'd be like, "I have no idea. What is it?" And he's like, "Well, why don't we figure it out together?" But the problem with the metronome is, if I hear the metronome, I go into trance. Yeah. Leah Lord did that to me at a weekend party. Oh my God, that sounds so fun. See, I love shit like that. We're very inspired by hypnotic amnesia, by the way. This was all inspired by hypnotic amnesia. So shout out to hypnotic amnesia. That book is iconic. Please go read it. So I would start the metronome, no idea why it's doing anything to me, because I have no idea what it is. And we just kept going and going and going, and basically it just got pushed. The idea of that whole, the pen takes your thing away, just progressed and progressed and progressed. We did not do an induction. We didn't do a single induction the entire play. We didn't do any like, when you wake up, this will happen. It was basically like, imagine that everything that's written on your skin, it just disappears. I'm like, wow, that's so interesting. And then like, yeah. So what they would do is they would drop me, have me write something, wake up, see it, forget about it. You know, so like it was you don't have to every single time do an induction, especially if you've been playing with someone for a while. You're going to get to a point where basically you can do waking trance, which is where someone looks awake, but they're not awake. Maybe they're really fractionated, or maybe you've been playing with them enough that you can just dip into the hypnosis voice and tell them, hey, whenever I say X, you're going to do Y. And they'll just do it. So you can play around with that. But the important part is at the beginning, you always start with a consent check. You negotiate it, and the negotiation doesn't have to be like, oh, are you cool if I do this? It could be something like, hey, I've had this really hot idea. The hot idea is this. How do you feel about that? And then hearing their thoughts and suggestions about it, and seeing the response to that. And even if you need like to be really explicit about it, you can always just say, hey, I want to do this with you. Is this something you're interested in? Yes or no? Okay, cool. I can go under just from the look in someone's eye. Same. Isn't it great? It's so good. And the important part is at the end, wake up properly, wrapping everything up, and aftercare. Now, aftercare doesn't have to look like blankets and coffee and cuddling and snuggling, because I'm not a snuggly, cuddly person myself. It can look like, hey, I'm just going to talk to you for 10 minutes just to make sure that your brain is now thinking properly, instead of like a mushy puddle. So wording suggestions. Wording suggestions is really important. Yes. So it's important because language is a huge part of hypnosis. Words is how we're building our scene, is how we're building our ideas, is how we're building our suggestions with people. So there's two styles of language. There's permissive, which is like a very gentle style of speaking. You give the listener the time and the choice. So it's stuff like you might find that your body gets more relaxed the more I talk to you in this tone of voice. It's very permissive. I'm giving you the option. I'm not saying you have to. Authoritative. This is a more direct approach. And if you're using DS play, you might use this more direct approach, use more forceful language, and you basically tell the person what to do and how to do it. Relax your body right now. like that. You will feel relaxed, damn it, kind of stuff. I like to think of the difference between like a gentle dom and a dominatrix style language. And this is it in the femdom scene, but you might be like, like a nice gentle dom, and like the hardcore, I'm holding the whip and I'm going to whip you right now dom. You can flick between the two. Some people might gravitate to one more naturally. Like for me, I usually do a more permissive style than an authoritative style, unless I'm doing a scene where I'm playing the evil villain dom, at which point you're probably going to hear some very, very hard language from me, which is kind of fun. And you don't have to stick to one. If you've got a preference, that's cool. If you don't, that's also cool. Okay. There are also two types of suggestions. There's direct, which is straightforward. You will go into trance right now when your eyes close and I say the word sleep. Direct. To the point. There's also indirect suggestions. These are connected to things like NLP and Erickson style, which was created by Milton Erickson. Yeah, he's kind of a big deal apparently. I personally have heard mixed reviews on this kind of stuff, but he was very, very popular with indirect suggestions. So, for example, I find it really hard to word indirect suggestions. A lot of people do. They're very difficult on the fly. But one example is, isn't it funny how some people find themselves in trance now just from breathing deeply and closing their eyes? Because I'm giving you the idea that you're going to go into trance when you breathe deeply and close your eyes in a way that basically isn't telling you breathe deeply and close your eyes. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's kind of a backwards way of speaking. If you want to get better at NLP, please go download the Salad app or type into Google Zebu card PDF free. And get yourself some Zebu cards. Trust me, you will learn so much from Zebu cards. They're great. And why should we practice both of these? Because a variety of language patterns in your back pocket comes in handy when you're doing inductions, especially when you're freestyling. I've been to a lot of events recently where I've listened to people freestyle. And what I notice when everybody is new to freestyling is a lot of people run out of things to say. So it's always good to have language patterns in your back pocket and things like Zebu card phrases in your back pocket, because when you are learning to patter and when you're learning to like bulk out your inductions, it's really handy to just be able to riff, which a lot of people struggle with these days. I think people run out of ideas and then they're like, oh shit, I've run out of ideas. And that's when a good hypnotist will turn around and start throwing out, some of these language phrases. What are these? Zebu cards? Yes. So Zebu cards are basically language pattern cards. They'll have isn't it funny how or some people find the benefit of, or isn't it funny how sometimes when you think about this, then this card does that, then this does this, whatever. It just gives you some language patterns that give you some starters to be able to like jump into stuff. When I was first learning to make audio recordings, I used to have my Salad app open at all times, and I would flick through the cards if I was running out of things to say, to give me a jumping off point to basically get back into what I'm doing. So I think it's really important that as hypnotists, random bullshit, go, exactly. As hypnotists, it's really important that we get our language patterns and our patter down, because again, I feel like this is becoming a bit of a lost art, especially with the newer hypnotists that I've seen do inductions on the fly. So just keeping in mind that it's really important to practice this kind of stuff. Yeah, it will make you better. I promise you. Right. Why is language so important for creating inductions? Because it is hypnosis. It doesn't matter how your language is communicated via text, voice, video, person, sign language. What you say matters. It allows you to get better at hypnosis and improve your skills of language and suggestion types. Cool. Quick chat on priming. Priming is preparing someone for a scene. It gives clues to someone's mind as to what's going to happen. It's a great tool for getting someone ready for hypnosis. Priming is your friend. Consent checks are mandatory, but this can also be a great way, a fun way to prepare someone for a scene that's about to happen. For example, this is why I tell stories in my audios, because what I'm doing is I'm priming you for what is about to happen. For example, during my file that I did I did a file based on my surgery, where I did like an anesthetic induction. And when I did the anesthetic induction, before I did the induction, I said, recently I went for surgery. And when I went for surgery, one of my favorite parts of the surgery was going under the anesthetic, because for me, it was basically like everything just faded away. My world turned to black. And isn't it funny how when you think about what I experienced when I went for surgery, that you can think about what might happen to you in a moment. That's priming. One of my favorite things to do is when I'm doing a scene with a friend is to prime them for a few days. Yes, I said days. How I do this is I will start messaging them a couple days before I know we're about to do a session, and I'll say, I wonder if you've been thinking about that thing that I told you about the other day. Do you remember what that was? And one time I primed a person for, I think I've been priming someone for about a year. We are going to be doing a falling off, where we're going to watch falling and try and hypnotize each other. And I've already primed them that they're going to lose. And we've been basically like debating this for a year now, and I guarantee that when it happens, that they will lose. They will lose. 100%. They will lose, because I've already primed them for the idea that they are going to lose to me in this falling off. And yeah, it's going to be iconic and really fun. Yeah. So priming is your friend, and it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be complicated. It doesn't have to be crazy. No, it's not crazy dedication, because you just do a little bit, like when you message that friend, you just go, wow, it'd be really cute if you fell into trance the second you heard my trance voice. Funny, right? Anyway, and then you move on. And then you just do that for a couple days, and then you see what happens. Priming, we love it. But again, with consent, priming's important, consent important. So let's make an induction. So we're going to hypnotize Bob. I'm going to quickly just move on from Bob. Because Bob has a thing for egging. And now I'm demonetized off of YouTube. YouTube is like, no. YouTube's like, hell no, Secret, you're being mean. Anyway, there we go. Cool. Right. Right. Bob. Anyway, I'm going to make an induction for Bob really quickly. Bob likes long walks on the beach and something that rhymes with egging. So what kind of induction will I do for Bob? Well, Bob's just been to the beach, so I'm going to do a long visualization induction about the beach, which is going to relax him too much, but it's also going to relax him so much that he's able to get into his favorite pastime of egging with new vigor. Because he's deeply relaxed for it and totally ready for it. Yep. Anyway, before we write induction, there's a quick reminder. There's no set magic words. I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to speed run this end part. There's no set magic words. Hypnosis is not a series of magic words set in the right order. So please do not ever feel like you need to be stuck to your script or like hold on to it for dear life. Because honestly, like trust and believe, there are no magic words. You could say literally anything and have someone in a state of trance as long as you have those 3 key things. Remember that. If you mess up your induction, and again, this goes to anyone that I've seen do an induction recently, my biggest thing, I'm screaming behind the microphone when someone does an induction and then they go, oh no, I've messed up. Because I'm like, keep going. If you mess up, breathe, keep going. And if you can't keep going, wake them up and talk about it. Be honest with somebody. You can say to someone, hey, I'm really new and I don't know what I'm doing. That's okay. It's okay to know that you, like, where your skill level is at. It's okay to be honest about that. And it's okay to mess things up sometimes, as long as you don't do a hecking consent violation. If you mess up a couple words because you tripped on your words, yeah, it's like jazz, exactly. It's like riffing. It's like anything like that. You're just kind of throwing ideas out there and seeing what sticks. Exactly. There are no wrong notes. If you make a discordant note, it's part of the plan, you know? I've messed up many times doing live inductions, and trust me, I just breathe and carry on. Okay. So we're not going to do this today, but before we wrap up, how do you practice inductions on yourself? Yes, self-hypnosis is a thing. You can do that. Record it and send it to a friend, or record it and listen to it yourself if you're into that kind of thing. I'm not, because I hate the sound of my own voice. Find a friend to hypnotize. You can find these friends online. You can find these friends in person. You can go to events. There are hypnocons out there that you can go to where you can find friends. There's lots of things you can do. Write it down, but then don't read it. So write down your script and but like, don't read it when you're doing your scene, because that's cringe and weird. Don't read scripts at the dungeon. That's not fun. Write bullet points for what you want to do when you start out, and lose those as you grow more confident in yourself. I used to record everything with bullet points, and sometimes I've even done scenes where I've had bullet points of what a person wants because of my ADHD. So I sit here on my voice chat and I have my bullet points next to me sometimes, you know? Yeah. And remember, confidence is key. Consent check is a great time to also prime someone, because you're already asking them what they like, and if they're telling you what they like, well, prelude for easy insertion, as Wise Guy says. And there are no magic words. The ones you use have power enough. Okay, I normally would say any questions, but we don't have time for questions. You're right, there is no failure, only feedback. So I hope you enjoyed the little speed run of my inductions class. I'm going to get Celia up in here. We are going to be doing our Bimboification class, but I hope you enjoyed that, and I hope it gives people a lot of ideas on how to do a variety of inductions. If you want a longer version of this, I have it recorded already on the channel in the streaming thing. But yeah, I'm super duper excited that so many of you are so interested in this kind of topic, and I hope you leave here with some knowledge about some stuff. Right. Let's fucking do this. I'm going to grab Celia in here. Oh my God, I'm so excited. This is my wife, everybody. Here we go. Hello, hello, hello.
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 Wait, I need to mute stream. Oh my God.
Oh,
Hi.
you're like, I can hear myself. Help, I can hear myself.
No, I can't hear myself. Yeah, I'm still.
Oh my God.
There's like a couple minute delay, I think.
Oh no. Okay, I'm
like
parking you in the
two.
corner. I'm parking you in the corner.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Cool.
Let me open my slides.
God.
Oh my God. Here we go. Now, when was the last time we taught this class, baby?
Oh my God. So I was just thinking about it, and
Yeah.
it was 20.
This is Celia, everyone. CaeliaDoesStuff.
Hello.
She's very famous. She's so famous.
I do stuff.
Yeah.
So
what kind of stuff does you do?
2020 was the last time we did this class, and I realized this morning
Yes.
that I actually had pink hair when we first did this class, and my hair is also currently now pink. So I think
yes,
there is a theme.
She's blocking the chat. Yeah, we're both blocking the chat. We're all blocking chat today. We can see you. It's fine.
Oh, chat, you're being like
chat, you're being chat blocked. Do you like
chat
it?
blocked.
Do you like it so much?
God.
Anyway, I've already run over time, so let's get into this. Welcome to Think Pink, an introduction to Bimboification hypnosis. Now,
Bimboification.
Celia, why do we teach this class?
Wait. Why do we teach this class?
Why do we teach this class?
Sorry, just let me put the slides up maybe, so then I can...
Yeah, so you can follow along at home.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
I was gonna try and rely on the stream, but the stream is not streaming.
It's lagging. It's lagging a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, so let me go copy that link. Okay, so the reason we teach this class is because we both like bimboification.
That's really funny that we both like bimboification. Crazy. It's so wild that we both love bimboification. Hold on one
Yeah.
second. I'm just gonna like do something real quick
Yeah.
on the
What happens
stream.
if you try bimbofication, genuine true-born bimbo? Oh my god.
There we go. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, all
So
good?
yeah, all good. Just
Oh,
had to
yeah.
bonker thing.
Yeah,
Yep.
I can see. Yes.
What are we doing? So welcome to, this is our class on bimbofication hypnosis. We taught this, like you said, in 2020, right?
Yeah, so it was,
Mm-hmm.
we first taught this for Beguiled
Was
2020,
it
I think it
Beguiled
was online.
online?
It was
Yeah.
the first online Beguiled.
Yes.
And then we what else? And then we did it as a live stream, but we did
We
that with
did.
like flesh tubers.
I think we have done
'Cause
this
I
as a live
remember,
stream in person.
yeah, we
Mm-hmm.
have. We did it like flesh tubing,
Mm-hmm.
and it was fucking like
Horrific.
because the other day I remembered that there's like video out there of me being so fucking dumb on a live stream.
Yeah. We're not going to be
fucking
doing the
embarrassed.
demos today, by the way. So please, nobody get that excited. There's going to be no demos in this. But what are we doing? So in this class, we're going to talk about what is bimbofication and a real brief history lesson about it. We're going to talk about how to link bimbo kink with hypnosis kink and inclusive and gender neutral bimbofication, because a lot of the time people will go, bimbofication is only for the cis women, and I'm like, that is such a lie. That is such a lie. It's such a lie. Yeah.
Oh my god, there's so much more than just that.
So much more.
Jesus.
Yeah. Then we're going to talk about how do bimbo players, basic suggestions, how to word bimbo suggestions, bimbo players, waking suggestions, personality playing bimbos, which interesting. So it's like, no more bulking, please. And I'm like, no, you stop that. You behave yourself in the chat.
Oh
yeah,
my
flesh
God.
tubing. Bimbo with only
Yes.
IQ play elements and bimbo with no IQ play elements. Okay.
Yeah, so it's a fucking smorgasbord of bimbo.
Okay. So, like,
Okay.
what's a bimbo?
What? Oh my god. So like a bimbo is typically seen. Sorry.
Yeah, do it. Go for it.
Okay. So like a bimbo is typically seen as a dumb and unintelligent yet conventionally attractive woman.
Yeah.
Well, this is something that people can relate to. It's not like the best description of bimbofication kink niche as a whole, and that's a lot of really big words and stuff.
Words and stuff and things. Okay, so audience question time for the chat.
Yeah, the audience question of like, chat, what does bimbo mean to you?
Mm-hmm. What does bimbo mean to you? And now we have to wait the mandatory minute for everybody to...
I was going to say, like, what we really should, like, do this question time before we read what we have.
Yeah, you're so right. You're so right.
Okay. So anyway, so imagine like a bimbo. What do they look like, sound like,
Okay.
etc.
So somebody said
mortgage
Bimbo's a
board.
bread company.
It is.
Oh no! It is a bread company.
There is like the bimbo bread.
Yeah, there is bimbo bread.
Does
it make you
bimbo
dumb?
Bread? Hi, yes.
Does it make you stupid? I kind of want some now.
I wish.
Can someone get me some bimbo bread, please? I need it for science. Cat girl behavior.
Isn't there like also a candy called like Airheads?
Yes, there is. There is an Airheads candy.
Oh my god, need me some of that.
Yeah.
The real bimbo is the friends we made along the way.
Of course. Like a dumb Gyaru. Oh my god, a dumb Gyaru. I like it. Submissive. That's interesting you said submissive. We're going to talk about that later.
I like being dumb. No thoughts equals happy. Yeah.
Okay.
Bimbofication wasn't just for
a well-endowed blonde woman.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Yep.
Bimbo to me means no thought, simple command, make simple mind do simple things, bubbly mindset, no worries in the world, bit oblivious, yes, hi, yes.
Interesting. Okay, so we have here like a little history lesson on bimbos, okay?
Cute, silly, bubbly. Yeah.
So here, the word actually stems from the Italian meaning a young boy or male child, the feminine form being bimba. So it all started actually as a masculine thing. Then it made its way over to the United States as early as 1919.
Like most things.
Yeah, like most things, including the color pink, by the way.
Yeah.
Start off as a male thing. Only men wore pink.
It used to be
blue for the women.
So the pink was like the little red.
Yes.
For the red coats. So yeah.
And then in the 1920s, there was a song, a super awful song, by the way. Super, super awful. Don't Google it.
Really problematic.
Really
Do not look it
problematic.
up.
Do not look it up.
It's horrible.
But that's kind of when the bimbo started to become like about a woman, right? It was used in the 1940s to refer to both men and women, as seen as the novel Full Moon by P.G. Wodehouse. Then we didn't see this word in the media until the 1980s, where it was used to refer to women involved in political sex scandals. Around the trope of the Valley Girl was also starting to rise. And then in the 80s, we saw the creation of the male bimbo, known as the mimbo, or we know it, the himbo. And now bimbo kink is all around with various viewpoints and discourse surrounding it. And we're actually going to quickly go into the modern day bimbo. So this is the modern day bimbo. So this is a new part of this this presentation, actually, because recently, and when I say recently, I mean the last kind of 5 years, Gen
it's
Z.
Definitely since like 2020 onwards is when it really started hitting like the mainstream through TikTok.
Yay for like TikTok. Well, TikTok I hate. Is that Trisha? Yeah. It is. It is our problematic queen, Trisha Paytas. Such a problematic queen. So Gen Z has really kind of taken the idea of a bimbo and embraced it as a feminist icon. Thanks to influential figures such as Christy Chapeka, Erica Jane from like Real Housewives. You've also got, again, problematic fave, Trisha Paytas, and the Sea Destroyers and drag queens you might have seen on RuPaul's Drag Race, such as like Sugar and Spice. They've all brought the bimbo back in a really big way.
I mean, also
Dolly
Bimini,
Parton.
Can we just say?
Bimini
like
Bombulash.
Like fucking the gender non-conforming queen.
Yeah, we love Bimini. You can be feminist and be a bimbo now. Bimbo has been reclaimed, especially by women and queer people. You'll see it in a lot of like queer ladies in the bimbo space now. The massive influence of the Barbie movie can also be seen in the space. Yeah. The Barbie movie came out and changed lives. I will say there's a lot of videos on YouTube about this. So if you want to know more about modern day bimbo, Gen Z's embracing of the bimbo, you can basically Google it and see. Go on YouTube and there's like a million video essays about this.
So many things. We did some research last night. We're like, oh my god, so many
video essays about it. I've seen none of them, but I want to because I feel like they're all probably very good. It's
going to be like our hyperfixation for the next like week. We're just going to be watching all of these like documentaries on YouTube.
Yeah, all these documentaries.
Oh my god.
It's odd that Barbie inspired this trope because I see Barbie as an overqualified girl boss genius. Yeah, well, I think it was inspirational to the bimbofication scene because a lot of people love the idea of being like a doll, like pretty like a doll, pink like a doll, but then also like not always being a dumb, you know? Yeah. Anyway, bimbos and hypnosis, inclusivity and changes in the bimbo kink scene. So yeah. Go for it, baby.
Do you want to do? Yeah, okay. So so in more recent years, like they're separating the ideas behind the bimbo body and bimbo brain aesthetics. Yes. Like you can have them together or not. So as we said before, there's like the IQ play and also without the IQ play, and you can do like all sorts of different combinations of things. So a lot of the public figures in the bimbo prawn community talk a lot about being intelligent and able to think for themselves. For them, bimbo, it's all about the boobs, blonde, and the
slutty outfits.
Slutty, yes.
Slutty.
Sorry, my brain just went to glutasloot again. And the slutty outfits. How they don't look is very important to them. And Smex is usually at the forefront of how they present. Having hypnosis because, you know, brain stuff. We love brains.
We love brains.
We don't always see it that way. A lot of online discourse has shown that like the gender stereotypes that can come with bimbofication can be harmful. And in DS, there's also a lot of like the daddy dom. Like I saw a tumble recently about like I want to be a bimbo, but not for like a guy.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my god, it's so true though, because a lot of them is like, oh, you're going to be so dumb for daddy, and it's like, no,
not always.
I want to be dumb for my hot wife, my beautiful wife,
my beautiful wife.
Oh my god. So we talk about like inclusive bimbofication. So you know, anybody is a bimbo body.
Exactly.
You have a body, and you can be a bimbo in it.
Yes. Yeah, I think also like coming from a place of like so I've always been kind of a plus size gal myself, and I think like back in the day especially it was really hard to like be into bimbofication but also be plus size. So I really like now that people are embracing different sizes and different shapes of body as like the ideal body type for this kind of play, because before there was a lot of talk about I'll be quite real with a lot of you. There was a lot of talk about like restricting of calories and working out really
I remember
hard.
you
And
told me some of that
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Last time, like, that's
I was in a Discord
crazy.
server. I was in a Bimboification Discord server one time for a content creator who I will not name. But basically the idea was that people would only eat fruits and vegetables because, you know, protein makes you too muscly and fruits and vegetables makes you skinny and perfect. And then between that and the fake boobies, you'd be perfect bimbo. And it really was
God.
bad. It was really bad. And it gleamed into like that place of like disordered eating. And it just, no, it really did not. It did not sit with me very well. I didn't like it. I thought it was quite
Yeah.
it was quite shocking
Crazy.
actually to see people falling into that
Yeah.
trap. And so I think now it's really nice that people are more open to new ideas and different ways of embracing this kind of thing. Yeah.
And yeah, there's even like I think there's a lot of soy. Yeah.
Eat a lot of, wait, what?
Depends.
A
No,
lot of soy. No, sometimes
yeah.
also not a lot of soy. Some of them got really into soy. But yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
There's also like, you know, like what I like to call the gender affirming bimbofication as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Like, because a lot of like trans people
And non-binary
especially
people?
like a bunch of like trans people we know and like non-binary people we
Yep.
know got into it as like a way of expressing like a specific quality and like set of their identity, which was really fucking cool.
And
I
like
think.
getting gender euphoria from it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. We love.
Yes.
So yeah, so literally anyone can be a bimbo if you want
And
to
then
be.
like yeah, and then with that as well, there's also obviously like we mentioned before, like the subtypes of like the himbos and thembos
Yes.
and all of that, which have their own different things. So
Yeah. Okay. So how is this different from just IQ play? So bimbo.
it's only bimbofication if it comes from the Bimbo region of France. Otherwise, it's just sparkling dumbass.
Yeah, of course, of course. You don't want to settle for just sparkling dumbass. You know,
Yeah,
you want it to be the fresh bimbo from
yeah.
the Bimbo region of France.
It's Bimbo like Bimbeaux.
Bimbio. Yes.
Bimbo.
Okay, so but how is this actually different from just like you play? So bimbo is more of a state of mind than just being dumb. It's a combination of typical tropes we might see in bimbos: the impaired speech, like an and making words up, the giggly, bubbly personality, maybe the want for more smexual play or being a bit more promiscuous. To us, IQ play is just tampering with the IQ of a person and the feeling of mindlessness or dumbness. And bimbos do not have to be dumb if you don't want them to be. Personally, we like our bimbos really stupid, but if you don't, that's also okay.
There's time and place for everything.
Exactly.
Like, you know, you
Exactly.
can have both. You can have neither.
Exactly. I think also bimbofication is so subjective because everyone has ideals on what the kink or what this idea means to them. So this is why it's really important before you do any bimbo play with anyone to ask them what it means.
And ask them what terminology they like, because you know, if you're gonna
For
go like, "Oh
sure.
my god, you're gonna be so dumb as a bimbo," and then they're like, "Well, actually, for me,
Actually.
it's just an aesthetic thing,"
Exactly. For me, it's just about the
you're
blonde
gonna
hair.
feel like an idiot. And that's
You're gonna feel like an idiot.
That's a wrong person feeling like an idiot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay,
Oh
so
my god. Okay.
here we go. So bimbofication links perfectly in Hypnosis King. Why? Why, baby?
Yeah.
Why?
So there's two types of hypno kinksters in the world. Those who are like, hypnosis is my thing,
Yep.
and the other is like, my kink is unattainable IRL. And really, bimbofication can be for both, but the latter is like fucking perfect for it.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, you cannot make someone dumber or like change aspects of their personality without doing serious harm, unless you want to, I don't know, like lobotomy kink.
Yeah, but that's also dangerous.
Yeah, that is. Do not do that. But yeah, so, you know, like, and also control is hard. Changing someone's state of being and like state of mind and even like some of the voice stuff can be super hard as a form of control. And hypnosis can be a great way to like, so I'm like waving my hands around, can be a great way to,
we can hear it.
Do that. Yeah, and like deepen that. It's also great to like de-stress when like if you have a high pressure job and you just want to sometimes be dumb and not think, you can take your mind away from a lot of life's issues. And yeah, just if you want to as well, you can like pivot more into like role play stuff. If you put yourself in that headspace and you want to do that, I don't know, oh my God, I'm just such a dumb student and my teacher needs to tell me how to do it. Oh no, am I staying behind for detention type stuff? I don't know. If that's something that you want, you can also like role play almost like imagined or not imagine, but like, like if you like physical transformation elements, like,
Yep.
I don't know, inflation people are a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that because some people are into that. So yeah, you can do that sort of thing, which you can't do IRL either. And yeah, finally, like it's hard. Hypnosis is hard. Being dumb is hard. Who doesn't want to be fucking dumb? Who doesn't want to do hypnosis? It's an excuse for more hypnosis. It's a conspiracy made by big hypnosis to increase the hypnosis in your hypnosis.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
So, what draws you to the idea of bimbofication? Okay, so subjects in the chat, what draws you to the idea of bimbofication if you're into it? If you're not into it, that's also valid. But since we're holding you all hostage, if you do like bimbofication, let's be dumb, chat. Yeah, let's be dumb. It's so cute when you're dumb. I just like it when people are dumb, okay? It's really cute.
Oh my God, is that why all of your files are bimbofication? Do you just
that is a rumor made up by Big Hypnosis. That is a rumor.
Why does she like seeing me dumb all the time? Oh my God.
Okay, no. So fun story. There was a rumor that was made up about me on Reddit because Reddit is such a great place. Gender euphoria. Yeah. Oh my God. Mainly the IQ play aspect. Yeah. The freedom to express gender. Yeah. Silly is better. Scrimbleification. Okay, so there was a rumor that was made up about me on Reddit that was basically like, secret subject only does bimbofication because I looked at her soundgasm and it's all bimbofication files. I think she wants us dumb or something, and that's kind of creepy. And I was like, wait a minute, because the thing is, at the time, yes, I had a lot of bimbofication files on my soundgasm. However, that's not all I do. So I started furiously posting a lot of stuff onto soundgasm to prove the rumor wrong. But yes, I do make a lot of bimbofication stuff. I do like it. It's quite fun. I love being able to make it. But yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Cool. It's cool. I don't know if I can read some of these.
Yeah, I know.
Hypnosis better than Big Pharma.
Yeah.
Low cortisol, gender euphoria. Some with ADHD bimbofication is amazing. Oh my God, yes. But make my internal monologue horny and silly.
I think she wants to make us dumb. You clicked on it. Yeah, it's so true.
Yeah.
Okay, so welcome to the how do section. Since we can't do the demos with models easily because we were going to do demos, we can't do demos. We're going to talk you through some previous scenes.
Am I not going to be hypnotized?
You're not going to be hypnotized. I'm sorry.
No.
Wait, you're not already hypnotized? She's like, wait,
that's
hold up.
Loaded.
That's a loaded question. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Oh my God.
Since we can't do the demos easily, we're going to talk you through some previous scenes. We're also going to discuss a variety of situations and scenarios, include a wide variety of bimbofication hypnosis. Some of them will include themes of SMECs, IQ play bimbofication on both sides of the watch, and more. You do not need to be a femme person to be a bimbo. Himbos, jocks, thembos, jimbos, and F-dolls are more than valid ways to engage in the style of play, and we use the term bimbo in a gender-neutral sense. You got it? You got it, subjects? You understand that? Yep. So you could replace any time we say bimbo with any of these other titles, and honestly, you'd have the same thing. All right, here we go. Basic wording for a bimbofication suggestion. Here we go. So here's some examples. Yes. You want to read these or do you want me to read these? You've been working on your hypnosis voice.
Okay, yeah, okay. So in a moment, you're going to come out of trance, feeling more silly, stupid, slutty, like a vapid little bimbo.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So this is an example of like just a basic bimbofication suggestion where you put someone in a trance and then you basically say, when you come out of trance, you're going to be a bimbo. You could also do this with a trigger. You could also say, whenever I say the word bimbo and snap my fingers, you become a bimbo until I say not bimbo and then snap not a bimbo.
You
Yeah.
could pull out like the bimbo time now.
Bimbo time now. Bimbo time not now. Bimbo time away.
Bimbo time
Away,
later.
bimbo. Away. You know? Okay.
And then you can do like that as I melt your mind and cover it with pink mist syrup brainwashing juice, or like, I don't know. Did you also have like a file which was like bimbo brainwashing, where you throw a brain into
a washing machine?
A washing machine?
It's the
and,
pink washing machine.
Coat it with pink. No,
Yeah.
and then you have like the pink detergent, which then
Yeah.
like gets all in there as well.
Yeah.
That strips away your
Have done that.
thoughts. It makes you so much more silly, not dumb, just more giggly and fun. Maybe even a little bit corny.
Corny. Yes.
Go Bimbo Rangers.
Unbimbo now.
Oh my God,
I love
that as a trigger.
unbimbo now. Unbimbo now.
I also love go Bimbo Rangers.
Okay, this is really stupid and I love it. Okay.
Yeah.
So how this one works is this is like a more of a drug play kind of vibe to it. The coding,
how you go with it, but
yeah. I do like it because it's a really visceral, especially for the feeling thing. It's like feel this in your mind kind of thing. Yeah, which is good.
yeah, and like the it's also like a not like IQ part, but just kind of like focusing in on that like bimbo side, that like sort of persona side, instead of like just that, hey, like you're gonna be stupid. But
Yeah.
like, again, both of those are fun.
Yes.
You can also have like pink bubbles in your head, popping your mind away each time I say the word pop. And I'm saying this, so it should be fine. More IQ pops away, making you just so silly and stupid.
I'm glad you said that word, not me, because I can't say that word in a public place. I can't say that word because, unfortunately, back in the day, I had a file that had an open pop trigger, which. If I was to make that now, I probably wouldn't do that. No, not probably. I wouldn't do that because I've learned so many things now. But, that word is, and that kind of concept is very common in the bimboification scene.
Very common.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
and
God.
then you have like the last one is like, it's one that we pulled from like a file that you made at one point, where it's like, imagine a pretty pink mirror, which right now shows your own reflection, but the longer you stare into it, the more you notice yourself transforming physically into like your ideal bimbo. Maybe your hair changes, your clothes, your body, the way you stand and move, your facial expressions, all changing before your eyes to become that perfect bimbo.
Yeah. I think this one was cool because it was
really
like a visualization, but it's also about like it's almost like that acting exercise where you step into the role of a character, where you imagine yourself as a character and then you step into it,
Yeah.
Oh my God. Hysterical literature, but each word you reading gets harder. Oh, do not. Okay, that sounds kind of fun though.
Oh my God. That sounds really fun.
Love. Yeah. Also keep in mind how you word things, keep safety in mind, and always lock down suggestions to time, place, etc., etc. The worst thing is, I know a lot of people talk about a certain file series beginning with a B and ending with ambi. That people always like tell me that they've done, and I'm always like, I'm very judgy about it because let's be real, these files are terrible. they are awfully made, and I just like, obviously the suggestions being open is pretty egregious to me, but also the worst part is the text-to-speech voice is just terrible. Anyway, so but whenever someone tells me about these files, they have open triggers in them. So what that means is basically anyone in a public space could hear that word and be triggered by it, which is not a good idea. So it's always important to, if you're going to use triggers or anchors or suggestions like that, you're going to lock them down. And we'll talk about that a bit more later.
Yeah. And yeah, just, do things properly, like consent, negotiation, all of that sort of stuff.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, the Lazy Hypnotist Guide to Bimbo Play, aka the Bimbo Induction. So we're going to talk about examples of Bimboification Inductions.
Yeah.
Okay. So, as hypnotists, we are lazy. So, include the IQ play of bimboification.
Really?
Yeah, I know. We're so lazy. Literally, most hypnotists I know are super lazy. I know I am. So include these as part of the play. So you could include the bimboification transformation as the induction to save time and have more fun. Fractionation with bimbo play is peak. So you can fractionate them between being a bimbo, not a bimbo, silly, not silly, smart, or dumb. Some examples of this is I've done something called the pink ocean induction, where I basically throw someone's brain into the pink ocean. But what it is it's a wave, right? So the wave comes in, it coats their body and mind with
Oh my
pink
God.
water, and then it drags back out, which takes it away. And so it's a fractionation between bimbo, not bimbo.
Don't remind me of that.
It's a
Sorry.
good file.
It's a
It's a good
good
file.
file. Oh
Oh my
my
god.
God.
Then we have bimbos and rug play. We love rugs. So
we
many
do love some rugs.
fantasy rug play. Yes. When we talk
do
about
love-
we talk about rugs, we don't talk about literal rugs that you can actually put in your mouth. We talk about like fantasy imagined rugs. So you could do stuff like, oh no, this is special fantasy chloroform. But it's
Bimbo
pink.
juice.
Bimbo juice.
Bimbo juice.
Bimbo lollies.
Oh no, it's
I
in
had
your
somebody
water bottle.
I had somebody do that thing where they're like, oh no, I've given you this candy, but it's a bimbo candy and now you're a bimbo. Great.
Yeah.
Fixation
That's really fun.
inductions, sexual or not. So you could do like a fixate on the feeling of becoming dumber induction
Mm-mm.
as your mind slows down, as you become more and more of a pink bubbly bimbo. You can also do a dolly transformation PMR, which I did talk about in the last class, the plastic PMR induction, where you drag your finger up someone's body and say that each of their limbs is turning to plastic.
Yeah. Sorry, just what? Mm-hmm. You could do that. You definitely could. Sorry. Oh, fuck. Hello?
I'm here. I'm mugging. I'm mugging to the camera.
Oh, you're mugging. Okay.
I'm doing fun faces to the camera
Okay.
because
You're doing fun
you
faces.
started getting flustered, so I did this.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I was. I thought my headphones had like messed up for a second.
No.
But yeah. So yes.
How did that feel, babe?
You definitely could turn someone into a plastic doll as part of a PMR. Just the way you said it was so very
Yeah.
pointed. I was distracted for a second, and then it felt very targeted and attacked.
As it should be.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a very good way of doing it.
Okay.
Because you can do like a whole. Oh my God, you're gonna be like a bimbo doll.
A bimbo doll.
Let's go with that.
Love. Okay, personality play and bimbos, making a person into someone else. Now, we got a lot about this on the slides.
Do we?
Yep.
I forgot what we wrote.
Take it away, baby.
Okay, so big old warning.
Yeah.
Don't.
Don't do it. Just don't straight up don't do it. Mm-hmm.
So there was a time where it was kind of like the thing for a lot of people to do.
Yeah. Including me.
Yeah, I mean, I know that you have a bit of a story about that. And I know that we have a friend who has some amazing like Tumblr writings about how problematic some of this stuff used to be.
Yes.
And also, I think she has a class as well, or did a roundtable around it.
Yes.
And around adjacent things. But yeah, we don't really do it. I don't think we personally together ever really did it.
No.
Except for maybe like one or two occasions which touched on it.
Yes.
But yeah, best thing to do is if you decide to go with like personality changes, if you do it more as like a role play type thing and don't like name the state or give like the personality a name, because then that gives it more of an ability to like split off into its
own thing.
And it can cause like some serious mental harm to people and affect their real lives. Do you want to say your story real quick?
Yeah. So basically, just of what personality play actually even is. Basically, it's the idea of like, of when you do some hypnosis with somebody where you're turning them into a thing, but instead of just becoming a thing, you're basically giving them a new personality inside of their head. So it's basically like a layer of It's like a layer of stuff. People used to do this all the time to be like, oh, there's a bimbo inside of you, and we're gonna name her, and she's gonna come out, and it's gonna be really funny.
Compartmentalized, like it's like a different person coming out, and then sometimes it is that.
Yeah. So back in the day, I had I think it was one of my DOMs did this. Who used to have a personality for me called Crystal, who was like my bimbo personality. Now, at first, this seemed like a harmless suggestion of like when Crystal comes out, like we get Crystal out, she has a thing, and it's really funny. However, the problem with that is it can start to become its own thing inside your brain, and you can find that sometimes that personality starts to like, yeah, accidentally printing a headmate. Yeah, exactly. That's basically what I'm talking about. You basically are creating a different personality in someone. And sometimes that other personality in someone can start to do things that are just, it's not appropriate. And it can become really, really problematic. So we eventually had to retire that because it was just not, like a dissociative headmate. Exactly. So it was like that, and it became problematic because it was also one of those things that just either like it can cause like dysphoria in your own personality. You're like, well, am I not good enough as a bimbo to like be just a bimbo myself, or like like a tulpamancy or like DIY DID, for sure. So but that can become really problematic, especially when like you'll be walking down the street. I remember I had this with one. It wasn't that particular. It wasn't the crystal personality, but it was a different thing that somebody had done to me. It was like there was like a slave state somebody had done that was like, oh, and inside your brain is like a slave version of you, but it's like a different version of you that started popping out at random times. And so it just became a whole thing, and we ended up having to just like tank a bunch of my old triggers because of it. And it really, really hurt me mentally. So just be very, very careful. This is very serious stuff. So like I said, if you are going to play with the bimbo personality stuff, do it as a role play and never, ever, ever name the personality. Once you name it, it becomes a thing. Don't name it. Just be like, it's you, but as a bimbo, or you're stepping into the role of a bimbo.
Or it's like these are all things you already have. We're just like accentuating certain aspects of your personality.
Yeah, exactly.
Type thing.
Yeah, is there a way to help ensure that suggestions are only temporary? Yes, by locking them down.
Actually, we do also have a slide coming up on that later.
Cool, we do.
Remember?
Yeah, we do. Actually, no, you're right. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Wrote a couple of new slides.
Okay, so this is
gonna. Yeah. Sorry, you go on.
Oh, no, it's okay, baby. You go.
No, I was just gonna say we're gonna touch on like sort of some of the stuff around that later. So
yeah.
Bimbo with
with only IQ play, aka the asexual bimbo. So asexuality and bimbo play. Imagine being asexual. Wait, we don't have to. We're both asexual.
Yeah, fuck.
To asexual people in the chat, it's us. We are the asexual bimbos. So you don't have to do smexy times with bimbos. You don't have to make it corny, and you don't have to make it lewd in any way, shape, or form. So yes, it can be done. You can have IQ play. Bimbo themes like being giggly, silly, ditzy without any of the smexy stuff. For that, focus on other aspects of the bimbo without needing the corny ones, and double down on that. It's still different from IQ play because it involves bimbo elements like being a ditz. Maybe it includes performative gender aspects like clothes, hair, nails, etc., etc. And honestly, like, you don't have to, like, I think a lot of the content we see online is geared towards smexy bimbo stuff, right?
Wait, sorry, what was that?
I was just saying a lot of the content we see online is geared towards smexy bimbo stuff, right?
Oh, yeah, it is. There's so, like a lot of like, especially like files and stuff, they always seem to double down on like you're going to want to have schmecks all the time.
You're going to want that C in the mouth. you know?
Yeah.
Put it in there,
And you're gonna like stuff and things being put in stuff and places.
Oh God. Oh no.
Like a lot of that.
Yeah.
So, but like that you can just as easily have like a, oh my God, it's just so fun being dumb.
Yeah, or it's just so fun being like pretty and wearing nice things and like being silly and giggling.
Girl.
Yeah. Having a pink brain, Yeah. Okay, bimbo with no IQ play. Okay, take it away, babe.
Oh, okay. Me. Okay. So yeah, so you can have like the intelligent bimbo, which again, I've ripped that off of a file that you had. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like you're actually really smart and stuff, but like anytime you speak, you just sound so ditzy and dumb, even though everything's
It's
fine.
like being trapped in a
You can
cage
also,
of your own intelligence. You're like stuck in there. You're like,
oh my
I'm
God,
I'm smart. Let me out.
it's such a fun time. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and I know we used to play around with like a voice box as
Yes, the
well,
voice
if you
box.
remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
The
and you used
Bimbo
to
voice
like, you
box.
gotta shove like a voice box in, and then you're like fine, but you can only talk like with a Valley Girl accent. And you're like, oh my God, like
Oh my
I'm so
god.
smart. Oh my God. Um, and
Mm-hmm.
it's so fun. And then yeah, you can also do like dominant bimbos or being in charge of a scene. There's like you don't have
Yes.
to be submissive to be a bimbo. In fact,
Mm-hmm.
I think you have a couple of files around that, like the
Legally
Bimboned
Blonde.
series.
Legally Blonde. You're so right. You're so right. You're so right.
Yes,
L
Legally
Words,
Blonde.
icon,
Oh my
icon.
God. Hi,
We
yes.
were at a Bimbo roundtable back in 2020. I think it was like the last Charmed we went to. There was a Bimbo roundtable where we had a bunch of people sat down discussing Bimbo things. Apparently, I had a lot of opinions at that
Yeah, you
roundtable.
did. Oh my
Well,
God, you have
I have
opinions?
opinions about bimbofication. What can I say? But at the Bimbo roundtable, I remember we spoke to somebody who was they're a dom. They only dom. They do hypnosis on both sides, but they're when they DS, they're a dom. They are a a femdom lady. She identifies as a queen. That's her thing, but she is also really into bimbo play, and so she came into the roundtable and discussed with us about how a lot of the bimbofication culture is about being a submissive bimbo, which actually for me, I don't mind being a submissive bimbo because, I DS and I DS on both sides of the pocket watch. But like, I do feel like there is a space and there is a place for dominant bimbo. And I
So
do
just while
think
you talk
it's
about this, I
needed.
just need to run off real quick.
All good. Yeah. So basically, don't ever feel like if you are doing and engaging in bimbo play, that you have to be submissive in the scene. You can actually be a part of be a dominant bimbo, and that is totally valid and fine too. Yeah. So I think it was also just an interesting thing to hear about because I'd never considered bimbo being a dominant subtype, but I think actually she was saying too that she would do stuff with her sub, like they would go shopping and she's like, all right, slave, you hold my bags while I shop. Now you do the math on my clothes while I shop, kind of thing, which I was like, that's actually a really hot idea. And I do like that a lot. So I have made dominant bimbo files where you are a bimbo, but you are also a more of a dominant person if you'd like that. And yes, roundtable is a funny, a bimbo roundtable. Yeah, it was just a discussion on bimbofication in a hypnosis context. It was really fun. I really liked it. And I love roundtables because I think you get to hear so many personalities and so many points of view. I think it was great. You can also double down on other elements. For example, you could double down on the idea of shopping. You could double down on the ideas of doing smexy times if you want to. You could double down on the ideas of the transformation elements of oh, maybe you want to put on this blonde wig and shake your hair around like a cute girly girl or whatever, or maybe you want to double down on the muscleification of everything of oh, you're building muscle but you're still really smart but you're also really hot,
Oh my God, imagine being really hot.
Imagine being really hot. That'd be so silly.
Good thing you don't have to imagine being hot. You already are.
Stop. Oh my God,
God.
babe, what the fuck. Okay, negotiating a bimbo play scene. How do we negotiate in bimbo play?
Do you want me to?
Yeah,
talk about
go for it.
Okay, cool. Oh, sorry, just lots of. Oh my God, Bimbo is being flagged every single time someone says Bimbo in the chat.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Every time someone says Bimbo, it has to be manually approved. Okay.
Really?
Yes. So negotiating a Bimbo play scene.
Crazy.
So it's just negotiating normally, and y'all are fucking negotiating, right? Right?
Yeah, we're all negotiating.
So the main things that you need to know is clarify what a person is looking for in a bimbofication scene. Again, you don't want to go, oh my God, you're going to be such a weak, pretty little girly girl that's not going to be able to resist any strong dom men like myself type vibe.
Yeah, exactly.
And then that person turns around and goes, hey, actually, I want to be a Jimbo. I want to be dumb and lift weights and be like fucking buff.
Yeah, don't
So,
lift me.
like,
I lift you, bitch.
yeah, exactly. Like, you know, like that's
Yeah.
just make sure that you have an idea. Like with anything, you should talk about what it means to you, what you're looking to experience, and work out where the middle ground is, because the other person might go, hey, actually, I don't like the idea of like encouraging you to go to a gym for personal reasons, like
Yeah.
for safety as well. So
Yeah.
how about we meet somewhere in the middle and have like an imagined like
Gym.
or like, you know, yeah, or like running on a treadmill instead type thing. So yeah, there's that sort of thing. Then also, yeah, some people think that certain topics should be involved in bimbo play, whereas you might disagree. So again, talk about it beforehand. Also for guys, one can make a dumb joke. Yeah, or like, you know, that's all sort of bimbofication
And like the
themed. I know
language,
there's,
right? Yeah.
like muscle bimbo, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And you know, just talk about what it means to you, and then, as you said before, prelude for easy insertion as well. If someone
Yeah.
goes, "Oh my god, I want to feel like super dumb and pretty," then you can be like, "Oh my god, look at how super dumb and pretty you are."
Exactly. You're like, oh my God,
Um,
you're so pretty when you're dumb.
Imagine being pretty. Oh wait, fuck.
You're like, imagine being
Okay.
pretty dumb. Wait, hold up.
Yeah. Could not be me.
Could not
never me.
be. Could not be.
And then, yeah, obviously, like, as you're discussing it, just make sure you get consent for whatever you do. And, you know,
Yeah.
some people want schmexy time and some people don't.
Also, I think a lot of people think that consent is boring, or consent is like really stuffy and like, oh, it has to be like this
No,
really
but make
unsexy thing. But
really
no.
flirty. You can negotiate as like a flirty thing. You can have fun with it.
Yeah. I remember one time I
know?
was at an event and I was doing a consent chat with a new friend of mine, and we were in the hallway and somebody walked up to us and was like, "Oh my God, you two like flirting in the hallway? Like this, whatever's happening over here is really hot." And we're like, "Oh, we're just negotiating for a scene later." And they're like, "Keep going, ladies. This is really cute." And like walked away. And I was like, okay.
God.
Yeah, for a little vampire scene I was prepping. But we were like in the hallway just like chatting it up and like flicking our hair around and like looking all cute and shit. But people were like, whoa, this is, the energy here is electric. Keep that up. Like,
Yeah, you know, it can be fun.
it can be
You can have
fun.
fun with it, and then also it's a great time to start like doing a little bit of priming, like you said as well.
Yeah, exactly. To prime ideas of like, oh,
Prelude
say
for easy insertion.
if someone says to you like, oh, I love the idea of like just being a pretty vapid little airhead, you're like, cool, amazing, and then you're going to use all of that language later, and you're just going to tell them, aren't you so excited to become a pretty little vapid airhead for me? Like over and over and over for a week.
Copy and paste.
Copy and paste, yeah.
Yeah.
Every so
like,
often you just
copy
go,
and paste
pretty
verbally.
vapid little airhead is you.
Yep.
Not yet, but soon. And then they go, oh no.
And or like if you're doing it straight away, then you can still do that as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, what now? You have a bimbo, but now what do now?
What do you do with your bimbo?
Okay, so you can
what do you
do
do?
lots of things, but the first step is to do whatever the fuck you negotiated.
Negotiated.
That's really important. Whatever you've negotiated, that's where you're gonna go. And guess what? You're not gonna do stuff that you haven't negotiated because that's bad. Don't do that. Remember, your bimbofication scene is not the time to like add new shit in there. Don't add new shit in there. Okay? You do what you've discussed. But you can do stuff like game shows, quizzes, and maths tests. We've done before, made a bunch of. So what was the bimbo quiz show that we did? It was like we made a bunch of people dumb.
So we did it as like a public session, like way back
was a
in the old
text session.
Patreon server.
Yeah.
It was a text session. And you like dumped a whole bunch of people down.
Yeah. Including
as
Celia.
like a text thing. Yeah, including me.
Yeah.
And then you did like a quiz show where you're like, oh my God, like, and then who's going to get this right? And I know that you were like aiming to get like everyone so dumb that they couldn't.
We want it fail across the board.
And you asked, I think it was what is the capital of New Zealand? And everyone's like, oh my God, I don't know. But then apparently when I'm dumb as hell, I still remember how to use Control C and Control V. So I just like Control C'd the question, put into Google, pasted.
Actually, that's the smartest bimbo behavior I've ever heard.
The resulting answer.
Yeah.
And then I know you were very much like,
I was so disappointed.
wow. You're like, how?
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
Brat.
Yeah.
Brat
Oh
does
my God.
what Brat does. But
Yeah.
yeah, you can. I know you've also done like math things with me as well. When you're like, oh my
Yes.
god,
Math
like what's
tests.
this maths? And
Yeah.
recently,
We
it
love
is
doing
getting better.
the math thing where it's basically like, so what you do is if you're doing IQ play with Bimbo, what really is cool is to do basically an induction where you do what do you call it? Like math tests as you're like putting them in Bimbo space. So you just go like, oh, what's this plus this, and then they go what, and then you go, yeah, you don't know because you're so dumb, and you can just giggle because you don't know the answer, and that's cute and fun and funny, and then you keep going and keep going and keep going until you basically have like all the brain gone. Very cute.
Yeah, and you can also like if they're obviously like being able to answer, and you can also like do interjections to like derail that train of thought.
Exactly. And you can use
even
like
pulling up the
confusion.
idea of, oh my god, has your train of thought gone? And then you go like, imagine like a train of thought like choo choo in your brain.
But it's so pink. Oh
Oh
no.
my god.
You can have smexy smex times if you really want to.
Yeah.
For the people who are into that, I don't know how that goes, but if you have fun with that, then you have fun with that. You could just hang out. You could just hang out with your bimbos.
We've done that once. Well, not us, but we did that thing a while ago when you dumped me down, and we had, because we were long distance, and I was catching up with a friend, and we were like hanging out and just got like chips or something. We're like sitting there.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you can do that.
I've also been in like voice calls with people where somebody's basically turned me into a bimbo and then just gone, isn't it funny how all the smart people can talk around you while you're just so dumb and giggly? Like, and so I'm just sitting there dumb and giggly, and then everyone starts to notice because they were doing this like over text with me behind the scenes. So no one knew what was happening but we're all hypno people, so it was all cool. Obviously don't do this around your vanilla friends because they might get weirded out. But around your kinky friends, I'm sure it's fine as long as everyone knows what's going on. It was funny.
It's like the smart people talk.
Yeah, the smart people talk.
God,
it was so good. So good. You could do shopping day. We also have pitched an idea of shopping day online now. So you can do this in person where you can go to the mall.
We once did a dolly date at the mall.
Dolly date at the mall.
It wasn't really hypno-y though. There
No.
was a lot of priming, but we didn't actually end up doing like any of the hypnosis
Hypnosis in public is hard because hypnosis in public is not a good idea because, again, bystander consent is a really whole thing. But a good idea would be if you're hanging out in person, you could sit on the couch and do some online shopping while being a bimbo, as long as one of you is smart enough to know how finances work. Yeah, as long as one of you is smart enough to know that you can't spend all your money, make good financial decisions. But you know what I mean? It would be interesting to see as a bimbo if you bought any different stuff than you bought normally,
Probably.
You could segue into other kinks like doll play, robot play, brainwashing. Bimbo brainwashing is very popular. Role play, etc., etc. You could do a salon or a nail trip. Like you could fantasy or otherwise. Yep. You could do
get
service
a bunch
stuff.
of nail polishes out.
Yeah, you could do makeup on each other. We kind of cute. You could do service stuff or submission training as a bimbo versus submitting to a bimbo. I mean, that could be a fun scene where you are a bimbo who trains you. Bimbot goes beep boop. Oh my god, Bimbot would be kind of cute though. Oh my god, like totally, haha. Robot bimbo, love. Yeah, so you could do like submissive training.
Fail at stuff.
Yeah, as your bimbo, or you could submit to a bimbo, which would be kind of hot, and then you'll watch them fail at stuff. Because watching bimbos fail at things is really funny. So you could be like, "Oh, are you so dumb you can't even remember how clothes work?" That's really funny. It's really funny.
You just need a hand doing that.
That's really funny that you forgot how to put your panties back on. You took them off and now you can't remember. Wait, did you go to the bathroom and then forget how to put on your clothes? Oh, that's so silly. Do you need me to help you? Maybe I should just watch you fail. We were in a class one time where a guy did a demo on his partner where she took her top off and then he made her forget how to put it back on. And then we watched her for 20 minutes try and put on a top. It was really funny and very Do you remember that?
I think so.
That was like 20...
Was that 2020?
No, 20... Oh, yeah, I think it was, actually. 2020 bimbo class we went to. It was really cute. So, yeah. Okay. So, what now? We're going to look at variations on the bimbo trope. Take it away, baby.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So like variations on the bimbo-esque tropes. So you have like, again, goth bimbo,
Yep, that's me. Hi, I
black,
look bad in
broody,
pink.
high. Yeah, like not
I look
everyone
really
looks
bad
great
in
in pink.
pink. Literally, I look terrible as a blonde and I look terrible in pink. So honestly, if anyone tried to bimbofy me and they were like, "You're going to be blonde," I'd be like, "Damn, you are going to be so disappointed when you see me with blonde hair." Like
Yeah.
severely disappointed.
And like black lipstick goes hard for that.
It does. Black lipstick goes real hard for that.
And then, you can have like the muscle bimbo, like, oh
Shout
my
out to
God, you're
Callie
so
for
dumb.
that. Callie
Oh
ruined
my
an
God.
entire community by writing Muscle Bimbo, which is known as what I like to think of. Muscle Bimbo is the hottest erotica that has ever been written, in my personal opinion.
Gonna fucking start using the treadmill because of it.
God, it was so good. So please go
Oh my
read Muscle
God.
Bimbo. It will change your life. But anyway.
Then you also have like the, like the jock for like the male version of that, I guess.
Yeah.
Then you have
Or
like
Jimbo.
classic. Yeah, yeah. The classic Valley Girl. And then dominant versus submissive. You can play around with that. Fuck me up, fam. Love that. Oh, look at me. And then like F doll play.
Yeah.
All of that sort of stuff is also really cool because you can experiment with like different tropes. And then thembo, himbos, mimbos, gimbos, whatever you want to say, all have their own like characteristics. So like feel free. I know that we've called like everything
Bimbo today.
Yeah, we called everything bimbo today, but all of this sort of falls under a very similar like trope. And talk to a person, see like if they are like, hey, I want to do like bimbofication, but I find bimbo as like a very feminine thing and I am not feminine at all. I would prefer to be called a thembo. Then do that. Like,
and I know as a content creator, I've been providing, if I make a bimbo file now, I'll also provide a himbo and a thembo version for the good gender feels, because for me personally, as a content creator who loves making bimbofication stuff, I find it very weird when people only put out stuff that's just for the bimbos, because let's be real, it's the same trope across a variety of names and I guess pronouns. These are like bimbo pronouns, So so it's very important for me to provide a couple of different options for people, because not everybody wants to be a bimbo. Thembos are valid, himbos super valid, we're all super valid. So keeping that in mind, that if you don't identify with the word bimbo, that's totally cool. There are so many ways to engage in this and to do it and to put your own spin on it. Right. So Bimbo Inspiration. If you know any great places for bimbo kink themed work, please let us know, because we're always looking for new bimbo stuff that's not gross and weird and misogynistic. No offense to people who are making the gross, weird, misogynistic stuff, because, sure, I guess there's a lane for you, but also, as queer people, we want to see some queer shit too. Let us,
Let us have some like oh my God, you're gonna be so dumb for daddy type.
Yeah, please.
Misogynistic,
please.
kink leaning stuff.
I don't want to do that. I'm not gonna call you daddy. I'm sorry. You're gonna call me daddy, but I'm not gonna call you daddy.
Like MC stories.
Yeah, there are some great writers out here. Callie, shout out to Callie. If you read any of Callie's stories, by the way, and you look at the bottom and you see my name, no, you didn't. I've been a Patreon supporter of Callie for years now, because I want to support good work. And trust me, Callie makes chef's kiss of a work. Honestly, love, 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 love. Krispy Kreme also writes some pretty good bimbo stuff, and Bimbo Billionaire is my favorite story series. The theme of Bimbo Billionaire is imagine like
it's like a game show. It's like who wants to be a billionaire?
No,
game show,
so it's based off of what's the one with the cases where you open the case?
Oh yes.
What's that called? Deal or No Deal?
Deal or No Deal.
It's based on Deal or No Deal, and what it is you open a case and you either get money or bimbo, and you're wearing the collar of change, and the collar of change changes your appearance, it changes your brain, it changes lots of stuff about you until you lose eventually, and you become and the person in the story becomes a bimbo of a various type. And what I love about it is it goes through bimbo archetypes. Like recently somebody did one about robot bimbo. Oh, throat demons, hold on.
Yes, the Rimbo.
The Rimbo, the robot
What?
bimbo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so it's really cool to see all the different like variations on the bimbo. They've done goth bimbos, they've done robot bimbos, they've done some different stereotypes of the bimbo. They've done one where the girl was like a Southern Belle. They did Southern Belle bimbo. They've done like
Yes, they did.
tons of
I
different
remember
like
that one.
variations. They've done like bimbo with a reading kink. That's the best way I can
Yeah,
put it. Anyway, audio
yeah.
files. There are so many audio files out here. I make some other people
There's
make
this really
some.
cool person called Secret Subject who releases
Oh
some
my god,
really nice
stop.
bimbofication stuff.
Stop. You're so sweet.
Don't know if you've heard of her, but I
Yeah.
definitely highly recommend her work.
Yeah, so the selection is also super limited because, and there are some negative connotations surrounding the kink, and some of the creators who create the content, but make the content you want to see in the world, because it's really important that if you like this kink as well, and you are in a place where you want to make content, definitely do, especially content that relies on not permanent suggestions. And we're about to talk about that right now, because when we talk
Yeah.
about content in bimbofication, there's something really important we need to talk about. And that is, we're going to do a quick safety talk. Do you want to go through it, or do you want me to go through
Oh
it?
my God. I can go through it.
Yeah.
So the safety talk. So a lot of
Yeah.
hypnosis. So online, a lot of the bimbofication stuff, especially when it comes to like audios and other like content that you consume that is targeted around like
Yeah.
experiencing being a bimbo. So that
Yes.
also includes like all of like the flashy subliminals, or sorry, superliminals, I guess, because they're not really subliminals, but um, all of those
Yeah.
sorts of
Yeah.
things. There's sort of two things where two categories it falls into, which is like hypnosis content versus conditioning content.
Yes.
So, very generally, or at least the way that we're sort of like defining that, is the hypnosis content is a suggestion of bimbo play and will have defined end, e.g., for this hour, you will be a dumb, vapid, silly bimbo who is obsessed with schmecks. So it's fun to play with and is usually pretty tame and safe to listen to,
Yes.
especially like when made by ethical people with like consent and safety in mind.
With
But
a
then
very detailed description that tells you everything that's happening in the file, because that's also a
yes,
problem that we've come
there's
across
been a
recently.
yeah, I know I've definitely tried a couple recently where not everything was in the file, it was in the description, and then when you
All the
listen,
tags.
all the tags, and then when you listen, and then suddenly this like curveball gets thrown at you, it's not a good brain feel. Like there was one which was you do this thing, and then oh, by the way, you can't wake up out of this bimbo space until you comment on this video,
Yeah.
which was not listed
Not
anywhere.
listed.
And it was posted on a platform where you couldn't comment on the video. So it was quite a curveball for me. But you know, subject agency, I worked it out. The other type is conditioning content from Bimbo Play, which doesn't have a defined end, and that's more like a training tool.
Brainwashing.
Yeah, it's more like brainwashing type thing. So typically they're like defined with suggestions that don't have an end, or like, you know, are worded in a way which is like you should listen again and again to like form an addiction, or like always come back so you can continue being a bimbo all the time type, or
Yes.
you can continue this headspace all the time. They can also rely on brainwashing tools like pleasure conditioning, which is touching stuff and things while also saying how dumb you are. So the content tends to be a bit more sticky and less safe to do on a regular basis. Like if you have a grabby brain, especially, like we're not saying don't do it, but we're just saying like
Yeah.
be cautious about it, because some of it, especially like with the conditioning content, with like the pleasure conditioning, it can start to become a thing that can affect your everyday life if you're not careful.
Yes.
Um,
And as someone with a grabby brain, I can tell you that I probably should stay away from conditioning files, but I don't. Sometimes I do them, and sometimes they get a little bit too sticky, and sometimes the suggestions last a little too long. So just keep in mind that if you are going to engage in listening to conditioning files, and you'll know when you're listening to one, because it's typically the ones that are like, you just want to be a bimbo forever. This is not a suggestion. This is a state of being for you. You are not this, you are a bimbo now, you know, like this is it, you know? You'll know when it comes up. But if you see files like this, just go with caution, please. Please, proceed with caution.
Yeah.
Be careful.
I mean,
Like we've got a rule in the house now where if we do have a conditioning file, we'll probably be like, hey, this is a once a weeker instead of a regular rotation, you know?
And the good thing is we also both like know about it, you
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
and we can like make sure that each of us is fine.
Yeah,
with it.
exactly.
I know,
Yeah.
like back in the day, I used to know like specific files you'd listen to because
Yes.
for about a week afterwards,
Yep.
there's like significant changes that I noticed.
Yeah,
So
exactly. So it
that
is
sort of
real.
thing.
It is real and it does really exist. And I know there are people out here who will argue that, oh, these brainwashing files, these conditioning files don't actually work, but actually they do. And creators who make them with the intent that they'll work. Otherwise, why would we make them? You know, like what would be the point in making a conditioning file if they're not to work? So just be very, very careful. And a lot of the times, if I make a conditioning file, you will know about it. I will tell you about it up front. I'll be really, really honest with people about the content that I'm making. I really want, and I'm not trying to say that, like, not trying to name and shame people because I'm not going to do that. But I do want to say that if you are a content creator out here, please, can you start labeling your files, whether it's conditioning or hypnosis, especially in Bimbo Play, because it's really disappointing for somebody who loves Bimbo Play, who wants to engage in Bimbo Play, when I listen to your files and I realize halfway through, oh shit, this is brainwashing me, you know?
Yeah.
Like, please.
Or like you go, oh my God, this is such a hot file and I want to listen to it again, but I know
But
that
I
if
can't.
I do, it's going to get stickier.
Yeah, exactly. So just keep that in mind. And like, informed consent is the best form of consent. You know, consent where you know what's happening. All right. And finally, any questions? So do we have any? We've got 5 minutes before we need to swap over to the next class. But I just want to say a big thank you so much to everybody for being here so far and listening to this class. Thank you to Celia for being here. Yay, Celia.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness.
It's cool to get this class going again.
Yeah, I know.
I forgot how fun it was.
Yeah. We haven't taught this Bimbo class in a long time.
Fun. It was more fun with all the demos, but that's all good.
Oh my God, she's like so thirsty. Subjects, she's so thirsty.
Oh, I'm not that bad.
You're so thirsty. Question
Yeah,
for me,
because
do you
I
do
haven't had water.
dronification? Actually, we were going to have a dronification presentation today, but unfortunately that hasn't happened. But I really would like to do the dronification presentation. I personally don't engage in a lot of dronification play. But yeah. I love this conversation so much. I didn't know I need to hear it. Yeah, and also somebody asked, I missed some of the beginning. Can I watch this again? Absolutely. We're going to timestamp it down below at the end of the stream. Is there a valid Discord link? There will be a valid Discord link reposted. I will figure that out for you later.
I can, do you want me to do a Discord link?
Yeah, do a Discord link in the chat, please.
Yeah. What's
the best way to join communities like these? Find them and just jump in and see what happens. What else? Somebody was asking a question before about something, and would it be okay to post Bimbo content in the Discord server? Yes, go into the thingy chat and post some Bimbo content in there, because we're always curious about Bimbo content. I might even post some of my own in there, and then we can do that. Yes, new here, just go hello. Well, welcome. We're gonna get into our next class really soon. You mentioned a demo in the previous presentation. Is a recording of those? There is not a recording of those anywhere online. No. I'm so sorry. But for safety reasons, we no longer do recordings of the flesh tube stuff. Will there be any demonstrations today? There will be a demonstration of hypnosis later on in the stream, so stick around much later, and we'll be doing that. Yeah. I'll be hypnotizing the chat right at the end. If you sit through all the education subjects, you get a free trance. All you have to do is sit through 10 hours of classes, and then you finally get your hypnosis. Sounds fun, right? Is IQ play permanent? Mostly IQ play is not permanent, but it depends how you do it. Hey, babe.
Wait, what?
Oh, sorry. That sounded
like
that sounded really pointed, but I didn't mean it like that.
That sounded so targeted. Oh my God.
It's not. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, typically it's not. Sorry,
she's just like she got like a jump scare right there.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Okay. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. No. It's not typically permanent unless you, like, again, with those conditioning files, sometimes it can be more like
Yeah.
Yeah. It can be
Yeah.
encouraged to be more permanent, but that's also usually self-reinforcing.
Yeah.
So unless you're actively like doing that
Listening
sort
to
of
the files. Yeah.
self-reinforcing, it's usually a
Yeah.
very temporary thing.
Yeah. And one person said, how do you ensure online hypno communities are safe spaces? Typically, there'll be red flags if they're not. You'll start seeing things like a lot of people leaving. It's a big red flag. Or a lot of the times you'll see people very quick to jump in on people or prey on people, or like there's typically a vibe about it. You'll know some of the signs because it just won't feel like a safe place. It just won't feel comfy, or it's the kind of place where basically mods will be like, well, don't question that because we're mods and we know better than you. There's a lot of spaces like that, unfortunately, in HypnoKink, and it's really unfortunate. But also at the same time, it's really hard to run a decent community these days. We know from experience. We had a Discord community with over 6,000 members at one point. And it was really difficult to run and to keep it going. So it's hard to do, but at the same time, yeah, I want to get more concrete red flags. Yeah. Do you have any red flags, babe, in a Discord server that would like
I guess,
tell you it's not a good place?
Yeah, so for me, especially like if people play in public, like not seeing at least some like pre-talk.
Yeah.
And like
Yeah.
and I get that like some of it's in like DMs and stuff. Or alternatively, if someone has like if somewhere has rules, which is like being here as implicit consent to be hypnotized as well. Like
Yeah.
in certain situations that could be fine, but yeah.
Yeah.
It just depends on your risk profile, really.
Yeah.
Any sort of like, hey, the mods rule is law and you need to follow it as well. Yeah, that sort of thing is a bit of a no, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you everybody for. Does Celia do hypnosis on a channel somewhere? Do you do hypnosis on a channel? Oh no, I've got my hypno eyes out. Whoop.
Oh no.
Oh, wow.
Oh no, the hypno
Oh no.
eyes.
I'm so glad I turned off all my other toggles because woof, this could have been bad. Anyway, yeah. Do you do hypnosis anywhere, baby?
I mean, I have a Tumblr and a Twitter that's not really used. My Tumblr is more active. But
we'll link them in the
shitposting.
description.
Yeah. I think everyone's gonna have like a link in the description eventually.
Yes.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah. X. Oh, I should really update my my Twitter to have a Tumblr.
And we'll be seeing Celia later, who she will be doing some ASMR for us later.
Oh my God, I am, aren't I?
You are doing some ASMR later. You did sign up for that.
Yeah, I did.
But thank you so much for being here. I think let's get it set up for the next thing. I'm going to jump into my other room while we set up for the next thing. And maybe you can help our next guest get ready to rock and roll. All good. Okay. All right. I will see you later, baby. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
That's my wife, everyone. My literal wife. Okay. So, while we get set up, thanks for bringing up consent and safety. Thank you so much. Literally, consent and safety is super important to me, and I love it. And yeah. Anyway, hello. Right back in here. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for all being here. Now we're gonna have our first proper special guest. Celia is my wife, so she's like literally just like sitting in the other room. Doing stuff. But yeah, I'm so excited for this next class. So this next class is going to be by a friend of mine called AngelSteps. Some of you might know her. She is an ASMR artist and a VTuber. And it's super duper exciting that she's here today presenting this class for the first time ever. And I'm like really hyped about that, because at the end of the day, like as VTubers, we don't always get opportunities to present classes like this. So I think it's really cool how like we can give her the opportunity today to try out this new class. Hold on one second. But yeah, the slowpoke lady, yeah, she likes slowpoke. She really does. Oh my God. But yeah, she's been doing ASMR for a really long time, and I think it's very cool that she's been doing ASMR for such a long time. She's way more experienced on the topic than I am, so I'm really glad I can get like an expert on the topic here, because a lot of you know that I do make ASMR myself, but I've never been that good at it. So many people over the years have been like, secret why, oh no, secret Secret Y. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Cool. But yeah, no, I'm super duper excited about this next one, and I think it's really cool. So yeah, did I see Spiralize first? Did you see the Spiralize? Did you? Did you see my Spiralize? I don't know if you did. But if you did, then well, too bad. Oh my goodness. Also, this is the first time I've ever done one of these. Oh no, there's my okay. So one of these buttons is Spiralize, and I'm not quite sure which one it is. We will figure it out. We'll figure it out, and it will be so fun. And so this is gonna be fine. This is gonna be just fine. Just fine. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to like get everything going. Get the whole thing going. Oy. Oh my goodness. This is like the easiest part of the whole thing. Getting everything set up. I joke, a kid. It's always not, but it's always funny to figure this out. Here we go. Cool. All right. So our next guest is AngelSteps, and I'm super excited to say hello to her. I'll jump in and we'll say hello. Okay, here we go. Ready? Oh boy. Preparing. Okay, here we go. We're going to do some sound checking. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how you going?
Oh, would you believe me if I said I was really nervous?
No, you're fine. Anyway, everybody, this is AngelSteps. I'm super excited that you're here. Angel, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Ah.
Hi everyone.
Okay, let's go. I'm gonna transition over now. So let's see if this works. Okay, I've done some sneaky things behind the scenes. Ready? Look, there's Angel.
All right. I believe.
You
Everything
believe?
should be working. Hi, can everyone see me? Ba-bam. I think my YouTube's lagged out.
It's okay. I think we can see
there we
you.
go. All right.
I think we can see you.
I got it. Yeah, things on my side were bricking, and I was like, this is great. This
You got it.
happen right
We
as
put
I
you in
start.
position. You look great.
Awesome.
All
Thank
right.
you very much.
Let's go, Angel. I'm so hyped for this class. I can't wait to learn about
I'm
ASMR.
very happy to be here. I'm gonna be doing a bit of an educational panel in ASMR. I'm gonna talk a little bit about like ASMR in like the streaming world and like kind of tips to get started. There's a lot of things about ASMR that I think also get commonly misconstrued. So I'm gonna kind of tackle a bunch of different topics in that regard. But I do want to clarify, I'm no expert. I've been doing it for a while, but I'm no expert. So I guess those are my notes and tips there. I'm transparent. Yeah, I mean, you know, angels are from the ethereal realm, so that tracks. Let me see if I can boost my volume up first real quick though. Sometimes it's my settings.
Okay, let's...
Okay, how's that? Is that a little bit better? Test 1, 2. How do you guys feel? Does it sound good? Hopefully it does. I'm an expert! Aw, you're too sweet. You're too sweet. So the way I'm gonna break it down is I've got a more or less railroaded script that I've gone through because I want to make sure I hit all the right points. And then there's gonna be a really big question point where we can kind of go back and forth. You're being so modest. What do you mean? It's the truth. It's the truth. Alrighty. Can we get the PowerPoint on the screen? And then I think we're ready to roll. Unless it's there and my thing's just not showing it, because that is a possibility. I'm cursed sometimes, so. The chibi with the knife version? That's my favorite. I almost brought that to the stream, to be honest with you. I almost brought that. But then I thought, you know, maybe showing up on a Secrets channel with a knife is a bad idea. Sequin is not showing up. Sequin. You know, maybe we don't need the PowerPoint. I can wing it. I can wing it. It's fine. It's fine. See, the black screen is the ASMR. It's simulating being asleep. I'm gonna actually close my thing and reopen it and see if it's a me problem. I'm gonna finger hold it. Tower point hiding. It's in void. Help. Okay, we're gonna see if we can get that running, but you know, maybe it's a good thing my thing was a little bit shorter. Impromptu sharp play class. Okay, I actually have a story in this regard. I was doing an ASMR stream, and I grabbed a knife, and I was like, "Oh, what if we did like knife sounds?" And I was innocently thinking, right? I was just, you know, swiping the knives back and forth like I was sharpening them, and I was like, "Oh, that sounds so nice." And in my brain, I was thinking like blacksmith stuff, right? Like imagine that you were in like a blacksmithy and they were like sharpening a blade and it was like, you know, cool and fantasy. And the whole chat was just people going, "I'm so terrified. Oh, she's going to kill us. She's so evil." And I'm like, "What do you think of me, man? What did I what did I what did I do to cause this?" To this day, people still bring that stream up as if it was some like terrifying, horrible experience.
Okay.
And I really don't know what to do about it.
Okay, so let me go.
So we're gonna go ahead and just kind of start, despite the fact that the PowerPoint's
There we
being a
go.
little silly.
Got it.
I don't know if it's something on their end that's fixable or not. I've dropped the messages, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna be completely transparent. I made the entire PowerPoint last night at 3 in the morning, so it's really not that impressive
There we go.
of a visual. So we're gonna just roll. Yes, my taxes were accepted. Sorry, ignore me. I was filing my taxes in the waiting room, and I was very stressed about it. American taxes are very frustrating. American taxes are very frustrating. So sorry. I'm so sorry. That was an outburst I didn't mean to do. I just got really excited. But all right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. I think I know what the problem is. Hold on, I think I can tell her. I think I know what it is.
Okay. So I have to have it clicked on or else. So I have it clicked on right now.
Yeah.
My mic isn't on. No, it's muted. I'm muted.
1 second. Okay, cool. Yeah, we figured out the problem. All right, we ready? I want you guys to start thinking of some questions now as we go through. And I've got my script. I've got my script because in proper ASMR artist fashion, I need my script. So you want to be an ASMR artist. I almost called this panel ASMR for Dummies, but after I went through and I planned it all out, I think I go into a little bit far too much detail for that. So I'm going to be breaking down the basic process for how to get into ASMR creation and its pros and cons, including talking about whether or not ASMR is secretly the cheat sheet to success like we see so frequently argued about online. I'll be yapping at you for about half the time. In the second half, the floor will be open for you guys to ask some questions. I'm going to be reading the chat as I go too, so please feel free to ask questions as we go. If you haven't met me before, my name is AngelSteps, and I'm a VTuber who's been on the scene for about 6 years now. My content creation career started back in 2020 as a VR ASMR artist, and it's kind of grown out of the box into gaming content, singing, and video essays. I'm really, really passionate about the medium, and I've taught many of my peers how to start making ASMR in their own channels, and hopefully today I can inspire and properly warn you before you start your own ASMR path. Is there a bit of a difference in path depending on one's gender? No, I don't believe so at all. I think in terms of the core concept of how ASMR is, that it doesn't actually change in format at all in gender presentation. But there are different styles of ASMR, especially in like the vocal realm. So we are going to be going into like roleplay ASMR and like how it works and whatnot. And hopefully that'll help answer some of your questions. So what is ASMR? We see it on YouTube, we see it on Twitch, we see it trending on Twitter all the time for getting people's channels removed. But what is it? I have my thing on the wrong freaking monitor, so I have to like scan and look all the way over to change this. It's so silly. But ASMR is short for Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response, which is honestly just a really fancy way to describe a tingling sensation that certain sounds can cause for some people. Not everyone gets this physical response, and how it feels can vary a bit per person, but it's normally described as tingles. if you haven't personally felt this sensation, you know when you're listening to music and like your brain starts to fuzz? Frisson, right? It's kind of like that, but a little bit more of like a relaxing thing. Transparently, I actually don't experience the ASMR tingle sensation. I never have. Frisson is the closest I can get to understanding it. There's a lot of people that just don't experience it, and then there's people that like experience an opposite response where instead of getting a tingly response, they get like angry or anxious and anxiety. These are all like natural things because essentially ASMR is kind of about it's like a brain trick, right? Like not in the sense that hypnosis is, as we're going for a direct we're hitting a spot in the brain to make it respond in a physical sense, just across the board. And there's just different tricks to create that response. It's not so much about suggestion as it is like direct sound. But at the end of the day, ASMR is a brain trick. ASMR content is relatively videos or audios that are made with the intention of causing said response. It's the reason why we have things like unintentional ASMR because the content itself isn't ASMR. Like what I make, as much as we call it ASMR, it's not. ASMR is the response that you're having, and when we make content for ASMR, the goal is to make you experience it. Which I think is one of the bigger common misconceptions is we tend to think of ASMR as a content type, when in reality ASMR is a human reaction, and this is just content geared to cause it, or content that accidentally causes it. Now, that said, ASMR content has really grown and changed a lot in the last decade. A large portion of people who watch and enjoy ASMR don't always feel the sensation, and there's a lot of people that like modern ASMR and they don't like the tingling sensation at all. It's if anything, they aren't even seeking that out. ASMR videos have kind of become more synonymous with like relaxing and intimate content in like the modern era, the modern era that we're kind of in now. Um, I don't remember what my next page is. Ah, I see. I found it. This was my next page. What was the page after that? Okay, best microphone. We're good. We're on track. We're on track. Why does tingle immunity occur? If you are someone who experiences tingles, right? And you consistently listen to the same thing to cause the tingling sensation, your brain adapts to it. Just like how, oh, there's a few examples I can give here. Which one do I want to give? This is a kind of darker comparison, but like you know when you experience pain, if you experience small pains frequently, say you work in a job where you get cuts and scratches a lot, right? You kind of build a tolerance to some degree to that level of pain. But if you were to experience a harsher pain, like you stub your toe or something, that's still going to hurt. It's still going to cause the response, but you kind of stop feeling the immediate pain response to something that happens frequently. Tingling's in that same capacity. You build a tolerance. Alcohol tolerance is, I guess, that's another decent reaction that you could compare to, is your brain adapts. So when people have tingle immunity, there's two common ways to kind of break that. One, you take a break. Take a break, buddy. Try watching something different. And either A, you're going to find a different ASMR trigger that works for you to cause that tingling sensation that will then kind of break the immunity. Or by not touching the substance, so to speak, for a while, when you go to touch the substance again later, your tolerance is gone in the sense of tingles. Well, you know what? Now that I think about it, alcohol tolerance is actually a fantastic way to explain tingle immunity. I'm gonna have to remember that for the future. I feel overstimulated from ASMR, and that is completely valid and fine. Um, as I said at the start, there's a lot of people who don't always have a positive reaction to like core ASMR. There are some formats of ASMR nowadays that may be more in your vein, specifically in the more like vocal, the role play, and the intimate stuff. There's a lot of stuff now that isn't built to cause the tingling sensation, but they're built to make someone feel less lonely, someone to feel more relaxed. And I think that's a completely valid type of ASMR. I know there's going to be a lot of arguing back and forth about whether or not it counts as ASMR if it's not meant to target the tingling sensation, but like ASMR has grown so much that I don't think we can keep it in such a perfectly defined box. That's how things on the internet kind of are. They breach into different communities and they grow and change, and all those different formats are still valid. So while like core tingle chasing ASMR might not work for you, other relaxing content that's in the same vein may. But yeah, it's not something to feel much pressure about. But going back to my script here, because I derailed really bad. I've been making ASMR videos for about 6 years now. I started by making VR ASMR content that was entirely trigger focused. So like no talking, just tapping on objects and trying really hard to like hit that tingling sensation. But over the years, I kind of started messing around with other types like the roleplay ASMR. Through all my videos and streams, I've come to the conclusion that there is not one right way to do ASMR, but instead there's a million styles and methods. So today we're going to talk about the basics of what you need to start, what some of those styles and methods are, and how to ensure you are walking on a path of making something of semi-decent quality. The first problem being what microphone? You're going to need a decent mic regardless of the method of ASMR you want to do. But this is generally the first place where people get a bit blinded and tend to go in the wrong direction. I have a very popular mic here that we're going to talk about for a hot second. Yeah. This boy. This boy. Look familiar? Does anyone recognize this one? Yeah, this is an extremely popular microphone that has become kind of like the standard of ASMR mics in the relative worldview of ASMR, which I might have some hot takes about, to be honest with you. So this is the 3DIO. If you listen to ASMR or an aspiring ASMR artist, you've probably seen this microphone before, and you may have considered getting one until you saw its price. I'm going to level with you. I really don't understand how this microphone became the face of ASMR. Okay, don't get me wrong, it's a great mic. I have one, I use it. It has its strengths for sure. But I feel like it might have gotten popular for the wrong reasons. The 3DIO is not a mic that I recommend for vocal-based ASMR, right? So the way this mic works is the silicone ears are going to channel sound in a more natural way, which makes it fantastic for sounds that aren't talking. If you are an ear licker, this is your mic, right? This is your mic if that's your shtick. If you want to do any type of skin to silicone sounds, right? Ear cupping, things like that, this is great very specifically for those things. But if you're going to do virtually any other sound, there are a lot of other mics that allow you to do the same and be able to get way crisper audio. And especially in the realm of like vocal stuff, right? And this is kind of the point that I'm getting to. A lot of the ASMR artists that buy this microphone don't tend to do an excessive amount of the trigger sounds, which ear licking is a trigger at the end of the day. You're not talking, you're intentionally making sounds to create a feeling, right? The feeling is completely up to you. If you're there for more sussy, saucy reasons, that's fine. But it's still a feeling you're chasing down rather than going for like a vocal guided type of situation. If you are doing roleplay ASMR, this is not your mic. This is not your mic, please. I can't say that more clearly. It's a really expensive mic. It has a lot of hiccups in that regard. So only chase this one down if you already have established that you want to do very like lip-based, mouth-based ASMR that isn't vocal. Yeah? Okay. Hopefully I didn't say everything I just said in my script because I went off script again. I'm discovering I'm not that good at staying on script. Oh, actually, yeah, I said all this. Okay, the other thing is like price-wise. Because this mic has become so popular, the price on this has gone really far up. So the absolute base model of this is at bare minimum 400. It's not often on sale, and it is usually behind in shipment because it's being ordered so much. If you want to go for the better models, they can go up to over 2,000, it's a really high bar for someone who's just starting to look into ASMR or looking to find other avenues into it. Now, I will say the most popular setup with this mic that I've used and a lot of other VAs use is they'll have this mic set up to a soundboard, and then they'll have 2 additional microphones set up that are for the vocals. But that's a lot of mics, and as much as it's a lovely situation and it's great for audio, most people can't start with that kind of tech setup. That's kind of like the setup you get way later into the career, right? So while I'm definitely avidly trying to scare you away from this mic a little, if you know you like ASMR and you want to have a full range of sounds, by all means, it is great for what it's great at. And if you have the ability to do a multi-mic setup, it's fantastic. But we're gonna give you some other suggestions for starting points, places and mics that can get you off the ground and hit all the other categories without it being nearly so expensive. We're gonna start with the budget mic. There is a microphone that a lot of you have probably even potentially owned and never thought to use for ASMR, but it is a fantastic one. And I do see someone in the chat already bringing it up. Get out of here. I don't need that page. So the Blue Yeti is actually a fantastic starting place for ASMR. It's not the fanciest mic in the world, but this boy has binaural audio built in. It can get good volume levels without a mixer, even for sound-based ASMR, and you could do your wood tapping and whispers just fine with this mic, and it would be high quality enough for live streaming. On average, this thing's 140 or cheaper. You can find this thing on sale literally all the time. I literally checked this up last night, and if you order it right now, it's like 90 bucks on their main page, and even cheaper if you're going through things like Amazon. So like this is a really, really, really good starting place. I'm blanking on the name of what it's called, but like the mic muff, the thing at the top that you cover, you can like brush it and all kinds of stuff to do more sound-based triggers too. But it's fantastic for vocals. So if you want to get started, this is a really good starting place, and you're not going to have to get all the fancy stuff. But if you want to go a step up and get a really good mic for vocal trigger, and like all the other stuff, I have a different mic that I want to recommend, and I'm pretty sure Secret will back me up on this one. So this is my favorite microphone. It's the one I use for most of my videos. This is the Zoom H3VR 360 microphone. I love this thing. It's compact, it's micro USB OK, and it's got full 360 audio rather than just binaural. So if you want to make it sound like you're behind a specific ear, on top of them, underneath them, and you get my point, you can do all of that very easily with this. And its vocal pickups are fantastic. It's very clean, and it still gets everything else that you're looking for. It's also got a gain slider on the side that allows you to kind of like on the fly adjust. So it's fantastic for vocals, triggers. You can use it for environment sounds too. If you want like good rain sounds, you can just record the next storm that passes through. It's going to sound great on this thing. Also, it's under $300 at full price. So it's still cheaper than the 3DIO, and it covers everything except silicone ears and gives you 360. So going back, the only time I'd recommend the 3DIO is really if you want a hard lean, like ear licking ASMR and stuff that's really focused on that specific format. But if you're looking at different avenues, these are better places to start. Is a condenser mic a requirement for ASMR? Can you do good ASMR with two dynamic mics? You can. So everything is kind of a little bit like you can do whatever you want with ASMR. There really is no wrong answer nowadays for how to do it. But I would say that trying to capture binaural, while not a requirement, is recommended because it feels closer, right? It makes it feel like the person is right there rather than kind of like in the center of the room. You can do two dynamic microphones and toggle left and right and get a similar effect. It just comes down to how you mix it in post, or if you're doing live, making sure that your gain is at a level to where you can get more of like the vocal whispers and stuff. So right now, the way you're hearing me, you're not able to hear like every minute detail of what's happening with my voice. If I were to like rub my shirt slightly against the table, you wouldn't hear that. But it's good when your ASMR mic can pick up a lot of those more soft and particular sounds because it makes it feel much more immersive. And immersiveness is very critical to, I think, the ASMR vibe. No matter what type of ASMR you're making, you want it to feel immersive. So you can. You're just going to encounter some issues with the depth of the mic. Yeah, thank you, Sharon. That's a good way to phrase it. So next, how to make it. So you've decided you want to make ASMR. You've got your microphone and you're ready to give it a go, but how? This is the fun part. It's the part where we get to play around because there's so many options on how to make your ASMR content, and it's all totally valid. But of course, that means you're going to get stuck with some decision paralysis. So the first question, and honestly, the place that I generally start when I'm planning a video is roleplay or sound-based? Do you want to do more roleplay and vocal-based things? Audios that are entirely focused on your voice and the story and relaxation your words and a script can bring? Or did you want to get crafty with tools and create a video that's more focused on like rhythmic tapping or having their ears cleaned? You can blend the two, which is typically what I do, but it's best to kind of start here because whatever method you're going to go for with creating the content will change depending on what you're focusing on. Going back to a question that happened at the start, someone had asked if gender presentation plays a role in method. This is the section I was more or less talking about. So while gender presentation doesn't, if you're doing role play, right, then you have to think about the character you're playing, who they are, what their likes and dislikes are, what's their vocal profile, like those are the things you're going to think of. So if you are a male VTuber ASM artist and you do a lot of BFE content, if that's like your thing, then you've kind of already answered this question with the identity of your VTuber, right? And so the content you make starts from that VTuber identity or the characters that that VTuber runs, which pipelines how they choose to make their scripts. But at the end of the day, it's not a question of character presentation. It's a question of, are you even playing a character? Is that something you're doing? Or are you just trying to do like fun ASMR with sounds? Or like what's the blend you're going for, right? So yeah, this is question one. Always consistently, every time you go to make a video, every time you go to do a stream, question one is always going to be this. That said, roleplay is the more popular option here, despite being the harder of the two, in my opinion. I do think that that roleplay, despite being the main one, actually has a lot more caveats to it, and can be a lot harder to do well. It can be a lot harder because there's so much more that goes into it. But that's a personal opinion. I'm sure there's a lot of people who disagree with me. But so you can improv or you can get a script from someone. There's a lot of free resources for scripts that you can act out that are public, so don't be afraid to start with those. I know like the ASMR Script Haven Reddit is always a pretty good resource, and I saw little shout out. I saw Waterway in the chat. Waterway is a fantastic ASMR writer that has an incredibly large backlog of public scripts. I've commissioned them personally for a lot of custom scripts. So Waterway, if you're still here, feel free to wave. But I know I saw you when I got started. I've used their stuff a lot. From there, it's checking your sound settings. Now, again, this is going to be a little subjective, but your mic should have its gain on the higher side so it can grab all of those more human sounds, the breaths, the shifting, if you lick your lips. While in normal voice acting stuff, you want really clear and clean audio. ASMR isn't really about that. It's supposed to feel more intimate and close. It's why people tend to whisper through the whole process, but transparently you can soft talk. Just don't like full barrel talk or yell. Generally, ASMR that's less perfectly produced is more popular. So don't worry too much about your quality being perfect. Just kind of get your hands in there and get started. You'll get better as you go. But fair warning though, with ASMR, you're going to have one consistent problem that is also a problem for voice acting, and that's your sound wall. Yeah, trust me, your PC and your AC make a lot more sound than you realize, and your mic is 100% going to catch it. You're going to have to get a bit crafty to reduce that. If you don't know what a sound wall is, I want you to just like turn a mic on with high gain and don't say anything. Just record the sound of your room and then play it back, and you're going to hear what sounds like a million fans and some guy down the street walking his dog, and who knows what else. Maybe the wind, maybe you have a leaky faucet near you. You're going to hear a lot more than you realize. And the hardest part is getting just enough white noise, but not everything else. And I've been doing this for 6 years, and that is still a nightmare. Every time I go to record, it is a consistent thing. There was, at one point, at one point, I had wired my entire PC to be on the opposite side of the room, with like power extenders and USB extenders. Everything that made noise was on the other side of the room. And that kind of worked until all my USB extenders started to fry itself. In hindsight, I probably could have just made the mic go to the other side of the room and like used my phone for the script. But I didn't think that far. I went the hard way. That's not the case anymore, but yeah, denoising. Denoising is good, but with ASMR, there's one problem with denoising that I do want to recommend that everyone is careful with. So when you throw a denoiser on, it does typically muddle your voice a little. With ASMR specifically, if you're doing a more whisper style, it's going to make your voice sound a little bit underwater. I use denoiser though, but I use it at a very low percentage. Normal audio, you could go farther before your voice starts to muddle, but if you're doing like really whispery stuff, the denoiser tends to grab your voice in it to some degree faster. So if you're doing edited stuff and you know your way with an editing program, don't be afraid to use a denoiser, but listen very closely to how your voice sounds and make sure not to put too much. For me, the soft spot is around 8 to 10%. If I go any higher than that, I start sounding like I'm drowning ever so slightly. You can hear it in a few of my audios. I let a few of them go with the denoiser too high because there was just stuff in the background I couldn't get rid of otherwise. If you use a low pass filter on the delta signal, it fixes that effect. I will try that because that has been a problem. If you have a screenshot that you could send me, that would be killer. But anyway, past that, once you got your sound wall right, you've got your script, you just record the audio, take as many takes as you need, and boom, now it's time to edit. Congratulations, you've made an ASMR audio. Unless you've decided to try the other path, trigger-based sounds. This one I like a lot because it's so sandboxy and playful, right? I think this is truly the easier. Oh, did I disappear? I have gone into the void. This video being silly. There we go. How about now? Did it fix itself? Angel Doko. Angel Doko. Angel run away. Angel poof. All right. Oh no. In the process of doing that, I lost my thing. Hold on. Hold on. Bear with me. All right. Okay. I found it. So going back, going back to trigger-based stuff, I think that trigger-based ASMR is a bit easier for this specific reason. Almost anything can make a fun sound, right? So if you're experimenting with ASMR sounds, you can make crazy good sounds with crazy tools. I remember one stream I was doing, I had Post-its and I was cutting the Post-its into tiny strips and then I taped them together and made a Post-it brush live on stream and I was using that as like an ear scooper thing. And it made a really unique fun sound and we did that for a while. Like you can make crazy cool ASMR sounds by just being willing to mess around and play with tools. Once a month I usually go to the dollar store and I put 20 bucks in, grab a bunch of random things and let's see how it goes, right? So for that reason, I think it's easier in the sense of there's not so much process, it's more play. This version is definitely more play unless you're very good at improving. If you like improvisational acting, then roleplay will come to you pretty naturally. This one might be the harder one, but for me, this one was easier. I like scripts, but that makes it more long of a process. But you can grab random objects, you play with them next to the mic till you make a sound you like, you record it, toggle left and right, maybe whisper in one ear while the trigger's on the other. You can even full send not talk the entire thing. And boom, congratulations, audio done, just cut out the bad spots, right? The edit process is the same. You cut the bad takes, you apply some blends to the audio cut so you don't hear popping sounds. If you want to do like environment sounds or like extra things, you would mix it all at this point. And then boom, you've done it. That's another video. Congratulations. And if you're doing streams, it's even easier because you just do the basic process of setup and there's no post. You just do it all live and just hope that you don't mess up too many times. Now, if you want to add visuals, that can get a bit more complicated, but at the end of the day, most people just use an image or a looped animation for YouTube, so don't worry too much about that. That's really not something to worry about. Focus on the audio, everything else will kind of come later. We don't need the live ASMR thing. So, how do I know if it's good? Well, you don't. I wish there was some kind of metric you could use to really be able to gauge this, but when it comes to ASMR, there's an audience for all different kinds and methods. There's not safe for work ASMR, there's roleplay ASMR, there's object-based ASMR, positive affirmation ASMR, hypnosis ASMR. I mean, even unintentional ASMR has a very dedicated fan base, and those channels aren't even trying to be making ASMR. I think the only real thing that you can kind of gauge is your audio quality. But again, you don't need to make it perfect. Just focus on ensuring it doesn't get like super loud at random where you're hearing a bunch of like audio cuts and artifacting. I personally feel that ASMR has kind of become much like music, right? There's a million different genres that appeal to different audiences. And bear with me on this example. I know it's going to feel a little strange, but it'll make sense. Some people like death metal, right? But then there's people who will hear death metal and it just sounds like loud noise and it's infuriating. ASMR is kind of the same, right? Like some people really love the tingles and the frisson and all the feelings, and then other people get extremely overstimulated. Like that's kind of the same ball. It's the same deal. And we've got so many different types of ASMR now that it's like music genres that are just ever growing and ever changing. And each type of ASMR genre, so to speak, appeals to wildly different audiences, and there is no pleasing everyone. So don't get lost in the sauce trying to be the best ASMR artist, and instead make the ASMR you enjoy making, and hopefully it finds people that like that style. Don't let anyone police you on what is and isn't ASMR, because the ASMR community has grown so tremendously in the last few years that what it was and what it is now can't really even be compared, and that's okay. Just focus on the style that you like, and that's literally all that matters. I don't remember what the rest of my panels are, so I'm gonna just. Yes. Yes, this is the one for this one. This is literally the page for what I've been talking about, but I forgot this was here. Again, I made this at 3 a.m. I really should have made some sort of board to keep myself following. The one common line all ASMR styles have is that it's about making someone relax or be happier. Like, even if you're making degradation ASMR, there's people out there who like that, you know? This might also be a good time to dispel some really common misconceptions. ASMR is not inherently sexual, right? Some of the most popular ASMR amongst my peers is watching these channels with like little old ladies talking about their day or going gardening or grocery shopping and describing the food that they're buying. Like, there's so many formats that are not sexual in the slightest, but the internet is very good at pointing at one part of the genre and kind of pretending the rest don't exist. Sexual ASMR is fantastic and great, and so is non-sexual ASMR. It's all great because it's all for different audiences, right? All these types of content, they're made for different people. Going back to what I said at the very start, ASMR isn't actually the content. ASMR is the feeling the viewer gets, right? So in that case, whatever you're making is targeting a specific type of audience to experience a positive feeling. That's really the concept in its core. So all of it applies. It's just targeting different people, different groups of people. Ask yourself what kind of ASMR you want to make. And if you don't know, go scroll through some channels, find creators already doing the style that appeals to you, and just give it a go. There's no failure here. It's just a huge creative playground. YouTube and Twitch AI, we beg to differ. Yeah, well, arguing with AIs never tends to end too well. And again, real quick, at the end of the presentation, we're going to have a few spots for questions. So if you haven't started thinking up some questions, I'm going to muscle through the last bit here, which is a little bit of a controversial piece. But I was trying to figure out something that I felt would be important to talk about. So we're going to go into one chunkier part, and then we're going to open up questions, okay? So ASMR is very, very popular in the VTubing sphere. It does not matter if you're male or female. If you're a VTuber, you have had audience members ask when you're going to do ASMR. Honestly, it's really interesting from a logistics standpoint, just how many VTuber fans also happen to be ASMR fans, which is where the next rabbit hole I want to talk about is. I want to talk about how ASMR is a streaming category and the ASMR burnout that we tend to see a lot of creators go through, because I feel like in the last 4 years I've watched so many creators pick up ASMR, drop all the things that they were doing prior to hard focus it, and then they either quit it or they quit VTubing as a whole. And as much as I wish this was just coincidental, there is a reason, there is a pattern. How many people have heard someone say that ASMR is the easiest way to get Twitch partner? Anyone? Maybe this question's geared too specifically at creators, but it's something I see people bring up a lot, to the point that it's almost become like a controversial topic. So we're just going to open that one up. If you have considered becoming an ASMR artist specifically in the live streaming area because you see it brings a lot of other channels big numbers quickly, there's a few important notes to keep in mind of. But to say the thing that is a little frustrating, yes, ASMR streaming by nature will be more likely to boost your numbers faster than if you're just streaming games. This is unfortunately true for most VTubers, but not if you're an established gaming channel or like a React channel, right? If you have an established audience for a type of content, this doesn't apply. This is something that tends to be more for people that haven't created an established channel with people that have expectations, right? But because of this, people tend to get attracted to it, even if they don't really like ASMR. I personally have a lot of conflicting feelings about this, right? I'm someone who loves ASMR, and ironically, my numbers at this stage now when I stream, it's the same for games or ASMR, and I think I'm very lucky in that value. That's not something a lot of people have. But I know for a fact that years back when I only did ASMR, if I had chosen to just stay doing ASMR and nothing else, I probably would have like a larger audience and average viewership. And I understand just how attractive those big numbers can feel, and so many creators tip over into the ASMR format specifically to chase that down. But if ASMR is not something you like to make, you're going to burn out. Something that I think gets overlooked a lot about ASMR is if there's people in the chat who watch ASMR, you know what you're there for. You're there to relax, right? You're there to relax after a long day. Kind of in the same way that a lot of like art streams will have a lot of people that are lurking. They're not like super involved in the stream. They're just there to chill. ASMR is hyper focused on that, right? Which means that as ASMR streamers raid from ASMR stream to ASMR stream to ASMR stream, viewers are falling asleep and they have zero clue that they're in your channel, right? So the numbers are floating because there's a bunch of people that are just kind of there that's asleep. It's sleep content. If they're asleep, no one will click off or really get frustrated or swap tabs to play a game because they're asleep, right? It's not ill-intended, but most of those extra viewers aren't really going to have time to connect with you, the creator. There's a good chance that by the time you end stream, they'll never know that they were listening to you. And I think that's something that gets in people's minds a lot. Now, in time, a lot of those viewers will absolutely fall in love with your content. It just takes longer because you're dealing with the coin flip of if they're awake and if they're engaged. And the content that you're making is specifically so they can relax. So if they are getting really engaged with you, the person, then it's almost like you're doing something wrong. You know what I mean? It's a catch-22. If you're doing your job as an ASMR artist really good, they're asleep. So no matter what you do, damned if you do, damned if you don't, is kind of the caveat here, right? And this does tend to weigh on people a lot. I feel like a lot of creators that have one foot in both the ASMR pool and the gaming pool tend to start to feel a lot of pressure when they're doing ASMR and they have like 60 plus, 100 plus people watching, and then they go to play their favorite game and they see everyone leave and it go to 10. It's hard, trust me, I get it. When I first decided I wanted to do game streams, I watched my channel go from 400 average to 60, but I'm happy with what I do, and that's the thing that matters, right? The number of average viewers isn't the defining line on what makes you a good creator. If all you do is chase a big number, you're gonna fall off the wagon entirely. And trust me, ASMR viewers would much prefer something made with love and genuine care for the art. I want to see more streamers enjoy doing ASMR, and I think the quickest way to that becoming a more normal thing is getting more streamers and viewers on the same page about why it has a floated viewership and why ASMR viewers tend to take longer to become familiar with the channel. Um, because it's just a matter of, well, it's sleep aid content. It doesn't mean that you're a bad creator, and it doesn't mean that the viewers don't care. It's just really different from an engaging chatting stream or if you're doing a gaming stream. Okay, cool. Leave it on that. I don't know what panel 20 is because I thought that was panel 20, but it's about to be question time. So if after everything I've said, you still are interested in giving it a go, then you've got my blessing. ASMR is a really fun and creative field that has so much potential for cool things. You can make so many different types of sounds, roleplay stories, and environments for each video. And as a VTuber, you can use your model 3D or 2D to act out entire scenarios for each thing. They can be as fantastical as you can imagine, and you can make it feel real. You can full lean into your acting side, or you can take your mic on the go and record the sound of the road and the ocean and the sand underneath your feet and make that into a unique sleep aid video. The sky is literally the limit. All right, so now you guys can ask questions. I've gotten through all the main brunt. I've gotten through the main brunt. I did see a few in here that I will quickly go and grab. How would I begin to start working with hypnotic ASMR? I have some ideas, but I'm not sure how to start or denoise. I would say don't worry too much about the editing process. Just start with the writing process, right? Just start with the writing process. Figure out what you want to say and record yourself saying it, and then kind of go back and go over it and go like, oh, is this something that I feel good about? Any advice on how to balance ASMR content with gaming content? This might be the most controversial take I have. You should do whatever balance feels right for you. I think with ASMR, especially with how platforms treat ASMR these days, it's not healthy to look at your channel as a, I'm going to grow as an ASMR artist and then also do other things, right? Do your ASMR as much as it makes you happy and figure out a confident, solid line for yourself. Like, draw a line in the sand for yourself on how much of that is where you want to go. Is it frustrating for an ASMR variety streamer if they're doing something else and people in the chat mostly ask when ASMR? It can be. I think that's definitely something that gets under people's skin a lot. I'm a I'm a very headstrong person, so when people say things to me, I'm very quick to just be like, later, shut up. Despite how I might seem, I'm quite aggressive when I need to be. So it doesn't get under my skin that bad. But I know for a lot of people, it can demean and devalue to them what they're actively doing, right? Like, it'll make them feel like what they're doing isn't enough. I know that's not the intent. And that's why it doesn't get under my skin specifically, but I know that others will feel like, oh, I shouldn't be doing this because all they want is ASMR, and then that can upset them a bit. But that's kind of life to some degree, as we are always going to play the balancing act of accidentally upsetting people and not meaning to, and like there is always kind of a walk there, right? Where should one start when one is totally new to content creation? If you want to start content creation, if it's YouTube, start messing around with making shorts for fun, because it's easy. It's 1 minute. It's a good place to figure out what you can do. And if it's streams, hit go live. Make the crappiest stream you can and hit go live. Stream to no one for a few days and just experiment. And then look over your VODs. Look over your VODs and be like, wow, would I watch this? And if no, don't beat yourself up. Be like, okay, well, what can I do to improve? And just start learning, right? Just get in the play box and learn and be ready to make a lot of mistakes. No matter what format of content you want to make, you have to get out there and make mistakes and learn what you like and what you don't like to start getting farther. The start is always the hardest. Trust me, that is always the hardest, but you just got to get there and start fucking up without not having much of a better way to phrase it. That really is what it is. Any tips for idea brainstorming, script concepts, and things like roleplay ASMR? I have a notebook that I handwrite ideas. I have a notebook where I handwrite a bunch of ideas, and I'll just be like, oh, this is cool. This isn't cool. I like this idea. And when I don't know, if I don't have like something immediately in my mind, that's when I just go to free resource scripts. Is gaming ASMR a good way to do variety content with ASMR? There's absolutely an audience for it. If that's something you like to do, then go for it. I used to do some gaming ASMR, but I found that when I get really invested, my voice raises. My voice raises. So the only way I'm going to do that is if it's a challenge, right? Because I know if I were to do that frequently, the second I get really happy, I'm going to peek the mic and wake everyone up. So, yeah. If you had to pick between either ASMR or hypnosis, which one would you choose? So, I actually am a hypnosis baby. I know very little about it. And I'm a very submissive person. when it comes to that kind of stuff. So I've never seeked it out, and I've never had someone in my general vein that wanted to teach me or show me how it worked. Everything I know about hypnosis, I know from my good friend Secret. She has sat me down in calls many a time and taught me a million things about it. And every time I'm like, that's cool. ASMR is more or less my vein. Mm-mm. Is there a different approach based on one's voice, character, male or female? Nope. It's all the same. It's just kind of comes down to how you want to present the character if you're doing role play, right? Mm-hmm. Why do VTubers put so much physics into their bodies? I mean, at the end of the day, we're a moving animation. Wouldn't it be more fun if it moved more? Yeah. That's honestly the reason. I'm sure there's a million other things, but it's just, isn't it pretty when it moves? Why would you spend $2,000 to make your animation move and then make it really rigid just so that way people don't think it jiggles too much? It seems like a waste of $2,000. In your opinion, should a role-playing ASMR artist focus on playing similar characters in different videos or doing lots of different? I think it depends on if that person is focusing on creating a specific mood or if they like voice acting. I like voice acting, so I'm going to do a bunch of different types, right? I want to create a bunch of different things. But if you really like to create soothing environments, maybe you want to stick to like mommy role play. Maybe you want to stick to heartbeat triggers, right? Like maybe you want to really just hard focus in. There's nothing wrong with niching down, right? There's nothing wrong with niching down, but you don't have to. It's like music. Have fun, right? Go have fun. Just kind of go for it. Any software recommendations for mic level adjusting? Most mics come with their own software, and they all have consistently sucked. I am yet to find a good one. There's probably some audio files in the chat that can give you better advice than me because I hate my own voice. How do I get over that? You don't? So I used to be mute. I didn't talk. My whole first half year of content creation, I was entirely mute because I thought everyone would hate my voice. And at this point, I talk constantly. I do vocal role plays and I sing. And my secret cap is I still hate my voice. I hate my voice to heck and back. I think I sound like an annoying, dying, drunk, smoking chipmunk. Like, everyone says I'm insane for saying this, but I think my voice is terrible. I don't know how I got this far. But I'm just gonna keep going, regardless of how I feel about it. My voice might be grating to me. I might think I sound like trash. But it's clear that other people don't feel that way. So I need to keep pushing through and not let that fear and anxiety stop me, right? I have to keep pushing through anyway. For you guys, not for me. Maybe one day I'll magically think I sound good, but I've been doing this for 6 years and I don't really feel like that's changed much. I've just gotten better at pushing through, right? It's the whole like courage isn't not feeling fear. Courage is standing up and pushing forward even when terrified, right? So be courageous about your voice. Even if you're scared everyone's going to hate it, even if you hate it, get up and do it anyway, right? I can't think of a better way to say that. Any suggestions on models? I have a free one right now as a test. How do you suggest creating your own? So I actually did draw a model once myself. And it was a nightmare. I've done it. I've done it. I never want to do it again. But I eventually got to the point of getting the model you see now that I paid a pretty penny for, and I don't regret it. But the best starting place is honestly the free to use models or the customizable models because they're very well made nowadays. So there's no reason to not start there. Figure out a design and vibe, and figure out if you like streaming before you start, putting a lot of money on it. Because it does get expensive fast. Would you recommend avoiding ASMR types that you do not generally listen to? I think that depends on your personality. So I like to try things that are not in my wheelhouse. I like to kind of mess around and to F around and find out, right? Um, it just varies per person. If you are someone that is aiming to be like perfect in quality, then maybe niche down and just do what you like because you know what to listen for. But if you're not afraid of people judging you or saying mean things, just go try it. Worst case scenario, the internet calls you stupid and says terrible things. And I'm gonna be real, they're gonna do that anyway. We're anime people on the internet. They're gonna make fun of us. So why let that stop you? Just go try. And if it goes badly, it's a learning experience. Maybe before you try that ASMR, do some more research next time. I have messed up so many videos, so many streams. Oh man, there's so many times where I've just been like, let's just try it, and it goes terribly. But because I've tried it, I have like the foundation to try again later, to learn from that experience. And I think it's better on the internet to constantly be willing to just push that envelope and push forward, right? Just keep trying. But yeah, hi everyone. Thank you for joining. We are kind of coming up at the end of the segment, so this is your last chance. Last chance for questions. I think we have like 6 minutes left, and I know there's a delay, so if there was anything particular that I didn't answer that you've been dwelling on, this is your chance. Yeah, the internet's a rough. Viewer's a great place for first models. I found that the program is a little hard for me to understand how some of it works, but it is definitely a great place to get started. And there's people that make Viewer models for very good prices, and they're very nice. So, definitely recommend those if you're looking at 3D. 3D is also fun because then you can do things for like VR chat and stuff. It has a lot more like realm of opportunity. Is there a big difference between ASMR and roleplay ASMR? I think the phrase is there a big difference between sound trigger based ASMR and roleplay ASMR? Because in that case, yes, you're focusing on very different methods of how to do said ASMR, right? But when it comes to like roleplay is just like okay, roleplay ASMR and ASMR is a rectangle is a square, but a square is a rectangle isn't a square, right? It's that argument of one fits in the box and the other one doesn't. Is ASMR creation as lonely and secluding as I've heard a lot of artists say? Yeah. So let me put it this way. Imagine you're streaming. You're doing ASMR. You have 300 people in your chat. And they're all asleep. Maybe one person's talking with you, and you're whispering sweet nothings into your microphone while staring at a screen of yourself, essentially talking to the void. And you do this and nothing else every single day. And then the other stuff you do is you record by yourself in a room. And then the content you make, because it's in the GFE or BFE vein, tends to get interesting looks from some of your peers outside of the ones that are doing the exact same kind of content that are also kind of doing solo exclusive stuff. This is a box that people tend to fall in. Now, ASMR content doesn't have to be this way, but when you're in an environment like that and you just keep doing things in that environment, it becomes hard to breach out. It becomes hard to kind of be extroverted unless you happen to be surrounded by extroverted ASMR artists or you have a strangely extroverted ASMR chat, which is my case. You guys, the cherry brats that are here, they make sure I'm never lonely. But I do know that it can feel very isolating when you don't have people like in your corner being very social throughout the process, you know? And then when all you make is that specific type of content, you're not really getting as many opportunities to meet other people who do other things to make more friends that understand the creation battle. And ASMR does have a lot of misconceptions about it, to where when you are on the internet and good old Twitter and you talk about how you're an ASMR artist, there's a lot of creators that kind of just immediately assume that you are not in this same like realm or vein as them. So it can be very hard. You know what I mean? Oh, Tummy, don't growl. Don't worry. Dinner's soon. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I haven't eaten today. It's been a long day. What inspired you to start doing ASMR in the first place? All right, so this will probably be a second to last question or the last question, depending. But I wanted to do something with myself during COVID. COVID happened, and my family was I forget the word all of a sudden, but basically I couldn't risk going to work because they were likely to get ill if I went to work. So we were all quarantined in my house throughout like all of 2020. And it was really, really isolating and really rough. And I was really not doing well mentally. So during that time period, I was trying to find things to do with myself because I was getting depressed and the whole world was getting depressed. So I did a lot of VR chat like for fun at the time. And I decided I was going to just try doing VR ASMR. Let's just do it. Let's just jump into the pool, right? So I made a VR ASMR video. I put it on YouTube and I got very lucky and a lot of people found it and wanted more. So I just kept doing it because my whole goal was to make people happier. As I said earlier, I was mute. I didn't talk. I just used the model and tapped on things. So it was very simplistic, but I wanted to do positive things, and I got very lucky. And then when the world opened back up, I decided I wanted to keep being a creator rather than going back to my day job. And that meant learning new things and adapting as I go. And I didn't know what VTubers were. I was using a virtual avatar, but it was just because I played VR chat. I didn't know what VTubers were. But that same week was when Hololive debuted Myth, the first EN gen with like Calliope and Gura and them. That was the moment where that all started, and I learned a bit from that. Is GFE easier to get an audience than BFE? So this will be my last question. It's the most controversial thing I could say. BFE is actually easier. If you look at how many BFE channels succeed versus how many GFE channels do, and it's because YouTube's algorithm is more likely to smack a female voice when it moans versus a male voice. Female breaths are more likely to get muted. So male breathiness is more likely to not get muted. It's very unfortunate that this is an algorithmic problem. But BFE has a very big realm. If you want to do BFE, you just really got to hard send, and you're less likely to get smacked by YouTube than GFE. But yeah, so there you go. I have a deep voice, so sometimes that saves me, and I get smacked a little bit less than some of my higher voiced counterparts. Yeah, it's very unexpected. But the thing is like BFE audiences don't mingle as much into the VTuber realm, I think. That's part of the problem in terms of like why the VTuber audience thinks ASMR is the way it is, because we have very much like heavy classic ASMR fans and heavy GFE fans here. A lot of the BFE fans aren't actually as integral to the VTuber field, so we just don't have that representation to be hearing them talk, right? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's the weird stuff. But that's unfortunately going to be my final point for the day because we are now at the end of my segment. Thank you guys so much. Big love to Secret for having me on. I
was gonna say
was
thank you,
so
Angel,
nervous.
for being here. Oh my god.
Thank you. I saw you on mute and I was staring and I was like, is she gonna say something?
I am. I was biding my time. I'm trying not to have any more scuff. Okay, we've had enough scuff for one day.
We're
And I'm
VTubers.
like,
We're gonna have scuff the rest of the day.
more
I hate
scuff.
to break it to you.
No more scuff. But yeah, thank you so much, Angel, for the class on ASMR. Seriously, that was so informative. And I
tried.
I loved that. I think, honestly, so many people seem to learn so much from you. And thank you. I hope you get to present this at lots of cons.
I hope so, too. Woo! I need to fix it up a bit, but yeah.
So cons, if you're looking for an ASMR class, you need to hit up Angel ASAP.
I want to teach more people.
Yeah, it's fun, right?
Secret. I hope the rest of your hypnosis educational show goes super well, and I hope everyone has a fantastic time.
Oh, well, thank you for being here. Until next time, we'll see you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that was AngelSteps, everybody. Hello. I'm back. I've returned. And like I said, no more scuff. No more scuff. No more scuff. We're not doing any more scuff. We're not doing any more scuff for the rest of the stream. Okay. Hello, everybody. TingleCon, yeah. Honestly, imagine if they had an ASMR con. That'd be kind of fun, actually. Right. Wait, are you not staying for the rest? Who? Angel's not staying. No, Angel's done her class. And we've got lots more classes to go. Right. So the next one is me. You got to deal with me again. Oh, no. Oh, no. You got to watch me try and keep to time, which is like the thing I'm the worst at. So we'll see how this goes. But yeah, again, thank you so much to Angel for being here. We've got so many cool classes to come. After this, we've got a special presentation with Sleepyhead. Sleepyhead and I are going to be discussing the mind control game wiki. But right now, I've got a very fun class for you. This is finding your hypnotic dominance. Okay, this is like an old banger that I've taught once or twice before. I think I've taught this at one more secret. Oh, rump. I know. More secret. Oh, no. You have to deal with me. I made a meme for this the other day that went viral on Twitter, but we're going to discuss that as part of the class. So this class I actually taught for the first time back in 2021. Because I felt like it was really important to have more classes about finding your hypnotic dominance, especially from somebody who is a switch, as I am. Especially as somebody who has worked very hard at becoming more dominant. I'm now a switch with a dominant lean. So I kind of had the experience on both sides of the pocket watch. I did record this a long time ago for YouTube, but I feel like I always like to update my classes because things change a lot, and the stories that I tell as part of this class probably have changed a lot. Hypnotic dominance, I already found them. Oh, well, good for you. Anyway, this class is about finding your hypnotic dominance and ways in which you can become a little more dominant through hypnosis, or utilize your dominance a bit more in hypnosis if that is something you are so inclined to do. Now, before we start, there will be some caveats to this, because there always are when it comes to topics like this. Right. So here's a little bit of information about me. Again, if you're on this channel, you already know a little bit about me. I'm just going to check that this is working. Yes, this is working. Cool. Okay, so I'm Secret. As you know, you're here on this channel. I hope you would know. She, her pronouns. I live in New Zealand, but I'm not a Kiwi. I'm actually from the UK originally, which is why my accent is so fucky wucky. I'm an ex-preschool teacher, but I now work as a hypnotist and hypnodom, and I have been making hypnosis content on the internet since 2017, which is also when I started switching. I love cats, and I have 3 of them. I'm a switch with a dom lean. So what does that mean? It means that I play on both sides of the pocket watch, but typically you'll see me dominating the shit out of people. Typically you'll see me as the dominant in the situation, the person who's controlling the scene, the person who's doing the hypnotizing. Although I have hypnotized people while subby before, and I can in fact hypnotize people while tied up and also wearing a collar. So does that say something about my power? I think it might. I think it might. I did used to teach. I do have a degree in teaching. I love teaching. Teaching is my passion. That's why I do this. And yes, here's a picture of one of my cats. That's Pippa. That's my very expensive cat. He had bottom surgery last year and it cost a lot of money. Yeah, someone who leans very heavily to the S side. I have difficulty not submitting to my own. Yeah, we can talk about that. And honestly, this class is very discussion-y. So why this class now? Okay, more people than ever are getting into creating HypnoKink content. And I feel like that as we see more HypnoKink content creators, we're seeing a rise in more interest in online play. We're seeing a more interest in people doing hypnosis. We're seeing more of an interest in just people engaging in this space in general. So I think it's really important to discuss these kind of topics. A lot of people want to be able to step up and try something new. Some of you might be sitting in this room thinking, but I'm just a sub, like my wife. She always says to me, I'm just a sub. And then all of a sudden she's now started playing with people. And even though she says she's just submissive, I've seen her dom people, and trust and believe, she has a dominant bone. You know, so I think a lot of people are now in their era, especially since 2020. We're trying something new. We're doing something different, and that's okay. Yeah. And that's okay. If you have zero interest in DS stuff, that is totally okay. But this is for the people who do. And I think it's important to discuss, you know. HypnoKink has a lot of BDS themes that come with certain roles and expectations. Yeah, so because HypnoKink goes hand in hand with DS play and BDSM themes, sometimes it can be really difficult to be a hypnotist who maybe doesn't feel like they're owning their power as a dominant, or maybe you just don't feel like you're very dominant and you kind of want to know how to be better at being dominant. But the thing with being dominant is we're going to learn today that there's lots of different ways to be dominant and display dominance. Yeah, there isn't one set guide on how to be a good dominant, and that's for a reason, because there's more than one way to be a good dominant, and I think it's important that we discuss it. Yeah. Navigating dominant spaces can be difficult and has a lot of pitfalls we all trip into. And I'm going to be discussing a lot of those today, because I myself, as somebody who is not just a femdom, but a hypnotist, but somebody who is feminine, and I'm a cis woman, she, her pronouns and all that shit. Because of that, I have had some experiences in BDSM and in kink and in hypno-kink that have really shaped the way that I have started using my dominance for people. So this is about that. So this is a step up into your dominance journey if you are interested in that. If you're not, that's okay. This class might not be for you, but maybe you also are looking for a good dominant and you just want to know what makes a good dominant so you can look for a right dom. So there's a lot of ways we can take this. So why this class? I've been on this journey since 2017-ish. I've been creating domination content since then to small success. Look at my YouTube channel, look at my Patreon. I've been have a little bit of success in this area, I feel, and some of you tell me that I'm pretty good at what I do. So yay me. I've had submissives in the past, including my wife, who's in the chat, who has been a sub of mine since 2017. We've been doing this for nearly 10 fucking years. Crazy, I know. And I was championing the idea that rapport makes for better communications before it was a done thing. Which, can I just say, I'm glad we're in this era of hypno-kink where rapport and building connections with people is super important, because it didn't used to be as important as it is now. Or even, I don't want to say it didn't used to be as important, but it didn't used to be as discussed as it is now. And I think it's really, really good that we're now discussing this more, and it's becoming a proper thing that's talked about a lot. I'm still learning as a dominant, but hint, hint, we all are. Yeah, everyone's still learning all the time. We're learners, and we're also, to educate yourself is to grow. So I feel like that, like, we're all learning in our domination. And I'm passionate about helping finding others. I'm passionate about helping others find what makes them tick TikTok. I'm passionate about helping others find what makes them tick hypno-kink wise. Yeah. 10 years. 2017 wasn't 10 years ago. Please, it was 9 years ago, but we're really close. Okay. We're dangerously close to 10 years. Okay. So story time. How do we get into this place? So I've got a little story to tell you. This goes all the way back to 2011. Okay. So I started in the hypno-kink scene when I was 18 years old in 2011. Crumbles to dust. I know. So when I was 18, I discovered that I had a hypnosis kink, and it was one of these things that I, at the time, was like, I'm a subby sub, and I was 100% full-blown sub. You could not make me dom. If you like offered me $1 million, I wouldn't dom you back then. It was just not my thing at all. So I went online, I started finding people to play with, and I found doms, and I had partners and all kinds of stuff. I had all kinds of stuff going on. But then in I think the first time I ever switched was 2015. And unfortunately, I ran into the trap where I had a boyfriend who basically was a switch. And one day he said to me, Secret, you need to switch with me or else. And I was like, whoa. And the threat of like breaking up with you if you don't switch was kind of scary and awful, horrible behavior. But it happened, and I did it, and I fucking hated it. I fucking hated it so much. My first time ever switching was terrible, was awful, and I hated being the dom. I was like, this is terrible. I never want to do that again. So for about 2 years, I put the dominant side of me back in the cupboard, and I kind of went, nope, that's not for me. So 2017, 2016-ish, I made some friends, and these particular friends, a lot of them were submissive, and I started kind of dabbling in like playing around with the idea of like, oh, well, maybe I could just do a couple of little things and like, try my hand at doming some people. So I'd be in the chat teasing people and, being a bit of a tease and a bit of a like well, I'm so subby, don't you want to be like me kind of thing. And through that, I discovered that actually I did like dominating people, but I liked dominating people on my own terms. So I developed my skills, and eventually I gained a few subs. At my most, I had about 4 subs. But I've had my wife as my sub since 2017. But I've had a few subs over the years, and honestly, it was so fun just to like play with people and like have a good time. And then I started making my content, and through my content, I kind of discovered more and more things about myself that I liked about domination. And yeah, I agree. It really has to come to you naturally. You should never force it. Ever. But it was just really cool to be able to see, like I rediscovered like the love of domination through just being a bossy bitch. You know, because naturally in my day-to-day life, I'm kind of a bossy bitch. I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of me. But like, it was nice to be able to discover that through HypnoKink. So it took me a long time to come around to it. But once I did get into it, I really started to enjoy it. And now I'm here. And a lot of people will say I am a good dom. So thanks. I appreciate that. So a couple notes on language in this class before we get into it, because there are going to be some words we're going to be using interchangeably, and I understand there are posts out here that say this is not how it goes, but in hypnosis, this is what we're going to be discussing today. We're going to be using top, dominant, dom, and dom interchangeably. We will also be using submissive, subject, and bottom interchangeably as well. This is because this is common online kinky language. Since this class is about dominance, we're assuming in your scene you are acting as a dominant role and a hypnotist. Now, please remember, you do not have to be dominant to be a hypnotist. There are a lot of people out here who started this rumor that you got to be dominant to be a hypnotist, but that's not true. You can do hypnosis without a DS dynamic. For example, my wife is my submissive. She hypnotizes me all the time. Why does she hypnotize me, you might ask? Various reasons. One, because if she didn't hypnotize me, no one would do the laundry. And two, sometimes I have chronic pain issues and she hypnotizes me to get rid of those. Because she's also a certified hypnotist, by the way. And she's one of the subbiest people I know. So you can be submissive and a hypnotist. It does happen. And it's really cute when it does happen. I like it. But for this particular class, remember, we are talking about dominant as a hypnotist role. But remember that that is not always the case. Cool. So for here, top is going to refer to hypnotist or dominant, and bottom is going to refer to a subject or a submissive, or if you really want to go there, a hypnotee. I personally don't like the word hypnotee, but that's just me. Look, I'm secret subject. I like the word subject. Yeah, and a switch is a person who does both roles, who switches between the roles. Now, this could be in one scene. For example, when I'm playing with a friend of mine, normally I'll be the sub and he'll be the dom, or he'll be the sub and I'll be the dom. But sometimes, depending mid-scene, one of us will switch, get it? And there'll be a transition between who's like doing the stuff and who's not doing. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it really depends on like both the day and the moment. Does that make sense? So switches do not have to switch. Switches do not have to switch like in an instant, but you can also switch in an instant if you want to. Hypnotize your sub into doming you. Ah, gross. I hate that. I hate that so much. Ugh. Anyway. What is a dom/top space? So we talk a lot about subspace in the BDSM community, in the kink community, but not a lot of people are out here talking about dom space. And I think it's really important to start right here with what is dom space. So some people feel a sense of energy known as dom space. Now, what does this even mean? This is similar to subspace, but it has the opposite effect. Cool. Sorry, just checking my times. Some people think of it like flow state when you're doing something as a dominant in DS play, because the funny thing about being a hypnotist and being a dom who plays with hypnosis is whenever you hypnotize a person, you also go into a little bit of hypnosis yourself. So, top space is also it's a thing. It's a real big thing. Some people might feel this and others might not, and it is very normal and very natural for some people to feel subspace and some people not. Same with dom space. It's very natural to feel the dom space or not feel the dom space. Now, I'll tell you a story about my first ever play party. I went to a play party and it was the first time I ever dommed in person with a friend. And I remember I went to this play party out of town. I was staying in a hotel by myself, and the hotel was a walk away from where the dungeon was. So I walked down the road to the dungeon, I went to this play party, and I walked back. And so I walked back to the hotel and I could not sleep for about 4 hours after the play party, even though I had to wake up early the next morning and drive home because I was buzzing. I was literally vibrating from every pore of my being because I'd done so many scenes that night and I dommed so hard that I put myself into dom space and I just couldn't get out of it. It was like this adrenaline rush of just like, oh my God, I could destroy the world right now. It was incredible. And that for me was like the feeling of dom space. When I'm like really in it, it's like this feeling of like, I'm very powerful right now and no one can take me down. It's also funny because as a switch, when I go into my proper dom space, I will not switch back. Like it's one of those things like somebody could try and force a switch in me. It's not going to happen. It's going to take you a lot of power, a lot of energy to get me to go back. So yeah. And when you feel it, you feel it. But hey, it's also natural. If you're not a person who gets into that space, it's okay. So if you do a scene and you're doming someone and you don't feel that like, whoa, rush of like power to you, do not panic. It's okay. It's super normal. And dominance comes in all shapes and forms. And that's something we're going to be talking about a lot in this class. Okay. Does everyone get dom space or can you be dominant without that feeling? So here's a question to you, chat. Do you think everybody gets dom space or can you be dominant without the feeling? Does anybody get dom space? And if you do get dom space, how does it feel for you? I'm curious. Yeah. Dom space feels like you become the final boss. Yeah. Getting locked to dom space as a switch is kind of sucky. It needs to be pushed down hard afterwards. Yeah. I sometimes also get locked into subspace a little bit when I'm really switchy, especially if I haven't switched for a really long time. And then I do. Because when I get subby, I get real subby. So it's like, you know, it's a really hard sometimes that switch. This should have been called Switch Life Best Life. That switch vibe though. Oof. It's a whole thing. Yeah. Go and conquer that city. Absolutely. Yeah, I can immediately understand the concept tends to be not a very stable state for me. That's okay. That's totally okay. Yeah, for me, I get mega teasy and playful. The main role of doming is to have fun and be yourself. I agree with that. So true. But yeah, I'm more confident. I feel that. Dom space is elusive for me, but then identify fully as that's totally valid. Going to subspace and turning denizens into subspace stuff. Switch life, best life. So true. Okay, so we're going to talk about bad at PowerPoints. We're going to talk about some different types of play. So you might have heard these terms thrown around in a kink space. So there's casual domination and there's lifestyle domination. So what does this even mean? People display their DS dynamics in different ways. DS, remember, refers to dominant submissive dynamic in different ways. All of these are equally valid, by the way. So maybe you have a lifestyle DS relationship. So for example, my wife and I are dom and sub, right? However, even though we live together, we do not practice lifestyle DS. Lifestyle DS looks like 100% 24/7 total power exchange kind of type stuff. It can also be a little more casual than that, but it typically means that like in the hierarchy of who's the boss in the household, the dominant person is the boss and the subby person is not the boss and they get bossed around a bit more. It tends to be something that is done by couples or people in a long-term relationship. You will not see lifestyle DS usually between friends, although don't count it out. It probably happens somewhere. There's many ways to do DS dynamics. You're so right. So lifestyle DS is typically like 24/7. It can be quite hardcore and it usually comes with things, especially in hypnokink, things like maybe you do some brainwashing, maybe you have conditioning, maybe the submission or a permanent collar or something like that. That will be a way to show a lifestyle DS relationship. Casual play. Some people do casual DS. At the moment, I'm doing some casual DS with some friends, and can I just say, delightful. And for some people, they might look at the relationship I have with certain friends of mine and go, how is that casual? You're calling each other horrible names and making each other put collars on. Friendship, baby, that's why. Yeah, just really good friends, okay? I have great friends. So you could do some casual DS play. Maybe you meet up at the dungeon with a friend, and at the dungeon, your friend is going to be your sub and you're going to be the dom. That's happened to me many times. I've gone to many play parties with friends where I've gone, right, tonight you're my sub. You're not my actual sub. We don't do this all the time. and you're not like mine, but for tonight, we're playing like this, you know? So that's what you'll see kind of at the play parties. Some people are bedroom only. What's a little coloring between friends? Exactly. What's a little coloring between friends? Yeah. Yeah, wait, for people have friends who don't do that, I know. What a life you must live, not having friends who tell you to put a collar on and get on your knees. Damn. Yeah, play party. Yeah, so a play party is a kinky party where people will go to play. Usually it involves kinky furniture or BDSM equipment or things like that. Yeah, so that's what I mean when I say play party. Yeah, the platonic play is exactly what I'm looking forward to explore right now. Yeah, me too. I'm in the same boat with you. I'm in my platonic play era where I play with friends. Because, you know, I used to be closed off until recently. So this is what I'm doing. Sounds like, how does one find play parties? FetLife. You can go on FetLife and search up your area in FetLife and you will find play parties. Typically, you have to go to a munch before you go to a play party. A munch is just an afternoon at a picnic or at a cafe with a bunch of kinky people where you'll talk about it and they'll get to know you. And once they've vetted you at the munch, you can go to the play party. Play parties are usually ticketed events that cost money, so keep that in mind. Again, 18 plus ticketed events. They're so fun. I love them dearly. I used to go to lots of them. I don't go to lots of them anymore. I'm hosting a couple soon. I'm very excited about it. New Zealand is about to become the #1 place for hypno-kink in the world. I'm just saying, if you want to move somewhere and you're looking for a new home, come to New Zealand. We're about to make it hypno-kinky down here. Yay! Some people are bedroom only. So some people are like, listen, I only do power play in the bedroom and that's it. Because for me, power play is a smexy smex time. And outside of smexy smex, we're not doing any power play. And that's valid. Romantic versus platonic. You can have a romantic relationship with someone. For example, my wife and I have a romantic relationship. We do DS dynamic stuff together. She is my sub. I'm her dom. We are in a romantic relationship. However, I also have play partners who are friends because not all of my play partners I would see as a romantic partner because that's just not how it goes. Now, I'm able to do that, but I know for some people, feelings get involved. I've talked to a friend recently who said every time I dom someone, they get feelings. And I'm like, wow, that's interesting to me because I've had a lot of platonic DS kind of dynamic-y things happening between friends. So some people can do that, some people can't do that, and that's okay. Hypnosis is a really intimate practice, and I know sometimes feelings do get involved, so keep that in mind. So, what does a good dominant look like? What are they like? So let's all imagine our perfect dominant chat. All right, subjects, we're imagining our perfect dominant. What do they look like? Smexy smex time is how I refer to it from now on. Thank you. We're doing this so YouTube doesn't absolutely destroy my channel. It's kind of cutesy. Yeah, so imagine a good dominant. What are they like? Consenting? Of course. Oh my God. Hypnosis. In my Christian BDSM hypnosis stream? Yes. My bestie is often in DS, but we got separate life partners and everything. That's amazing. Sends a picture of secret. Hey, fuck you. Mr. Blobby. Also, fuck you. That's terrible. What does a good dominant look like? Oh my goodness. See, I could tell you what my good dominant looks like, but I'm also going to show you the meme that went viral on Twitter. And I'm really like, I regret making this meme, but I also do not regret making this meme. They can look like whatever they want. It doesn't matter. Others will fall. Yeah. They do things with me that rhyme with egg. Good at communication. Yeah. Terrifyingly intelligent, perceptive, but loving and approachable, caring. Oh, that's really sweet. Yeah. Again, all of these are correct because whatever you're looking for in your perfect dominant is a hot vampire. Honestly, what a mood though. What an absolute mood. Right. Here is what I've created. This is the meme, by the way. This is not serious, but so many people said that this attacked them in so many ways. So let me go over my meme that I created. I made this at 3 a.m., so you know it's good, because I make all my best memes at 3 a.m. This is the hypno-dominant subtype chart. First of all, you have the domiest sub. What I imagine for the domiest sub is like, imagine the person in the group chat who is literally just the domiest of all the submissives in the chat. And there's always a sub who is like way down the bottom of the thing, who's like a puddle on the floor, but they're like slightly above that. You know what I mean? So they tease anyone who's more submissive than they're feeling right now. They're easy to fluster and quick to panic and run away. They will lose all nerve when they see their dominant friend. Thank you so much. Sorry, I thought I heard my voice for a second. I was like, what is happening?
All good?
Yeah. Are you playing me on a speaker?
Sorry.
Oh, I could hear it. And I was like, oh no. Oh, yay, a lemon honey tea. Thank you. You can shut the door. It's okay. Okay, then we have the chronic... Ah, shit. Is that you? Are you the Domius sub? I feel attacked. Yeah, see, I knew so many people would feel the Domius sub would be them. Tag yourself. All right, yeah. People in the chat, tag yourself. Tag yourself if you're in this meme. All right, the chronic tease. All bark, no follow through. Could absolutely ruin your mind if they ever felt like it. They will never feel like it, and they will make this your problem. They all have the best ideas in the friend group, and it's a shame they never fucking use them, right? Because there's always that one person who's like, "Ooh, what if I did this to you?" I used to be the chronic tease. I'm not gonna lie. The chronic tease used to be me. I, in fact, was that person in the group chat who was always telling people terrible ideas and then going and disappearing into the night like a breeze. I'd just swan through and be like, wow, wouldn't it be so hard if we all just brainwash each other casually? Goodbye. And off I go. Yeah. You still are. There's no follow. Fuck you. I have follow through sometimes. Okay. I forget that what I'm supposed to do. The role player, very shy and nervous IRL, but their OC is a total dom, has a dominant character for every occasion, very good at inserting their hypnokink into any situation through the art of storytelling, and probably writes fan fiction or erotica in their spare time. We all know a role player somewhere. They're usually a LARPer or somebody who engages in D&D. I feel like this could apply to you in some way. That actually all of these are me. All of these are me, or have been me at one point in my journey. I'm not gonna lie, you have me so correct, Pancakes. I can't believe you've done this. Then there's the gentle dom. Domination with a side of, have you been drinking water today? You need to stay hydrated. They are your mom friend or your parental friend. They are most likely to be the oldest sibling in their family, and they give the best hugs even if they hate hugs, which is very me because I hate hugs. But I've been told they give great hugs. Also, I do identify as a gentle dom. The switch, you never know which side you're going to get with them. Two sides of the dommy subby coin, and they look great in both. That you might make them feel submissive, but they will come back to you with a villain monologue about how you should nerf them when you had the chance. And fun story about that villain monologue about how you should nerf them when you had the chance. I say that to my friend on the regular, and they still haven't nerfed me. Unwise. They will have so many regrets. And then the CEO, they own everything, including 200% of your brain cells. The bossiest person you know, and they know it. They never settle for less than 110% pure compliance, and they take hypnokink almost too seriously, but they're like a cool boss who knows how to kick back once in a while. I love this meme. Somebody's asked me if I can make a submissive version of this meme, and I'm working on it. I will need some more subby types. So if you have any subtypes, throw them in the Discord server, and I will get back to you on this. Right, so some qualities good dominants have. By the way, the reason I wanted to make a meme about this is not just because I love installing a funny into all of my PowerPoints, but because I felt like this kind of encapsulated like some sides of domination that are kind of less talked about. Because I was like, well, these are all styles of domination that people forget about. Like the Domius sub is 100% a bunch of people I know in every Discord server. But a lot of them would never identify as a dominant because it's just not their thing, right? But I think it's just interesting to see. I think it's really interesting to see that like this is a valid way to be dominant without being a dominant, if that makes sense. You can be dominant without calling yourself like the ultimate femdom if that's not you know what I mean? Like there's so much shit that goes into domination, and I think a lot of people stop when they see like, well, I have to be like the most domiest, the loudest, the most like brash or the most controlling in the room, but you don't have to be. So some qualities that good dominants have: they are open and honest, awesome communicators. They're great leaders. They're creative and flexible in their approach. They're observant. They respect and understand the submission, like trust, is a gift to be earned. And communication is key to great DS experience, and rapport is everything. I think a lot of people, especially, I follow a lot of kink accounts on Twitter, okay? I really do. And what I'm seeing a common theme between a lot of the dominant accounts that I follow is a lot of people assume that domination is a given and not an earned thing, which I think is kind of weird. because we all know that like people don't have to follow you or submit to you because you are loud and scary and mean. It's because you listen, you take care, because you have earned their trust and respect, and you have earned their rapport with them. You know, you've gotten yourself into a situation of rapport with them. So I think like you also don't have to be the loudest person in the chat to be dominant. I think there's something to be said about quiet dominance. It's an aura of like, I could be sitting in a room with you. I don't have to say anything to show you that I'm feeling dominant to you right now. I can just look at you and give you a look that says, I'm thinking about you. I'm thinking about you in a variety of ways. And that alone is such a powerful moment. I know that we have a class on presence later, and I'm really excited to see what CamDawn says about presence, because I think she's going to have a lot of good insight on the presence of like, not dominance per se, but the presence of being hypnotic. Yeah. So, but I think that's going to lean well into that, because I think there's a lot of ways to do this. Yeah. So what does a good dominance look like? So knowing that your gender and your sexuality does not limit your dominance, listening to your submissives and subjects' needs and wants, knowing the importance of aftercare, being really good at consent, encouraging limits in the use of safe words and check-ins, understanding the cues and signs of people having a good and not good time, knowing that feelings get involved and how to handle that properly. Say if you've got a friend, that friend gets a crush on you because you're so damn hypnotic and so damn good at your job that they start to crush on you and you need to have that conversation. A good dominant will know how to handle that. Knowing tops need reassurance too and how to ask for it appropriately. Got a story about that in a minute. Good dominants know that no means no. And so does maybe, by the way, because unless it's a yes, you don't have a green light. Okay? They earn submission through building rapport and understanding their submissives. They understand that everyone involved in the play is a person and treats them like that. Yes, even during an objectification scene, deep down inside, you're playing with a person, and a good dominant understands that. They play safely, and they keep safety at the bottom of the bottom, or the submissive at the forefront of the play. They know their craft. The best tops and the best dominants have tried what they're about to do on themselves. I have stories about that too. They practice being open and communicative with people, and they pay attention without pushing too far or going too fast too quickly. They ask first and do later, and they're okay with feedback. You know, feedback is important, and they respect their submissives enough to understand that sometimes your submissive is going to tell you about the scene that you just did. And sometimes what you're going to hear about the scene that you just did is not always going to be the most positive, but you're going to take their feedback on board and you're going to learn from it. So, a couple of stories here. The first thing is, gender and sexuality does not limit your dominance. And I think there is a stigma out here, especially for cis women in the scene, that we have to be dominant in a different way to the men, or that we're not as dominant as some of the men in the scene. This has come across, I've come across this at numerous points in my journey, especially in the, I don't want to say like the vanilla kink scene, because that makes no sense, in the general BDSM scene. As a hypnodom, it was really hard for people in my local BDSM scene to take me seriously. I would go to the parties, and a lot of the times people would say to me, Secret, we've never seen you play, or Secret doesn't play, or Secret's only a sub because we've never seen her dominate anyone. The problem is, what a lot of people weren't doing was paying attention, because if people had paid attention, they would have seen exactly what I was doing to people, because a lot of my play is so subtle and so, it's done on such a level that if you're not watching closely, you're probably not going to see the play that I'm doing. It can get really subtle. So a lot of the times, especially some of the men in the local BDSM scene would, basically try and push me into a submissive position because I'm a switch, and because as a switch, clearly I'm just a sub who occasionally doms, right? But that's not the case at all. I'm actually a dom who occasionally subs. You know? But they didn't know that about me because they never fucking asked. And so unfortunately, yeah, so it's just one of those things that just, it really bugs me. It really bugs me. So just remember that everyone is valid regardless of if you're queer or if you're straight, if you're a woman or a man, if you're trans or non-binary. Does not matter. If you're a dom, you're a dom too. Like, it's okay. Like, and your gender doesn't need to come into it, okay? But unfortunately, sometimes, especially if you're a woman, trans woman, a cis woman, a non-binary woman, a femme presenting person in any way, unfortunately, sometimes people will look at you in a certain way, especially when you're being a dom. In fact, actually, there was a local femdom party that a lot of people boycotted because they were so upset. So the rules of the femdom party I thought were pretty cool. So if you went to the femdom party, if you are a feminine presenting person, you are allowed to switch. If you are a male presenting person, you are not allowed to switch. And the femdom parties came about because the local pro-dom in my area decided that she wanted to produce an event specifically for women to be able to feel their dominance and to be in a room surrounded by other femdoms who were, being able to engage in play. And also she taught us lessons on things like impact play, how to crack a whip, how to like handle a scene, how to tie someone down. We were learning lots of, it was a teaching moment as well as a party moment. And it was really cool to see so many women in a space doing play on a level that was just really cool to see. But unfortunately, a lot of the men in the community were like, well, if it's going to be like that, we're not going, and tried not to support that kind of thing, which really frustrated me. So just know that it's nice sometimes to see yourself be it's nice to be able to see other people doing stuff like what you're doing and also to be valued for that. And I think it's not a lot of the times we don't discuss those kind of things and the kind of discrimination that you can get as a dominant. I think because a lot of the times as dominants, we are trying to put on a front of I'm big and strong and powerful and nothing bothers me, but also we're people too. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, I'd be down for that. I'd try to get the reverse of that as well. Yeah. Also, so know your craft. So the best tops have tried what they're about to do for themselves. What really frustrates me to no end is I hear this from doms all the time. I hate impact play, but I'm going to do it on my sub. And I'm like, why? Here's the dealio. I went to an impact class one time. So to learn how to implement impact play correctly and properly. As part of the class, regardless of your role, you had to learn both sides. You had to learn how to be tied down and take it. You had to learn how to be to tie someone up and do it. Why is the question. There's a reason why a lot of dominants, if they're doing an impact play scene, what they'll do is they'll use the implement on their on a part of their body first, like the thigh or a forearm or something. It's because they want to know what it feels like. Why is that important to know what it feels like? It's important to know what it feels like because if you're doing something to somebody else and you don't know what it feels like, you might go too hard or too fast, or you might not know how to use the tool, right? And it's the same with hypnosis. If you've never been hypnotized and you are going to go and hypnotize a bunch of people, I'm going to ask you why. Because if you can't go into hypnosis and experience that yourself, and I'm not saying you need to be a submissive to do that. I'm not saying you need to go and seek out some domination, hardcore domination audio, to learn how to become a good dominant in hypnosis. But I'm just saying that it's really important for you to understand what it feels like or understand what it is like to be hypnotized if you're going to be hypnotizing other people. And I will stand by that. I know so many dominants who try and use it as a flex, I've never been hypnotized. I'm like, cool. But I wouldn't trust you to hypnotize me if you've never been hypnotized. That's just kind of my line. And that's also why I think switches, this is my hot take, and I'm standing by it. Switches make the best hypnotists. Switches make the best dominants. Why? Because we know both sides. I have been a submissive before. I've been put in a submissive place. I've gotten on my knees before. I've been told to kneel by people. I know what it feels like to get on my knees and to be deep in the subspace. I now know how to do that to you. Exactly. To serve the pie, you must make sure the pie is not poisoned. Yeah, exactly. So I would want to know how you feel. I'm going to put myself in your place. And luckily, I've got a lot of experience behind me to know what your place feels like as a submissive, that I don't need to do that stuff anymore if I don't want to. But also, sometimes I just want to. So just saying, please know your craft. go to classes, learn some things. And trust me, kink classes are some of the best classes I've ever been to. I love them. I love classes like this. I love classes where I get to do stuff and try stuff. And, yeah. So these are just some things to keep in mind. But yes, if you've never been hypnotized and you're about to go hypnotize a bunch of people, I have questions for you. So how do I get into a dominant frame of mind? I get inspired by media, stories, make a mood board, chatting with the subject or the submissive. Maybe you're going to role play to get into it. Maybe you don't have to be you when you top that scene. Maybe you're the sexiest vampire who's the most domineering evil vampire who runs a cult of other vampires. And because of that, you're the evilest vampire who ever vampired. And now you're feeling it, right? Tap into what makes you want to be dominant, e.g. the reactions of the subject. For me personally, I'm a reaction junkie. I live to see the reaction of somebody who is like deep lost in the source, who's like deep in like the space, who's like mind is broken in every which way, and it's just adorable and really cute. So that spurs me on as a dominant. It really does. And remember, if you don't feel up to it, you don't have to do it now. You can plot and scheme for later too. So just keep that in mind, because I know a lot of the times that people will be like, hey, I'm not really feeling it, but I'm going to dom you anyway. And that's when bad scenes happen. So just like, if you're not feeling it, be honest. And even if you're halfway through the scene, there are so many times I've been in the middle of a scene with somebody and I've tapped out. I've actually tapped out more times as a dom than I've ever tapped out as a sub. Yeah. And fun story between Celia and myself, Celia has never tapped out of a scene, ever. I've actually had to tap out for her one time, but she's never tapped out of a scene. She's never safe-worded a scene. I've safe-worded many scenes with her as the dominant, because I got to a point where I was like, I just can't keep going with this, and I'm not feeling it right now. I've lost my spark, and I've gone, hey, you know what? I'm done with this brainwashing scene. You could be brainwashed more than this, but I'm tapping it. And you know what? It does not make me any less of a dom. It doesn't make me any less of a person. It just means that sometimes the vibe just leaves the room and you're like, okay, I'm done. As the person who's in control of the scene, you have every right to do that. Okay. So finding your power. How do I know what to do? Here are some things I've tried to find my own power or gain inspiration for a scene. Make it a game. You can turn anything into a game. I've done impact play as a game. I've done hypnosis and bondage as a game. I've done bimbo play as a game. Anything can be a game. Go back to things work for the person, build off of that. So if you're working with somebody who is really good at fractionation, you could build off the fractionation, go, right, this time when I fractionate you, you're going to be feeling more and more submissive every time I drop you, because every time I drop you, you're just being dunked in a vat of liquid submission. Whoops, my bad, dunky dunk. So I'm building off of something I already know works really well with that person. Maybe they have a special interest. Like, maybe their special interest is gaming, and you're like, okay, well, when you play this game, every time you hear the little ding in Power Wash Simulator, you're going to feel more submissive for me, right? Yeah, exactly. Observe other dominants and take note. It's honestly the best part about a play party, or the best part about joining a VC where people are fucking each other up in the VC. You can learn so many things about people, because observing other dominants and how other dominants and hypnotists do their thing is a really valuable tool. And I honestly think that not enough people watch. So next time you're in the VC with all your friends and people are fucking around and finding out, people watch what's happening. Just sit there, give it a look, and be like, okay. And honestly, message that person and be like, hey, I really love the way you put that box on your wife's head. Okay, fun story. Playing a game the other day, and my wife decided to fuck around. She dropped me and then put a cardboard box on my head. It was the stupidest shit that's ever happened to me. It did wake me up, and I did scream, no, fucking no, don't you dare fucking put the box on my head ever fucking again. But she did it several other times. And the funniest thing was, it was just really stupid. But say you saw that and you were like, wow, that was really funny watching Secret get the box put on. on her head. And maybe you message Celia and go, how did you do that? And how can I get involved in that next time? You know? Role play. So again, get into the role play. Start thinking of different role play scenarios of which you can be the dominant in the scene. Start an idea journal. Like Angel said in her ASMR class, it's really important. The box will go down in history as the stupidest shit that's ever happened to me. Anyway, start an idea journal. So write down, get a journal, buy yourself like a $5 journal from the warehouse or from Walmart or whatever, and just write down some notes on like for example, I've got a page on a friend of mine where one time he said a thing that I thought was hot. So I wrote it down and now it's become something that I threw out. And it's funny because he goes, I thought you'd forgotten that. And I literally, I held up my notebook and I just did this. With the pages, I just made some paper noises and he's like, oh no. So it was really funny. So do that. Can somebody make fan art of Secret as a cat in a box? Oh my God, fuck no. No, but what you need to do is it needs to be the sad cat with a box on her head, or me sitting like a cat with a box on my head and then taking the box off and me just looking really sad. Anyway, I shouldn't give you ideas. Start a journal. Go to classes. Again, there are so many classes out here on various kink topics, and go to classes. And the more you are knowledgeable about yourself, the more you'll feel your own dominance, I feel. Because the thing is, a lot of the time when we lose our dominant streak, it's mostly because we've run out of ideas, or we've run out of plans, or we've run out of skills. So sometimes upskilling yourself will make you feel more dominant. I know I've been to many, many classes on many, many topics, including ones that probably would have squicked me out, like topics on sexual stuff. I've gone to classes, hypno classes on like gentle dominance. I've gone to classes on fractionation and hair pull inductions and rope and all kinds of stuff because I find it really fascinating. I even went to a drone play class during Online Charmed. I went to the drone play class. Not my thing, but I find it really interesting. So sometimes it's just about coming prepared, right? The more prepared you are for a scene, the better the flow of the scene will go. Talk to other people about kink. So make some friends and go into Discord servers, find the hypno chat, find the domination BDSM chat, and just be like, hey, I have this thing that I like and I know you like it too, and learn from people and listen to people. I think a lot of the time we're so wrapped up in talking to people that we forget we need to listen to people as well. So don't just be a good talker, be a good listener, okay? Because the more you talk and listen to other people's stories about these things, the more you'll probably get inspired. Yeah. Practice. How do you do that? Well, you can find people to play with who you can practice on. You can practice by recording your inductions yourself, or recording your dominant ideas yourself and then sending them to friends. You could write some of these things down and read it back to yourself and go, whoa, that's hot. You could start making some content and seeing how it goes. That's what I mean. Most of the reason why I started making content myself was to try stuff that I've been doing on my subs and see what people thought. And it turns out I've made quite a good career out of this because I'm very, very lucky and very, very blessed. You could keep it simple, because a lot of the times we want to overcomplicate things. And I think sometimes the best scenes that I've ever had have been from simplistic ideas. For example, I did a scene recently with a friend of mine where I have two crystals, one is purple and one is black, and they're very hard to tell which is which on the camera. So what I'll do is I'll hold one up to the camera and I'll say purple, black, and they'll say, oh, that's the purple one. And I'll look closely and go, you're right. And what does the purple one do? And they'll say, oh no, that's the obedience crystal. I'll say, yes, exactly. And then they'll stare at the obedience crystal. They'll go deeper into the subspace. And then I'll put it down. I'll drop them, put it down. I'll bring up the next one. What's this crystal? It's the black crystal. So what does the black crystal do? It's the void crystal. It steals my memories away. Of course it steals your memories away. And then we'll play with that. I'll take a memory away and then I'll swap. And we'll go back and forth. It's a really simplistic idea. It's just two crystals, up and down, repeat. It's a simple idea, but it was a great scene because it progressed a very simplistic idea further and further. Actually, I did a really good scene recently. I spoke about this morning about the vivid scene where I've got a trigger from a friend where if I'm wearing a vivid on my top, it's a Sharpie. If I've got the Sharpie clipped to my top, the game is on. Every time someone drops me, regardless of who it is, I open my eyes, I write a tally mark on my thigh, I put the pen back on my top, I forget about it, and I drop. And then I wake myself up. So we do that again and again and again. And honestly, it was one of those scenes that was just so inspirational to me because it just progressed and progressed and progressed and progressed. And it was such a simple idea of like, you tally, you forget, you keep going kind of thing. But it lasted hours. I think the scene went on for like 5 hours. Fractionation for 5 hours. It was insane. But like, it just was one of those things that just, it was very, very fun. So love that. Keep it simple. Sometimes the simplest ideas are the ones that really stick with you as well. Yeah. Think about body language, voice tone, and how you want to present yourself in the scene. Recently, I was told I have devastating eye contact. Now, at first I was like, oh, that's a bit awkward. I don't want to be a weird, scary, creepy person. But they were like, no, your eye contact is intense in a good way. And I was like, that's interesting. And I thought about it. And the more I thought about it, the more I was like, no, you're right. I do have devastatingly intense eye contact. Because unfortunately, I sometimes look at people like I'm going to eat their soul, especially when I'm feeling in some type of way, like I want to destroy a mind or something. You know, it does happen. But yeah, so body language is important. Think about that. Also, sometimes wearing your favorite accessories will help. Like if I'm going to a play party, if I look hot, if I look really pretty, and I'm dressed all up nicely, I'll feel way more dominant than if I'm wearing a t-shirt and some shorts. You know what I mean? So sometimes it's about reframing it, going like, okay, today I'm going to do a scene with a friend of mine. We're going to be on a voice call. They're only going to see me from the waist up, but I'm still going to wear my prettiest top and my spiral necklace, because if I put my spiral necklace on, I'll feel way more hypnotic than if I'm just wearing a baggy t-shirt and some pants. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Yep, you're a Scorpio too, I believe. You could do the look. I am a Scorpio. I can do the look. Yes. Anyway, so think about that. You know, think about that. Sometimes it's just about what you're wearing. Is you just have to like dress for the role you want, not the role you have, right? So sometimes you just got to dress up like you are that bitch. So you'll feel like that bitch. Gender neutral that bitch. You know what I mean? Read erotica or listen to files. Honestly, sometimes my greatest files have come from listening to other people's files, because I'll listen to an idea that somebody's had and I'll go, wow, that's a great idea. I think I can do it differently though. And I don't ever say I think I can do it better, because I cannot do it better than the file that inspired my file. But at the same time, there's always a different way that I can do that idea. So I go, wow, I would love to do that. I would love to do that. Create the uniform to create the persona, not just for subs. Yeah, for sure. Submissives might have their favorite sexy outfit they wear to the play party, but you also can have your favorite sexy outfit you wear to the play party, and it doesn't have to be skimpy or revealing. It can be like a badass cute skirt and a top, or like maybe you've got a pair of stompy boots. I have a pair of really big stompy boots I love to wear to munches because they just look like I'm going to kick someone's ass. It makes me feel powerful, you know what I mean? So then if shenanigans do ensue, I'm like, well, I'm prepared, you know? Yeah, remind yourself why we do this. And I always have to remind myself why I'm doing this. I have to think back to like, well, why do I want to dominate someone? It's because of the love of the game, because it's fun. B, I love making people feel happy and feel good and enjoy themselves. And I just have to remind myself that sometimes it's just about that enjoyment, right? It's just about like feeling the power of like wanting someone to have a good time. Yeah, so it's just like I take it back to that and I go, all right, this is not about me all the time. It's about them. Okay, so roleplay. How many collective ideas can we come up with right now to a theme? So let's think of a fun theme. One of my favorite themes, one of my all-time favorite themes that I love is let's think about okay, so the theme is dark forest at night. How many collective ideas can we come up with for a domineering roleplay set in a dark forest at night? Now, off the top of my head, I can come up with a few, but I also want to see what you have, subjects, in the chat. So I want to know what you got. Yep. What we can do on the theme right now of like dark forest at night. Costume transformation. Oh, well, yeah, costumes are really important. It was a dark and stormy night. Vampire. Forest Gremlin Dom. Okay, but I want to see Forest Gremlin Dom now. I want to see like, I'm going to dominate you. Like some evil shit. Big Bad Wolf Hypnosis. Oh my god, werewolves are so hot. Faye. We love Faye. Shia LaBeouf. Shia Surprise. Sorry. Actual Predator. Shia LaBeouf. Oh no, that song has not aged well, has it? Death Goddess. Oh my god, someone always has to bring death play into it, right? Witch Enchantress, Drider, Cult. Actually, a cult in the forest is very hot. Predator prey being chased through the forest. He's following you about 30 feet back. Moon God, Dom. Sorry, instantly Lamia. Do Lamias live in forests? That's very interesting to me. Vampire, Fae, Knight, Werewolf, Goddess, a witch surprise recruiting you for her ritual. Oh my god. Mysterious clearing with a spiral visible in the sky. Yeah, I'm a sentient spiral who's dominating the shit out of you. And honestly, that's my best role ever, being the sentient spiral dominating you. Yeah. Endless Looping Forest, you can't escape, but the help you seek might not be the type you... Oh, actually, what about like really delightful person in the forest who is supposed to be helpful but actually is secretly not? See, already we're coming up with so many themes for domineering roleplays. Alien abduction from clearing. Yeah, exactly. So like you could literally... Tree girl with hypnotic pollen. See, I love that. You could instantly pull from any of these ideas if you're feeling in a mood and you're like, I don't know where to start. Start here. Tell a story about a Fey mushroom circle drawing you in. Exactly. Tell a story about a Fey mushroom circle and the Fey who catches you in the mushroom circle. And literally, the funniest part about creating stories within hypnosis is when you tell a story within hypnosis. Think about my Dark Castle series. It is an induction in and of itself with a domineering theme, because at the end you meet the sorceress or whatever, enchantress, I guess, who is an evil, powerful, scary lady who does evil, powerful, scary lady things. So yeah, that's very fun. Yeah. So start with that. Start there and build on that, because a lot of the times people will be like, well, I don't know where to start. Start there. Tell a story. Tell them a story and see what happens. Yeah. Okay, we're going to talk quickly on mental health and running a scene. Sometimes our mental health can get in the way of a scene, especially when we're new to leading play. And honestly, it can be really difficult sometimes when you're leading the play and you are dominating the scene and you are like in your thing and you're in your bag and you're having a good time. But sometimes your brain's not feeling that, and that's okay. So what do we do when we're in the middle of a scene and we have a mental health problem because we're like, well, my brain is just not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. I don't know what to do. So postpone the scene until you feel ready. It is so valid and so okay to absolutely postpone a scene and go, do you know what? We're just going to pause it there and we'll come back to it at a later date. Because sometimes you just have to. Yeah, Dark Castle is still on Soundgasm or Patreon. I think it might be on Soundgasm. Hopefully it is. And if it's not, I will put it on Soundgasm. I do want it to be free. Self-care before you go into a scene. So practice some deep breathing, some positive affirmations. Again, wear your favorite clothes, put on your favorite necklace, take a bath, like do something nice for yourself. Warm up your voice. Make sure you're feeling good. Remember, you need aftercare too. And before the scene starts, when you're asking the submissive about their aftercare needs, talk about your own. Hey, after the scene, I'm going to feel a little uncomfortable about some of the horrible things I'm about to say to you. So because of that, I just want you to tell me that when we're done, you look me straight in my eyes and tell me you're a good person, secret. And no matter how degrading you were to me, I still think you're a good person. Can you do that? Great. Then we can do our scene. You know what I mean? So I've had a few scenes with DOMs where they haven't actually told me they needed any aftercare and then spent the rest of the play party in a huff with me because they did not tell me ahead of time that they wanted me to talk to them afterwards or drink a bottle of water with them because aftercare wise, I'm normally pretty good. So yeah, you just make it known. Do you need a blanket and a hot drink? That's okay. but tell someone beforehand, okay? It's too late to tell someone if you've already done the scene. Think back to what we negotiated. And if something doesn't feel right, negotiate this before you start anything. So if you had negotiated a scene with somebody and you're just like, I'm not really, I know I said to you that I really want to do this amazing rug play scene with you. And I want to do this amazing rug play scene with you where I brainwashed you and I strapped you down and I rugged you real hard. And I decided actually that I'm not really feeling that. So actually, instead of like tying you down and rug playing you really hard, I just want to like gently rug play you today. Is that okay instead? I know it's not the scene we agreed upon, but I'm just wondering if that will make me feel a bit more comfortable because I'm just actually not really comfortable doing that right now. So is it okay if we do that instead? And if they say yes, then you go ahead with it. If not, renegotiate or go, hey, is it okay if we postpone this? You know, because again, it's way better that you postpone a scene or change your topic or do something different than if you go into a scene and you're not feeling it, because it's the worst. It's actually the worst. And take it from someone who knows. I've done this many times with many different people. Okay, you don't owe anyone anything and you don't have to play right now, and limits are limits for a reason. Story time. Dominant people don't have energy all the time. Now, I have chronic fatigue. I have chronic fatigue. What would you do if you're new enough that you didn't know what you need for aftercare? Yeah, I think it's something that over time you will learn. And over time, though, it's also important that as you learn what you need for aftercare, that you voice that to people. And I think that's kind of the important part is maybe at first you won't know that you want to be told you're a good person after you've done the heavy degradation thing because you've never done one. But maybe after that first time, you just say to them, hey, I actually learned that maybe I need to be told that I'm a good person because I feel like a terrible person right now. You know, so being able to communicate and voice that is super important. So yeah, as you learn, then like you learn, you know? So yeah, so I have chronic fatigue and I have ADHD and I have a lot of medical issues that I have, which are unfortunate. And I also have a voice problem. So it means that sometimes my voice isn't working the way I think it should be. And sometimes it does mean that I get into a little bit of trouble where I'm trying to do my thing and it's not happening. So just a reminder that does not make me any less of a dom because I have chronic fatigue, because I have a voice issue, because sometimes I get to the voice chat and I can't put up, you know, sometimes I'm also just not feeling it, and that's okay. Just please remember this. I want to print this out and stick this on my wall because I think it's important that people remember if you are a dom, it doesn't mean 24/7 you have to be the domiest person in the room. You know what I mean? Sometimes it means that actually you have to be a human too. And sometimes it's okay. It's okay for you to step out and be like, hey, not today. And that's okay. But it's important for you to know when you're not feeling it. Right, so consent as the top. It's very important that as a dominant, you have your consent down lock. It's important because as the dominant, you are the person who is doing a lot of the stuff to the submissive. So it's very, very, very important that you have a really good consent talk with people. Consent is very important, and this is also the number one rule that I have for playing with people. And I'll tell you my secret, okay? One of my secrets, I have many, one of my big secrets is, and it's not really that much of a secret to be fair, it's just one of my rules of thumb, I guess. My personal rule of thumb is I do not play with anyone who I don't know rather well. Here's the reason why. I've done scenes before where I've done pickup play. And pickup play is when you go to an event or go to a party or go to a voice chat and you meet someone for the first time and you hypnotize them right there and right then. I've done this a few times, and can I just say, I have always found it terrible. Now, for some people, they love pickup play. They love playing with casual people. They love playing with new people. They love playing with people they don't know. I personally fucking hate it. I find it to be really awful because I sit here nervous the entire time that I'm going to overstep a boundary. Even though 9 times out of 10, I'm never going to, but it does mean I don't play as well with people when I don't know them extremely well. So personally, if I'm playing with you, it's because we're really good friends. Like at the moment, I still going. This is all day, by the way. This stream goes for 11 hours. So yes, we're gonna be going. Shit is scary, exactly. So and even like people I've been friends with for months and months and months, I usually don't hypnotize them because I'm like, look, I need to know you extremely well. I love to know a person inside and out. Recently I've been playing with a couple people, and these people are people I've been friends with for literally roughly 5 or 6 years, like a long time, years. I'm telling you, like, and that's just a personal thing. Okay. That is literally just a personal preference. You don't have to subscribe to this rule of thumb. I personally do. So just keep that in mind, okay? But again, you don't have to do that, but I love doing that because I think the more I know about a person, the better my scenes are going to be with this person, because I know the line, I know the limit, I know how to push their buttons, I know where to push the buttons, I know where the buttons are held, I know where the bodies are stored, I know everything, and for me, that feels good. But if you're going to do consent for pick up play or anything like that, these are just some tips and tricks I have to know. So as a top, you have the responsibility to gather all the necessary information before you can engage and play. Good dominants try their best to lead the conversation on consent by letting the bottom do most of the talking and avoid leading phrases. Now, I know I said lead the conversation. However, what this should look like is you asking questions. So, what about this idea excites you the most? What about this idea makes you feel really good about the idea? What about this idea do you not love so much? Are there any parts of this idea that you are not so keen on? Are there any parts of this idea that you find to be kind of weird or you'd like me to change? Leading phrases are things that are going to, what will constitute a leading phrase? Yeah, so what I mean by leading phrases is anything that has the submissive basically agreeing to stuff that, like, before they kind of know what they're agreeing to. So stuff like, when I hypnotize you later today, because you've already assumed, or when I've hypnotized you, how would you feel about X? Instead of saying, if we go into play after I've potentially done some hypnosis with you, how would you feel about this? Because if you start with when you're hypnotized, it just always assumes that you've already hypnotized them. And I find it to be a little weird. So try and avoid stuff like that. Also stuff that like assumes that they're down with everything that you're doing. Also just assuming anything is kind of to be avoided. You know what I mean? Any assumptions that you're making, don't assume, ask the question. Yeah. Sharing a little bit about why you want to do the scene and engage in rapport building. So stuff like, get to know them as a person. What are they like? What are their interests? What are they in a kink sense? What other kinks do they have that might engage here as well? Maybe they're really into rope, and you could ask them like, what about rope do you like? Because that might lead into you doing some hypnotic bondage or stuff like that. Maybe you want to include some hypnotic bondage because they're a really good rope bottom and they love bottoming for rope scenes and they love being tied up and they know the feeling of that. And now you're going to use that against them. Also, during this part, you're going to organize safe words and check-ins as well as aftercare needs for both you and the bottom. So we're going to go into stuff like, okay, in the traffic light system, what does yellow mean to you? Important. So if you've never heard about the traffic light system, in BDSM, we use the traffic light system. Green is yes, red is stop, and yellow is questionable. Because for some people, yellow means slow down, but keep going. And for some people, yellow means, I don't really love that. Can you change direction? So it's really important that when you're talking about safe words and check-ins, if you're going to use it like a traffic light system that a lot of kinksters know about, that you also start talking about, okay, well, what does the yellow mean to you? Things like that. It's very, very important. Also, just because submissives have limits doesn't mean you don't need limits as a top or as a dominant. So just remember that you both have limits, and make these known. Be like, hey, I'm really not into sissy play, because I'm not. I don't like force femme. I don't love sissification. It's not a thing I engage in, but I love bimboification. So a lot of people might assume because I love bimboification that I also love sissification, which I don't, and I don't do it. So, and that's the thing. So it's really important to then define that and be like, hey, as a top, I do bimbofication, but I will not engage with sissification with you. Is that okay? You know what I mean? Yeah. So Travel Light Wars is just a game to play. I met someone with 0. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Remember, if you've a scene that is fun and safe, people will most likely want to play again. Because remember this. If you are bad at consent and something feels weird and something is off, then people might not want to play again. Yeah, you have limits at the top, make these known. All right, consent on top, only do what is negotiated with the bottom. If someone says they have no limits during negotiation, this is a massive red flag. Do not play with that person. Take this as an opportunity to learn more about them and chat about potential play, but be cautious. If someone comes into my thing and is like, I have no limits, you can do whatever you want to me, I'm like, cool, we're not playing. Hell no, we are not playing. Keeping your scene on track. Really important. Remember, when you say you're going to do something, stick to that. Pushing limits leads to bad feelings all around. Typically gets you little to no future sessions. This actually happened to me before, several times by people where they've done a thing to me, then they've assumed that it's okay to do an extra thing to me, not agreed upon that thing, and then people have gone into mad trouble with me because I do not want to play with them again. So, yeah. No, everyone has limits. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. Yeah. You do not have no limits. What you actually have is no imagination. Actually, that's very true. That's true. That's true. All right. So how do you prepare to dominate a scene? Know your submissive or your subject. Educate yourself in techniques. We already discussed this. Go over negotiation in your head. Stick to what was agreed upon. Stay positive. Breathe deep and be kind to yourself. Mistakes happen. Try and go with the flow and keep it track on best you can. If things go wrong, do not be afraid to end the play. We've already discussed that. From good to oh no. Sometimes mistakes happen at the top that derail your scene. But don't panic. Just breathe and carry on. Or if things go really wrong, what do you do if as the one in charge where things go wrong? Say someone has an ab reaction. What do? All right, we're going to talk about this really quickly. What do you do if someone has an ab reaction? You stop playing. That's it. If someone ab reacts while you're doing hypnosis play with them, you are to end the scene and there's no more play. My wife actually one time had an ab reaction. We were doing a scene together and it got quite intense. And then all of a sudden, it was one of these things that just, it just turned into this thing that just got way too intense, way too quickly. And I could tell she was ab reacting. So I basically went, that's it. And no more hypnosis the rest of the day. She was like, I could probably do more hypnosis. I said, no, because if someone has an ab reaction on my watch, that is it. Your hypnosis is done. Like, that's it. We do not do more hypnosis after an ab reaction. We go straight to the aftercare purpose. Aftercare portion, that's it. Yep. So if someone ab reacts, you wake them up, you talk about it, you go, hey, we're not doing this anymore. Yeah, so an ab reaction, it is just an abnormal reaction to anything done in hypnosis, but it can look like stuff like shaking, crying, upset. Sometimes you step on a landmine, which is like trauma that somebody has, and that is not cool at all, but it does happen sometimes. And sometimes it's even just like someone is so overwhelmed with what's happening because what happened is so intense that they just don't know what to do with those feelings. So that's unfortunately when an ab reaction happens, and when that happens, yeah, you need to wake them up, and that's it. Yeah, done deal. Pulling out. Yes, a sex joke right here. It's okay to laugh. It is okay to pull out of a scene or push it back to track midway. A top can safe word, but we've already discussed this. This is how I would personally have a sticky situation. Yes, I swear I'm ace. Basically, when I have a sticky situation, I will basically just go, hey, I'm waking you up now so we can discuss this. I'll wake the person up. We'll talk about it. And I'll be like, hey, we need to discuss this really quickly because I'm not actually feeling it. But I want to be, but I'm not. So this is we're going to stop here, but maybe next time. Tools of the trade. What are some tools we can use to dominate people? So here are some tools we all have to exert control. Body language, eye contact, hair pulling. The hair pull to eye contact is chef's kiss. I love it. Standing over someone. Maybe you want to like physically assert yourself to be stood over them so it makes them feel really small. Maybe you want to get on their level and make them feel really seen. Maybe they're kneeling on the floor, so you like crawl over to them and look them right in the eyes. They won't be expecting that. That'll be kind of fun. Voice. Maybe you change your voice on the scene. Maybe day to day you talk like this, but then when you're dominating them, you talk like this. In this sexy tone, you know? To really like give the feeling that they're feeling a bit more submissive. Anyway, but I can't talk like that all the time. That would be silly. Costume or clothes. Maybe you have a special accessory like a hypnotic necklace, or maybe like a special piece of clothing that you wear when you're feeling dummy. Props or toys. Maybe you have some special items or different play styles that use different toys, you know. Styles of domination. There are hundreds of styles of dominant role plays when you can use to dominate someone. Let's name some we already did before. You don't have to use any of these, but a good starting out point. Domination wise, we're going to quickly talk about honorifics. There are so many honorifics to pick from, and you don't have to use them if you don't want to. If you don't feel like a mistress or a master or a sir or a mixtress or a miss or a goddess or a god or a sire or a queen or a king or whatever, if you don't have a preferred title, you do not have to use them. But if you do have a preferred title, please discuss this with the people you're playing with ahead of time. This is also a good chance to ask your subject or submissive what they want to be called too. If they want to be a toy, a doll, a plaything, a thrall, a slave, a submissive little puppy, a subby little cat thing. I don't know what they want to be called. A robot, a drone, whatever. This is a good time to talk about pet names and titles and things like that. Yeah. Also, you should never ever force a title on someone. For example, one time I was doing a robot scene with a guy. I had a dom at the time who I called my master. And so I don't have a dom at the moment, but I did at the time. And my one limit was, hey, please do not force me to call you an honorific or master or anything, because that's just not my vibe. And he forced that upon me, and so I ended the play. I was like, nah, not playing with you anymore. And it made me feel really bad because I did not want to pull out of the scene, but also he kept forcing the issue of me calling him master, and that is not about to happen on my fucking watch, because my one rule is I already have a master and I don't need another one. So respect these kind of boundaries, but also respect if people are not ready to call you a title. Sometimes I'm playing with people casually and I'm not ready to call you a title because I don't see you in that way. But then sometimes my brain is ready to call you a title, and now all of a sudden I'm like, whoops. Is it ever appropriate to call them outside of their titles? Well, yeah, of course. It is appropriate to call people whatever they want to be called outside of their titles, but at the same time, you should never force a title on someone unnecessarily. Do you know what I mean? Okay, a chance to be vulnerable. Oh no, then versus now, how have things changed for me as I gained more of a dom lean to my switchiness? So here's the deal. Before I quickly pop off, and I'm probably going to hand over to Celia for a little bit to distract you while I go grab some water and things like that. But my last thing before I pop off and we get ready for the next presenter, so I have been dominating people over the internet since 2017. When I first started out, you probably have noticed, if you listen to any of my old content, that my domination was not, like, I don't really think a lot of my dom stuff in 2017 was as good as it is now. And I think, like, there's been a massive shift and a massive change in how I dominate people. And I think it's really cool to see the shift and the change that has come from years of experience, years of playing with different people, years of trying and failing and trying again and just exploring my dominance in my own time, in my own way. And I do think that there are things that sometimes when you get forced into a situational scenario that can be really not that fun. So it's really nice that now I have a time and the space to, like, explore it on my own time. It's really good. Also, because I'm a switch, there are sometimes I do want to switch and not be a dom. But there are a lot of times I do love being a dom. So I think it's great and valid to explore your own dominance on your own time, on your own way. And yeah, just don't ever let anyone tell you what you can and can't do in this scene. Right. We don't have time for Q&A, but if you do have questions, you can always ask me over on Tumblr. I do take asks all the time. And I do all that kind of stuff. I'm going to grab Celia in here in a second, who's going to distract all of you while I pop off to go and get some water. I just want to say thank you so much for listening to this class. This was really fun. Next up in the schedule, I'll just see if we got a friend who is ready and willing to hang out. But very soon we're going to be talking to Sleepyhead, and Sleepyhead has been running the Mind Control Game Wiki for a really long time. So we're going to get her in here and we're going to do a little interview discussing the Mind Control Game Wiki. And we're also going to be then talking to a few other people, and I'm super duper excited. We've got an amazing class by CamDawn, who's going to be talking about scene presence. And then later on, we're going to be talking to Hypnobunny, who is going to be doing the Starfleet Guide to Edge Play. And finally, Celia is going to come in here for an ASMR Chaos Hour, which she's promised me will be super educational, but I'm not 100% sure about this, and I'm kind of concerned. Anyway, here's Celia. Hey, Celia.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello. She's here to distract you while I disappear for 5 minutes. Right.
I need to just turn off that because that's a little bit behind. Oh
She
my God,
can
that was a
she can
jump
hear
scare.
stuff. Hold on. Let me get you.
Oh
Let me
my
get you
God,
in the con
no,
space. Hold up. Let
I'm all
me
good.
get you up
Okay.
in here.
Yes, I need my little. I just thought I'd join in here, PNG, and don't have to like steal your dead body. Oh my God. Hey, hello. I have a question. I'm gonna. Oh, oh my God. Hello. Oh my God. So much stuff going on. Okay, okay, Secret. Remember to turn off all the mics. Okay. Cool. So hello, how's it going? I'm back. Okay, how's everyone going? Is everyone having a good time? Yay. Hello. I'm just like back to be distracting. Possession play. Oh my God. Yeah, no, I have gone and stolen Secret's dead body before as a meme. Quickly teach us the ways. What ways? What ways do I need to teach you? I only have like 5 minutes to teach you things. What shall I teach? I have bratting techniques that I can teach. Oh my God. Yes. Pretty pink plant lady, yes. Why are your toes cold? Do you have bad circulation? You might need to get circulation checked out. I don't know. Goes kind of bad, not gonna lie. The stream's good. Yay! I'm glad that people are having a good time. I'm very distracting. Yes, I am very distracting. Question for you. When you hypnotize Secret to do chores, did you have fun doing the chores or remember doing them? Or how does that work? Okay, so, do a backflip. Oh my God, don't tempt me. You wouldn't be able to hear me if I did a backflip or see me, but one day, how to make a nuclear bomb. Jesus. Okay, okay, so about the chores. So that was a very specific thing where she's like, hey, like something like this would be really cool. And I was like, oh, would it be really cool now? So she had her medication. I was like, oh, by the way, I kind of put something extra in your medication. And then she ended up sitting on the floor, folding all the laundry. I'm very good at like washing the laundry, but I'm not very good at packing it away. So yeah. Now every time that there's laundry to put away, I just kind of go like, "Hey, Secret, there's like 3 buckets of laundry to put away, by the way." And then she gets really attacked by that. So yeah, that's how it happened. She does remember it, as far as I know. Oh, that would be really cool. I'll have to make a note on that. Thank you for that idea. But yeah, teach us how to land a baddie like you or something. Oh my God, I have no idea how I managed to get a wife. Oh my God, it's wild. Just show a photo quick. Oh my God, brainwashing the laundry. I mean, I don't know if the laundries have brains to wash.
Laundries don't
I
have
could
brains to wash.
No, laundry doesn't have brains to wash.
Oh my God. Okay.
Sorry, so I was just asking about
Yeah.
how the laundry works. I was just saying about
The
how I drugged
laundry.
you and you sat there for like 3 hours folding laundry.
I
But they
did.
asked also,
Yeah.
does she have fun doing the chores or remember doing them? And I was like,
What?
maybe she doesn't have to remember doing them.
Wait, you're gonna make me forget that I did the laundry?
Yeah.
That is terrible. You're terrible.
Just a
Oh
heads up, there
no.
is 3 buckets of laundry to put away.
Stop that. So wait, how much of the laundry did you tell them?
Oh no, just that you took your medication,
Yeah.
and I said, "Wow, I put some extra stuff in there," and then you ended up folding the laundry.
Yeah, how did you get into hypnosis, babe?
Oh my god, really?
Yeah,
This
someone's asking.
question?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a,
You don't know? I
I
kind of love that. You
don't.
just don't know. You're like,
I
I was
guess it
just like
was.
this.
Yeah, I've just always been like this, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's for me. It's like a control aspect. I mean, it's like a
Yeah.
control aspect, and
Yeah.
it's like that sort of. I don't know, like my maybe it's how it's depicted in like the media and stuff, and like in games. But it's like, oh wow, this like hypnosis thing is pretty cool because it's like, oh my god, you have no control, and like
Oh my
obviously it's
God.
not that bad, but
Do we do a lot of
I've
rug play? We do a lot of rug play. Yeah. Yeah, we do.
yeah, a little bit.
We do. We do.
But yeah, so I
Mm,
think it was kind of like just a control thing, and then I'm just like,
yeah.
oh yeah, like what's more controlling and intimate than someone fucking around in your head?
That is true. Also, how long does laundry take you? 3 hours to fold?
Okay,
Okay, no,
so I
it was a
think
lot of
that was
laundry.
4 laundry buckets of clothes to hang out,
Yeah.
and there was
We're
also
bad
a
at
lot of
laundry.
like just mindlessly sitting on the floor with you not really knowing what to do because you're kind of like, I need to do laundry for my brain.
I don't remember that
I'm
part.
just
I don't.
tired.
I don't remember that part. I don't remember that part. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. Celia, do you want to go get our next guest prepped? And we'll see you soon.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Bye bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Oh, have you done anything with what? With chloroform? Yeah, we have. All right. She's going into the other chat now. Okay, cool. So we're gonna get our next guest ready. Get these two a maid. Honestly, we need a maid. We need a maid like ASAP. Also, subjects, I hope you've been having a really good time during the stream so far. Thank you all of you for being here. I'm really excited for this next segment. We have a very special guest appearing, and this very, very special guest is going to be talking to us about the Mind Control Game Wiki. So it's very, very exciting to me. I love games. I don't know if you know this about me, but I really, really love games, and games are one of my favorite things. Wait, where am I? Hold up. Where? Oh God, where am I? Here I am. I was like, wait, hold on. What is happening? I thought I was doing that properly, but I wasn't. Oh, here we go. Now I'm doing things properly. Jeez, I'm so good at technology, everyone. I am not bad at technology. I promise. I am very, very good at technology, and I'm doing very well, is what everyone always says. Yeah, so our next guest is here to talk about the Mind Control Game Wiki. And I'm super duper excited to talk to Sleepyhead about this. I know she's got like a little presentation, but we're also going to be doing like a little interview portion. So let me just get up my questions. I'm so excited. I think like being able to have discussions with people about stuff is like my favorite part. So let me go. Here we go. Oh, so yeah. Also, oh, hello.
Hello.
Hello, how's it going? Okay, let's get up in here.
Oh.
Hello.
See.
You're live. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you.
Hello. Oh my goodness, Sleepyhead, it's been so long since we've talked.
It has.
I know. It feels like ages. Okay, so I know you have a presentation for us, but we can get into that a bit later. Because I know you've got like a little PowerPoint that you sent through. That we can show on the screen at some point. We'll figure out how to do it. Technology works. This is what I tell myself. But thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for coming on. We're going to chat a little bit about the Mind Control Games Wiki, which you run. I'm so excited about this because I was just saying to everybody, I'm like kind of a gaming fan, and I do love games. So knowing that there was a place where you could find all kinds of hypnotic games made me very excited. So I'm so excited to talk about this. Ugh. Okay.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Okay, so I guess the big question that we should start with is, why did you create the Mind Control Games Wiki?
It starts with ADHD.
Hell yeah, we love that. What a mood.
So I love games in general, and I would hear about one video game or another that was hypnotic, just in passing. And I would try to remember them long enough to actually download them and play them, and utterly fail at this.
Really?
Yeah. Like I might remember one, but then I could not keep up. So I started making a list.
Yeah.
And kept that as a Google document. And the longer I kept the list, I kept adding to it as I found out about things. And once I started actually digging into games, it turned out that there's so many more than I had imagined.
Yeah.
Like you just heard about a few.
I think it's cool too, because like I'm always seeing stuff added to it, which makes me so excited. Like, it's so cool.
Oh, there's so much out there that I still have to add.
Yeah, I bet. I also love that ADHD inspired this project because, again, there's so many of us out here who also have ADHD. And I completely understand your experience of like being told about a thing and then going to find the thing and forgetting what it was and being like, wait, the amount of times I go onto Google and I type in, what's that game with that person that did that one thing that one time? And then Google's like, I don't know what you're trying to tell me. And I'm like, and now it's lost the void. Okay, so I guess what's the criteria for getting a game onto the wiki?
So it needs to be related to hypnosis in some way. And it doesn't have to be like, the game doesn't have to be about hypnosis.
Okay.
But I have categories for like, if a game has hypnotic gameplay, but isn't explicitly hypnotic, or if it is designed to hypnotize the player. Or if it's just something that comes up, there's like a really hot scene in it or something like that. Any of that is valid.
Yeah. And I loved, recently, I only just recently discovered like the categories like games that are made to hypnotize you or games that are like just here for vibes, which I think is really cool.
And there's, I got more categories. There's VR. There's, someone asked me for me to break down the games by programming language, like which ones are Twine or Rust or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, whoa. Okay. I had never thought about that.
So there's a lot of them that I put in early on that I still need to go back and just backfill all of these categories that I created later on.
Oh, I love that. That's so cool. Oh, okay. So are the games and like tech a part of your HypnoKink journey? And if so, do you have any moments that like particularly stand out for you, like on your HypnoKink journey that involve games and tech? Because I know you love a little bit of hypnotic tech.
Oh, absolutely. I've had a light and sound machine since my first Nibu back in 2012.
Oh, wow.
And when the Oculus Go became available, the first headset that you could actually install things directly on, a developer was developing mind massaging machine for it.
Yeah, I love that thing.
And so, I went out and I ended up getting one of those. And that program has been so helpful for me. One of my favorite memories is back in, I think, October of 2020. I got together with some of my partners, and we actually did a 2-hour live stream on YouTube.
I remember this. Yes.
Yeah.
And it was so cool watching that.
Yeah, it was just one session after another, and I could barely stand by the end of it.
The best hypnosis sessions are the ones you can barely walk away from. You're like, I'm just going to crawl out of here. Don't mind me.
I also used to take my headset over to Charmed and Beguiled.
Yes.
And Charmed 2020, I spent, I remember spending Sunday afternoon just running around the con because I wanted as many people as possible to experience it.
Yeah.
It's less common then to have a headset than, I mean, it's not super common now, but it was less so then.
Yeah.
So I just ran around the hotel just giving people a chance to try it, and it was so much fun.
I remember saying to people, like, one of my favorite con moments of all time is actually because of you and the mind melting machine. I don't know if you remember in 2020, you were in the remember the food area at Charmed? How they had like the food and the teas and the biscuits and like Muesli bars and stuff, and then you were in there with the brainwashing helmet. The VR headset, on someone, and I remember you're like, hey, Secret, come here. And I was like, yeah. And you're like, someone is listening to your file right now. When they're done, can you just like say hello? And I was like, yeah. And they take the helmet off, and I'm like, hi. And they're like, the voice from the file. To this day, it's like such a vivid memory of like how just hilarious it was to experience that. Because like VR is just so cool to me. I love it. It's the voice from the thing. Exactly. Yeah. And also like amazing that you've given so many people the opportunity to experience that, because VR equipment can get quite expensive.
It can.
Yeah.
But thankfully, if you're willing to go about a generation or two back, it's not as bad anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, I love that. And I love that like this has kind of become like part of your journey, but also like has become something that you're giving back to the community with. Like making this wiki has allowed so many people to access things that they probably wouldn't even know about if it wasn't there, you know?
That's been one of my big goals, is especially with indie games and creators, is
sure.
helping people find an audience.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted people to be able to add, like, if there's a developer that wants to add their own game and details, then they can make an account. They can add it in themselves,
cool.
or they can send me the details, and when my executive dysfunction lets me do it, then I will add it.
What a mood, though. You're like, we're just waiting for the day that the executive dysfunction is good, and when it backs out, I can do it now. I know that feeling so well. But yeah, no, it's so cool because like I was saying to a friend the other day, if there wasn't the wiki, I don't think I would know anything about any of these games, because the only other way to find these things is through places like Twitter or Tumblr or like social media, and that can be such a nightmare to scroll through. So having one set place is just so handy. Ugh.
We're trying to go through Reddit for it.
Oh, really? Yeah. Oh my God. And it's terrible because then you're scrolling for days and you're like, I don't know what I'm looking for and I don't know what I'm finding. And I'm finding a bunch of So, yeah. Okay. Do you have a favorite Hypno-Kinky game?
I do. It's a visual novel called Penlight.
Okay. So what's that about?
You play as a character, a high school senior. I mean, everyone you know is, of course, an adult in the game.
Yeah. We're all 18-year-olds. Yeah.
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 Who has a crush on this girl in his class. And the year before at a festival, he saw her as a participant in a hypnosis show.
Oh, okay.
And so he decides to try to get closer to her, to find something in common. He learns hypnosis, and he develops this pen light that he adjusts to help hypnotize people.
Oh, that's a cool.
So you start out the game, you're super nervous. You want to talk to her about it, but you're trying to find your way in. And right from the beginning, you have a choice of, you can try to talk to her about it. You can totally blow it and go off to somewhere else, and have another set of adventures, or you can just straight up try to hypnotize her right there. And your choices really matter in what type of character you're creating.
That's amazing. Somebody just said the hypnosis consent roguelike. Oh my goodness. Yeah. That's so fun. Oh, I love that. Okay.
And there's like 30 different endings. There's a doll ending, and a robot, and
30 different endings. Oh man, there's so much work that must have gone into that.
Oh, it's amazing. It's been being developed for years and years. The developer is named Angela DeMille, and she's done such a great job with it.
Oh, it's so cool. Like, I know I was lucky enough to get to I wrote a visual novel. It was funny because like writing the visual novel, I learned a lot about writing a visual novel, which is that when you add like paths in a game, you have to do so much more work than you think you're going to have to do, and so much more script than you think you're going to need, and so much more voice acting than you think you're going to need. So like by the end, we like the scope of the game was massive, and we scaled it down and down and down because it was like, this is becoming an absolute nightmare of logistics. So like knowing that it has like 30 different paths at one point, wow, like that's an impressive amount of work. Like, oof.
Yeah, I think there's something like 450,000 words in it right now.
Oh, whoa, that's insane. I love
Yeah.
that. I also love to see like the creativity of these game developers who are making such amazing work just for like the love of the game. Like they're doing this because they
hmm
love it. It's not like a job thing. It's not because they have to or because they want to.
hmm
Yeah, it's so cool. So cool. Oh my gosh. I was gonna say I've been looking through the wiki recently because my favorite games are the ones where the viewer gets hypnotized, right?
hmm
Because I have a lean. So I'm like, oh, so it's really fun for me to actually, like the other day I found the tag where it's like games that hypnotize you. So I had to look through those and I've started like scrolling through. Because I used to play a lot of Fractionate. As we all have, I'm sure. Most people have given
Oh,
it a
yeah.
go. Oh boy, so fun. But recently I've been trying a new one called, I think it's called Hypnoscreen. And it's basically just a
Mhm.
giant spiral. It's just a big old spiral with a bunch of characters who are there to help you be hypnotized by the spiral. And you can add your own words to the spiral and like different colors and different shapes and different speeds and things. It's very, very interesting. I find it very interesting to like go through and just have a look and see what's on there and play around. It's very cool. Mm.
Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying that.
Yeah, for sure. I like having fun.
Yeah.
That's why we play games, right? To have a fun time. Oh. Okay, so if someone here we go. Are there any gaps in hypnosis gaming that developers might want to look into? Because I know I have feelings about this, but I'm just wondering, as somebody who created the wiki, if you've noticed any like gaps that you're like, oh, it'd be nice if someone made a game about this.
Visual novels are a little overrepresented, just
Yeah.
as far as categories of games go.
Mhm.
Um, there's not as much in other genres, but if you look around, like especially the work from Nick's Gaming Group
Yeah.
or Nick's Goddess Games,
Love Nyx. I'm biased, but
yeah,
love
they
Nyx. Yeah.
they have a card game, a shooter, a dungeon crawler. There's games on the wiki that are just tabletop games,
Yeah.
like pen and paper tabletop games. There's a lot out there. If you it's other things are underrepresented, like puzzle games, but if you look around enough, then they are out there.
Yeah, yeah. And I think it's cool because I know that there are a lot of gaming developers in the hypnosis community who are thinking and interested. Hint, hint, my wife. Hint, hint, my wife, please make a game. And I know all the time when we have been researching like games in this field and like games within the kink, we've been kind of like looking into, okay, what is everyone doing? And I think you're right. Yeah. Lot of visual novels. I think probably too because visual novels must write a lot like a script or like an audio file. So it's probably easy for people to be like, oh, well, it makes sense. Hypnosis as a script. Yeah.
And it's hardly a bad thing. Like if you're
Yeah.
wanting to make a visual novel about hypnosis, absolutely
Go for it. Yeah. Go for it. They're so fun. Some of them are great and really, really, really fun. But also, I agree. I think it'd be nice to see, like, I've not seen a lot of like hypnosis platformers. I'm a platformer girly myself. And I'd love to see, I mean, imagine like a platform with a big old spiral. I'd be so into that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So like, yeah, that's interesting. Okay. So I know on the list of the wiki, you've also included games that are not like overt hypnosis, but are hypnotic. How do you pick and find these games that are like not a hypno-kink game, but just feel hypnotic to you?
I look for things that where I can really get into a good flow state, like Beat Saber. Or there's one Res that it's really easy to kind of fall into that state while you're playing it.
Yeah.
I also look for recommendations from people. Every so often, I do go through the /r/erotic hypnosis and see if anyone's mentioned anything there and add it to my list.
Oh, that's so cool. Because, yeah, it was so interesting when I first found the wiki because I saw the section where it's like, oh, these games aren't hypnosis, but they feel hypnotic. And like seeing Beat Saber and things, as a Beat Saber player myself, I was like, oh, I totally see it now. It's so funny too when like you don't even think about it, and then like when it was brought up there, I was like, oh yeah, actually, no, that's so true though. Whoa, this whole time, crazy.
Yep.
It's so cool.
You just lose yourself in it. It's so good.
Yeah, and there must also be like games that you find that have like hypnosis bits in it, but were not really created for our kind of audience, I guess. It must be interesting to come across stuff like that.
It is.
Okay, so do you have a favorite in the category of this is not supposed to be hypnosis, but it feels hypnotic to you kind of games?
I think that would be Bejeweled 3.
Oh, really?
Which you look at the
Wow.
gameplay, and of course, it kind of sucks you in anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But Bejeweled 3 added Zen mode, and
Okay.
you have various settings in there. There is breathing modulation. It'll give you audio and visual cues.
Wait, really? Okay, that's interesting.
You can turn on binaurals with various frequencies, just whatever you're looking for.
Oh my God.
You can, let's see, you can have background audio, just like soothing nature sounds or waterfalls. And then there's the mantra section of it.
Wait, there's a mantra section? Oh no.
There is.
Oh wow.
And if you load one of those, it has a few preloaded files that have statements about, I'm feeling good.
Wow.
And you can have two different settings for it. One just slowly rotates the statements at the bottom of the screen as you're playing, out of the corner of your eye.
Yeah.
And you can hit subliminal, and it'll just, you can choose how visible you want it to be when it just randomly pops it up in the middle of you.
Okay.
Making matches.
That is crazy. I've never had any interest in playing Bejeweled, but now I'm like, I think I'm gonna have to stop playing Bejeweled.
And the best part of it is, if you go into the game folder, there's an affirmations folder where they keep all the text files for the mantras.
Okay.
And you can absolutely add your own. So if you want to take one of the files, open it up, and then replace all the statements with, I'm feeling very deep right now.
Wow.
Anything like that, then yeah, you can just customize your own programming.
Okay, I think I know what I'm going to be doing this weekend. I think I know what my next hypno game. I was like thinking about the other day because I've been starting to play hypno games in voice chats with friends. It's become my new favorite pastime. Is like we all get into the voice chat and we go through the mind control wiki and we find some games and we just go hard at these games together as a group. It's really, really entertaining, by the way. Great way to make friends is to all be in a voice chat and play a bunch of hypno games and see what happens. I love it, but I think we're gonna have to put Bejeweled. Is it Bejeweled 3? Interesting.
Bejeweled 3.
Okay, we're gonna have to put Bejeweled 3 on the rotation. Oof, that is hilarious. I wonder if they know.
I don't know. It's maybe
kind of wild to think that maybe they don't know and they just did this on a whim, but also like, that's crazy to me. Okay.
And then you're sucked into the gameplay, and you got the statements scrolling, and then you hit the end of a level, and it just pulls you down this tunnel to the next level.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is hello. You're like mind melting machine who? I think we're all gonna play Bejeweled 3 now. I also think like being able to add your own input to some of these games has been really like interesting to me, because like a lot of the times when you play any of these games you can't like put your own inputs in, but recently I found a couple of games on the wiki that have like, here, write your own text for the subliminals for this spiral, or here, like add your own thing to this part. And it's really entertaining to me how much harder the games hit when you have like personal input on them. Especially if you have the personal input of friends who know exactly what to say to you, that is going to put you in a position you're like, oh no, it's great.
Oh, definitely.
Great fun. Oh, I love it.
It's a lot of fun to have like a friend make a custom mantra file for you, and then just put it in there and load it up and
right,
see what they did.
Oh, I love that. Oh, so cool. Okay, so do you prefer games about hypnosis or games that are aimed to hypnotize the player?
For me, I like games that hypnotize the player. Those are my preference.
Yeah.
Um, they that's kind of what I'm going for when I'm playing a hypnotic
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
But not exclusively. But yeah, they really they hit some part in my brain that responds really well to that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. Especially, I think, like, if you're a gamer and you're also interested in being hypnotized, it's just something so satisfying about like playing a game while also doing a thing that we love. Like, it's actually just
Mhm.
kind of fun that you're like, oh, not only am I engaging in like the thing that I really like, the kinky hypnosis stuff, but also on top of that, it's like a really fun way of doing it. Mm.
And sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Oh no,
Stupid
it's okay.
ADHD.
Trust me, I know.
It's okay.
Oh my god, you're speaking to the right person. I totally get you. I'm like,
Oh,
Ritalin, are you in there?
but just the interactive nature of the games,
Yeah.
I feel like that really contributes heavily to being able to the effect that they have on you.
Yeah, yeah. I remember like way back in the day, so because I obviously I started doing online hypnosis in like 2011. Long time ago. I'm a relic now. I'm like, oh, I've aged. But like the thing with like that era of hypnosis is I remember like back in the day coming across something called virtual hypnotist. I don't know if you've ever heard of this. It's like, yeah, it's like my quest to get it working again. I just really want to know because I swear the time I found it back in like 2011, it wasn't working and it wouldn't work for me and I could never get it working and it always frustrated me because it would always be like so close to getting it working and it would like crash and I couldn't get it working. So this has become my dream goal is one day I'm going to make virtual hypnotist work somehow, some way. Just for my own amusement because I remember getting so close to making it work because especially way back in the day when I just joined the scene. I didn't have a dom. I didn't have a partner. I didn't know anyone. I think it's so handy to have like games almost as tools and to be able to like engage with stuff in a way that's, well, it's a bit more safe because you know exactly what to expect. It's a game. You can turn it off at any point and like stop playing if you don't like what's happening. So it's a bit less unpredictable than playing with people. And then also it's like, it's just kind of fun if you are by yourself and you're like, well, I want to engage in this, but I don't really want to do a file. I don't know what I'm doing with this, to like be able to input your own stuff and see where it can go. So I think like from there, I was like, oh man, I wish stuff like that would go. Pretty sure you know how to get working. Thank God. Yay. My software developer wife is going to help me finally achieve my goal. Yay. But you know, like I think it's so cool to be able to see like people engaging in this kind of stuff and also making stuff. Like I see new developers pop up all the time with new games and new concepts and new ideas. I think that's very, very cool.
Oh, just the other day, I ran across a playtest for a new rhythm game called
Really?
HypnoSync.
What?
And,
Okay.
yep.
Okay.
And
I'm in.
it's not so much about hypnotizing the player. I'm sure you know, but you know, you get to flow state. But you've got a character in the background on your screen, and as the music plays and you hit the buttons, then you see them go into a trance.
Wait, so the little character goes into trance? Oh, that's adorable.
And
I like that.
And that just showed up out of nowhere like a week ago.
Wow. Well, I can't wait to check that out. That sounds so cool. Ah, see, and this is the coolest part about this is like, especially having resources like the Game Wiki, because now there's a place where people can keep checking on it and keep looking at it and keep seeing all the new developed stuff and not missing out on stuff like this, which we would have missed out on before. So like, thank you. This is so cool.
You're welcome.
Like, seriously. Wow. Okay. So, if someone was looking into making a game and they wanted to get onto the wiki, what is the best way to go about doing that?
They could either, like I said, message me, and I will get to it eventually, I promise. But yeah, if anyone wants to add anything, there's a CAPTCHA because I had to do that because
Yeah.
I had bots joining. But
Boo.
the solution to the captcha is literally the word wiki. So
You're like, we're smarter than bots. We can spell wiki. Oh,
I've
cool.
actually had a couple of devs add their own things to it, and that was really fantastic to
Oh,
see.
that's amazing. I love that, especially because like that's part of being a wiki, right? Is community involvement and getting people to be able to put their own stuff on. Oh, that's so cool. That's awesome, especially because like I know there's some game devs in the chat, my wife, who hopefully will make games in the future. So like hopefully getting everybody involved in the wiki would be really cool. And if people haven't checked out the wiki, please do check out the wiki. Okay, and now I know you had a list of some games that we want to talk about. Some favorite ones. Okay, so we're gonna find out how to make this presentation work. So do you want to try and screen share the presentation to me, and I'll get it on the stream.
I've got it shared.
Oh yeah, cool. Here we go. Got it. Here. I'm so good at technology. Look, everybody, I'm getting better at technology. Oh dear. Okay, let me see if I can
drop it over
out.
to you real quick.
Oh, good. Let me see if I can do it this way. I got it before. I'm gonna do it again. Yep. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, and we got this. We got. I believe. Yep. Okay. PowerPoint. Yay. Okay, it is up on the screen. Let's do it. Okay. So there we go.
Oh, I'm not seeing it on the stream.
Okay. It should pop up in a second, hopefully.
Oh, okay. Oh, lag, I guess.
Yeah. This is the one.
There
okay.
it goes.
The one downside to YouTube is I don't know if anyone knows this, but YouTube actually has a minute worth of lag.
Yep. But there we go.
Yay. Okay.
So yeah, this is our logo. Made by a friend of mine.
It's so cute. I love that.
Thank you. So yeah, we got my massaging machine I wanted to start with. So it comes with some sessions already pre-programmed in, but it has a session creator where you can customize your own. And you can set background spiral, audio choice, you can set binaurals, strobing if you want to, subliminal text, time text, I can't even remember all the options you can set. You can really customize.
Is this the one that you live streamed when you've done your live streams previously? Where you demonstrate games? Oh, cool.
It's really versatile. I've really enjoyed that. VR Chat. It's another VR program that I know has been really popular for hypnosis lately.
Yeah. I recently met a bunch of people in a server that I'm in who are super into VR chat, and I was asking them questions about it because I've not been involved in the VR chat hypnosis community, but I've heard nothing but there's always going to be like mixed feelings about every community, but I've heard some really good stuff happening there as well. A lot of parties and a lot of like people engaging in a variety of hypnosis, which sounds really cool.
Oh, Sleeping Girl has been posting about it a lot on their social media lately.
Oh, I've not seen that.
The kind of weird hypnotic stuff they get into on there, and they're enjoying it so much.
Yeah. Especially in like the furry hypnosis community, I know a lot of furries on VR chat, which is cool. Yeah.
I have a friend named Strange Item that has done classes on it before too, and they're a good resource for it.
Yeah, I know a friend of mine, Hex, who was supposed to be here today but couldn't make it, they were telling me that they've built... So my friend is into drone play, and so what they've done is they built their entire drone play factory in VR chat, and now they can brainwash people, droneify people in VR chat and have all the drones in there too, which is amazing. It looks so cool.
Oh, that is fantastic. Oh, let's see. Oh, I have the slide for Penlight here. So that's that's your main, that's the character's crush, Nozomi there. I actually cosplayed as her at Charm 2020.
Really?
Yep.
That is so cute.
It was so much fun. And I had my slide for Bejeweled 3.
Oh, let's go. So this is what you were talking about, some of these like the Zen things.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
These are all the different settings you can customize.
Okay, this looks really cool. And I love the fact that they've actually got binaural beats in it. I don't know why. Binaural beats to me are always like so underrated, but also like it's such a fun option to have because sometimes it just kind of makes it just makes everything a bit more hypnotic.
It's got that nice little background sound going.
Exactly.
Let's see, and I wanted to focus on a couple of studios. Nick's Goddess Games, of course.
Of course.
And Fractionate, which it's another one of my favorites.
It's so good. What is your favorite Fractionate path that you've done? Because it has a lot of different options.
Yeah, there's one that does. I play the original one a lot, and there's one that does a lot of memory play.
The spiral?
Yes,
the
that one.
spirals. Oh man. So fun story. Recently, with a bunch of friends of mine, we're going to be doing this again probably. I'm trying to make more friends recently because I love doing these hypno game nights, and we did a hypno game night where we did an impromptu Fractionate battle kind of thing. So what we did was we all took turns playing Fractionate. We all did we picked our own pathway and then we did it. And it was basically at the end, we tallied everyone's scores to see who got the highest score. I lost really badly. It turns out I can't do math. so I came last, but my wife came first. So, it worked out. But it was just so interesting watching everybody's picks, especially because for me, I've mostly done the amnesia track, the spiral one. So I've not actually seen the vanilla, quote unquote, I'm doing air quotes, vanilla fractionation one, or my wife did the bimbo one, so we got to see that a fair bit, which was really interesting and cool. So it was so interesting watching everybody pick their own paths and do the file. The worst part actually was I had to put myself last because the induction and the snapping is so intense for me. That I was worried if I went first, I would get beat so fractionated by the end of it from everyone else's turn that my brain would be mush. So I was like, I'll go last. Because it's so fun. I love it.
It does not go easy on you with the fractionation.
No. Especially, I was really surprised at the normal fractionate mode, how much harder that fractionation goes. Woof, so hard. Wow. I love it though.
And I can't talk about, I also want to highlight Who Wants to Be a Hypnoslut, which is a game show. And I can't talk about Nick's Goddess Games without talking about Enthralled.
Oh no, who's that? Who's that
I don't
purple
know, but
person
they
right
have
there?
a fantastic voice.
Wow, that's so interesting. No, that's me, everyone. Hi, that's me. Remember my old model? She used to look like that. I don't look like that anymore, but I used to look like that. Yeah, Enthralled. What can I say about Enthralled except I wrote that game? So if you think the writing's bad, sorry, I did that. I wrote and voice acted this video game with obviously Nyx. Super happy about it. Super stoked on it. To this day, I still get people telling me about how much they love it, which makes me so happy because it's it was always my dream to voice act in a video game. I just didn't know it was going to be a hypno game. And that makes me even more excited because what a great genre of game to be involved in. So if you haven't played Enthralled, go play Enthralled. It's fun.
It is. It's so good.
I'm glad you like it because I think when we were making it, I got really nervous that people would be they wouldn't enjoy it or something like that. But I think the response has been really, really positive. So yeah. It was hard to make, but I really, really thoroughly enjoyed my time doing it. And I would absolutely do it again, but I probably wouldn't write it again because I'm not a writer. I'm not a writer at all.
While we're on Nyx, I also want to mention that they are the gold standard for me for safety and consent in gaming.
Agreed.
At any point, you can hit escape and to trigger an emergency count up, and it will bring you right back out of it. Clear the suggestions.
Yeah.
And you have several points in the game where people have to confirm that they want to go on with it.
Yeah. Yeah, especially because I remember when we were making Enthralled, that was a really big point of difference that I noticed with like Nyx's stuff compared to other stuff, especially now. Now I play a lot of hypno games. It's really obvious actually when a game dev really cares about the consent in a game, you know? And I know that there was a constant conversation we were having was like, okay, but we need to also know that before we go through with this harder thing that we're about to do, that people know what they're doing and people know what they're signing up for. So I think that was awesome. Yeah. So I totally agree.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. We got Sleeping Girls games.
I haven't played this one yet, but it looks so interesting.
They have 3, and this is the first one here. Test Hypnosis Game 1. It presents itself as like, just a technical demo. But it takes you through this conversational induction, and you are in trance before you realize that you are there.
That's wild. I love that.
It's so effective. Definitely recommend those.
Yeah, because they're also they're text based, aren't they? So there's like no voice; it's just text on a screen.
Yep. And
yeah, that's
you
interesting.
There's a couple points where you click yes to confirm things, and you enter your name at one point, so I can address you directly. But yeah, mostly it's just text, and it is a fantastic induction in session.
I love that. I love that it's able to hit so hard with just text on a screen, especially because a lot of people in the community are like, oh, well, I wouldn't fall to a text induction. I'm like, well, you will.
Absolutely will.
Yeah. That's so cool.
We've got Changer Games, who's been around for years and years now. And one of the oldest games I'd heard about, Spiral Clicker, which is a clicker game.
Okay.
You start out, you are given a spiral, a magical spiral by a mischievous elf. And your job is to go around hypnotizing a college full of girls.
Love. Cool.
And every one of them, the more you click, the faster the spiral spins, and you accumulate points that you can spend on upgrades.
Oh, cute.
And everyone you encounter raises that until you have like a whole harem just mining willpower for you.
That is so cool.
It is actually pretty large at this point. There's a ton of you can do. There's the ones that came with the game, but he's added summons of other characters over the years.
Oh wow, okay.
So there's all these cameos from characters from other games.
That is so cool.
Mostly other Hypno games. You got Hypno 10 in there. And he's working on Spiral Clicker 2 right now.
That's amazing. Oh yeah, good question. Does it hypnotize the player? Says Double Grinch.
It can.
Okay.
If there's a couple of conditions built into it, if you hold down the mouse button long, just watching the spiral, you can kind of drift into it. But if you leave it sitting for 10 minutes, or if you hold the mouse button down for too long, the game will check in with you to make sure that you have not been hypnotized.
Wow. Okay.
And you can actually set in the custom options menu what you want it to do. You can have it check in with you. You can have it wake you up if it thinks that you've gone into trance, or you can have it deepen you.
Wow, that's cool. Okay, definitely adding that to the list of to check out later.
It's a little different gameplay from anything else I've played, and I really enjoyed this one.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
He's got a couple of others he's working on right now. Adventure High is another long-term one where you're at a magical college where you have a mind control power, and it's more of an RPG where you get to decide how you want to use that power.
Oh wow!
For good or evil. And Sucky Quest is a side-scrolling adventure game.
Oh wow! Okay.
Where he plays a character who wants to be a hero. So she's going around fighting the other heroes, and you get transform abilities, and it's been a lot of fun so far. I think he's planning to have that out in October.
Oh, that's very cool.
Another VR game is Hypnolab VR.
Mm-hmm.
This one is less about hypnotizing the player than it is. It's got a lot of hypnotic imagery in it. So while it's never directly focused on the player, what you do is kind of travel around. You're a lab assistant to the scientist that's on the screen here, and you travel around to different realms collecting hypnotic things, pendulums and a cell phone and a hypnotic potion
Oh,
and a
wow. Okay.
microchip, and then you use those objects on the scientist here.
Oh, really? Okay, so you're hypnotizing the little scientist person. Cute. That's so fun.
It is very adult.
Yeah, fair enough.
So that is something that's probably
Yep.
important to know before you start it. But it's a lot of fun though. It's got a lot of stuff hidden in it. You can spend a while, and you can spend a while exploring, and it has both VR and non-VR modes.
Oh,
So
that's
if you just
great.
want to run it on a regular computer, then it would run just fine.
I love it when games do that because I have motion sickness. So one of my big things is if I'm doing a VR game, like Beat Saber is fine, but beyond that, my motion sickness kicks off real bad. So like having opportunities for people like me who get sick is always good. Yay. That is so
That's
cool.
That's another thing I love about Mind Massaging Machine is it does have the VR mode, but it also has two-dimensional monitor mode. So even if you don't have a helmet and you want to try it out, it's I think there's even a demo on a demo up that you can try if you just want to try it out after the stream today.
That is so great. I love that. I'm pretty sure I also used the mind massaging machine through like a Google Cardboard VR thing before, like way back in the day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There's versions of it for basically everything. There's iOS,
Yeah.
Android. Yeah.
That is so cool. I love that, especially because it's such a nice option for people who don't want to go and buy a helmet, or B, like just want something that's on the go. That's so cool. I love that.
And please do let me know. I've got the presentation full screen now, and I'm not seeing questions. So if you want to ask anything they want to ask, please let me know.
Yeah. So if you have any questions in the chat, feel free to ask. But like honestly, I think the big thing that kind of wanted to touch on is like I'm just so glad that we now have a thing for the HypnoKink community like this. Like it's so cool that there are games out here for the community that are made by Kinksters a lot of the time, or people in the know. And I think like the other thing is like it's so cool to have a place where we can all like find things now, because it does make it so useful. Like honestly, it's been such a time save. The amount of times I've been sending people the link to it and be like, hey, let's just look at the list. You know?
I'm so glad.
Yeah. And it must be fun for you too. Like, do you test a lot of these games out before you put them on the list?
About half of them, I think.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll. I'm going to talk about more later, but there was a game jam on Itch last year.
Cool.
It's a yearly thing called Strawberry Jam, and the theme of last year's was hypnosis. So
No
there's
way.
literally dozens of games that came out of that.
That's so amazing.
I've tried to try them out and put them on there, and there's just so many.
Oh, that's so cool.
But over time, I want to get them all up. Let's see. I've got Cosmic Flow. It's another VR game. This one is actually expressly VR, unfortunately. But what it is it's less a game and more of a visual audio experience. It's basically like floating around inside a kaleidoscope.
Whoa, that sounds fun.
There's colors and patterns everywhere. There's this soothing background sound. And I've known other people before who have put someone in the visuals there while they provided their own hypnotic induction on the outside.
Oh,
And that's
cool.
been really effective.
That sounds so fun.
Have you heard of Polybius?
I have, but I have no idea what this is.
So the context is there's an urban legend that back in the 80s there was a game that appeared in a couple of arcades for a brief time.
Yeah, it was banned,
That
right?
was put there. Yeah, it was supposedly put there like by the CIA or something.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's the
And
MK Ultra thing, right?
yeah, and people that played it had like
Whoa.
adverse reactions to it, and it seemed to be some sort of mind control experiment.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
so a couple of people have made actual games called Polybius.
Whoa.
And this one by Llamasoft is my favorite. It is one of those games that isn't expressly hypnotic, but the gameplay,
Mm-hmm.
I don't drive for about 20 minutes if I played that.
Really?
It pulls me in.
Oof. Okay, I definitely have to look at that one. I had no idea that people were recreating the mind control MK Ultra CIA game. Crazy. That's so wild.
And if you go on YouTube, there's a Nine Inch Nails music video called Less Than,
Mm-hmm.
where they actually use this game as background for the video.
That's
And
wild.
it cuts to the player sometimes and they're looking all spaced out and drowsy, and that's exactly what it feels like actually playing it.
Whoa. Oh, I cannot wait to give that a go. Cool.
We've got Res,
Mm-hmm.
which, are you familiar with Res?
No.
So it goes back. I saw someone mention the Game Girl Advance article earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It was originally this PlayStation 2 game, where it's like this. It's described as like this music shooting game,
Mm-hmm.
where you're focusing on targets to the beat of the sounds.
Mm-hmm.
And when it originally released, it came with an accessory. I think just in Japan, called a trance vibrator.
Mm-hmm.
And it was meant to, you've got it was meant for kind of synesthesia experience,
Oh, okay.
where it's beating along with the game.
Mm-hmm.
There is a very famous Game Girl Advance article, though, where the person writing it, her boyfriend was playing the game while she found alternative uses for it. And if you've never had a chance to read that, then it is incredibly entertaining.
Mm-hmm. I'll definitely have to check that out.
And they've maintained that functionality in the newest versions of the game. By if you hook up a Xbox controller while you're playing the game, then it will vibrate in time with the game for you.
That is so cool.
Let's see, rhythm games, Melatonin. So I mentioned HypnoSync earlier, and that's the newest one I've seen. But Melatonin came out, I think, a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like this. Everything is very pastel purple. It's designed to be very soothing. You just kind of bop along to the beat and all the little mini games. And there's one in particular called it's broken down into into different categories. In the mind category, the game is literally pressing spacebar every time a pendulum swings over the pupil of an eye.
Whoa. Okay, that's cool.
Every time it crosses across. I've got on my YouTube, I've got a video where I did 100% of it.
Oh, wow.
And that took me about 2 hours to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I was definitely fractionated by the end of that.
Okay, that sounds so fun.
Let's see. I've got Hypno Valley here.
Yeah, actually, fun story. I just started a Hypno Valley playthrough with a couple of friends of mine last week. It's so fun and so cute.
It's for everyone else. It's a mod for Stardew Valley that adds in a hypnotist character, and once you interact with them, then you go to you attend a hypnotic stage show at the tavern one night, and you can work with them. You can buy hypnotic items, I think you can get flowers from them that you can give as a gift to people in town, and it'll always be their favorite thing.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's been a lot of fun to explore. it's still in development, but I'm excited for what's going to come come in the future with it.
Yeah, it's honestly so cute, especially because I'm a huge Stardew Valley fan. So I've been dying to play it for a while, and now I've tried it. I'm like, actually, kind of sick. I know some people said that the hypnosis doesn't go far enough for them, but I think like the mechanic that it has implemented is good. I like it. It's fun.
There's Hypnoville, which used to be Legend of the Green Dragon MC Edition, which was based off of Legend of the Red Dragon, which I believe was a original, like a BBS game back in the day. It's all text-based. I mean, there's images, but the gameplay is text-based, and you create a character. You go through adventuring to try to raise your level. You can interact with other players on there that are logged in. It works in any browser, so it's something that, if you're real stealthy about it, you could play under any circumstance. Suckin' Brewery is another one that I've really enjoyed. You play as a character named Catherine, it's an RPG more than anything else. You're stranded on top of a skyscraper. Where you meet an AI named Io, who has to create a successful business, and so you work with Io, who from time to time trains you to improve your skills with it, and there's some very, very nice scenes of the training.
Interesting. Sounds cute.
It is. Free Will is an old one. This is one that I played probably back in the early 2000s by a developer on DeviantArt, Tranfor of 3. The premise is you wake up in a room and in a body that you don't recognize. And you have your options here to click on. What do I do? And you're like, okay, I gotta escape. But then you have other options on the screen for it. But the room's kind of messy. It could use a little tidying up while I'm here. And you can choose to resist that, or you can choose to go along with it and work on tidying things. But if you resist, your options for the voice in the back of your head saying, no, I've got to get out of here, gets gradually smaller and smaller as you progress through it. It's a short little flash game, but it's a lot of fun. I also want to highlight another developer, the amazing Zuno, who does more pen and paper things.
Yeah, I think I saw this the other day.
They have a couple of books of games that you can just play with people who are in hypnosis. Not like video, but actual, I've got you in a trance, what can I do with you now? They've got an RPG in there. They've got a character for role-playing games, playing cards for Hypno Kingsters. They've done a lot of really amazing work. It is different from anything else I've seen out there.
That is so cool. I love that there's people doing things in different genres too, like not just like online games. Very cool.
This is a book I have, which is cheating a bit because it's not online. It's on Amazon. But it's a game called Hypno Games for Hypno Junkies, and it is also packed with like 35 different games, just ideas for things to play with other people while you got them in trance. Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
Oh wow, cute.
They are working on their next expansion right now. I can't think of what's called off the top of my head. But it will have mind control rules introduced to the game.
Oh, let's go.
I believe they were playtesting it even at Charm this year, so I'm really excited for that.
Wow, that's so cool.
We've got Strawberry Jam 9. Like I said, there's so many games in there. A couple of my favorites are Desktop Hypnotist, which you remember those old interactive desktop buddies that would like walk around on your windows? Yeah, this is like that. You've got a little mouse that's on your screen that you can interact with. You can have the game pop up. You can set it to occasionally do a little hypnotic pop up for you of a spiral with like obey in it. It's just this silly little thing that it's a lot of fun to play with.
Oh, I love that.
It's nice to have just running in the background while you're doing other things.
Mm-hmm.
And Shepherd's Flock is another dungeon crawler that I've really enjoyed. There's several characters that you can interact with that will entrance you if they get the chance. You're trying to sneak through this dungeon, and I think it's browser based as well. And I definitely recommend that. And that is the end of my slides.
Yay! Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for talking us through like so many cool games. I know like it's so interesting to see like the variety of games. Like I love that. And like I know definitely there's a few on the list. I'm like, oh, I know what I'm gonna be up to later. Oh my goodness. But yeah, if anyone in the chat has any questions, feel free to throw them in now. And we can talk about that. But yeah, no, thank you for coming to talk about this kind of stuff though, because I think part of like what I wanted to do with this event is have a variety of different perspectives with HypnoKink. And the gaming stuff I feel like is something that we talk about a little bit online, but I think we can definitely like get the word out there a bit more that this is here, that people are making games, and that if people want to engage in this way that they can. Yeah.
And there's I want to say at this point we have over 130 entries on the wiki right now. So
wow.
We're really just scratching the surface with this.
Yeah.
And there's so many more I need to add. So if there's anything that anyone sees that is missing that they would like to add, absolutely, you're invited to do so.
Yeah, so okay, I thought I saw some questions before. Let me just scroll through and have a look. Mostly people are just jamming out at like the game's like, what? That? Oh my god. Cool. Okay. And if anyone else has any other questions, please let us know. A lot of thank you. Have you come across any drug play hypnosis games? I find that stuff very interesting.
Not off the top of my head, but I'm certain there's something in there.
Yeah, so we'll keep looking, we'll keep digging. If there is a drug play hypnosis game out there, we will find it.
I'd like to eventually get a set of categories set up where it's got, this kink is represented in here,
that's
along
cool.
with hypnosis.
Oh, I'd love that.
I need to play more of the games.
Yeah, that's my goal too. Actually, once I was looking at the list, I was like, it doesn't seem like a challenge, but honestly, I don't know. Kind of like excited to try more of them and see. Somebody asked, do we think hypnosis focus games will hit the mainstream?
It would be nice. Seeing more things that aren't just hentai games, but like HypnoSync that are being introduced on platforms like Steam makes me optimistic.
Yeah.
There's clearly an audience out there.
Somebody wants to know what's your YouTube, Sleepyhead. We can get a link for you. And we'll put it in the doobly-doo down below. What kind of stuff have you been doing on your YouTube channel? Because I know you used to stream like yourself playing some games and things like that. Are you still doing that?
I've not done much. I'd like to do more with it though. I just have a couple of videos there right now. One that I put up for World Hypnosis Day a couple of years ago, and the live stream and the playthrough of Melatonin.
Yeah, that's so cool. Somebody's saying, do you know if there's any hypno-themed point-or-click adventure games? Probably.
Not off the top of my head. Probably.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if there weren't.
Yeah. I feel like there's also there's a lot of the one that I was playing recently is very clicky. So if you're into clicker stuff, there's a lot of that kind of stuff happening at the moment. Or yeah, visual novels. Just a lot of visual novels. But it's cool. Oh,
I see someone asking about my YouTube.
Yes.
What I'll do is after this, I'll go on my Blue Sky, sleepydolly.bsky.social, And I'll put up a link to my YouTube and to the wiki so that those are available there.
Amazing. That'll be so great. And yeah, we'll get as many links as we can in the description of the video as well, so that we make sure that everyone can find what they want to find. Yeah. Has Penlight been plugged? Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
a couple of times.
But we can plug Penlight again. Play Penlight. Penlight seems cool.
Yes, it's so good. There's so many, even though it's not directly focused on hypnotizing the player, there's so many well-written text inductions in it that, if you're on a good path, then you can just trance right along with the game, and it's fantastic.
Oh, that's so cool. Have you played a lot of VR chat? Because somebody's asking if, what was that VR chat world you mentioned earlier? Oh, you mean the one about Hex? I can let you know where to find that later. But yeah, have you played a lot of VR chat, Sleepyhead?
I haven't. I've heard so many good things about it. I haven't really had a chance to get into it yet, and I want to.
Yeah.
Me and Puppet moved into a new place last year, and we've got some attic space that I can move around in. So I really want to go
wow.
up there and get some VR chat time in soon.
Yeah, so you're gonna go like full body, full VR, like in. That's great.
Yeah, have the room to move around full room scale.
That's so cool. I have all the gear for VR chat, but I've never done it. I've been threatened many times by friends who are like, "Secret, we need to get you in VR chat." I'm like, I know. I have the 3D model. I have all the VR gear. I just have not set it up because I'm bad at technology. And my wife is like, this is a lot. And I'm like, yeah, it is a lot. You're so right. You're so right. But yeah, no, it looks very fun though. And every time I've seen people in there, it feels so like a tangible thing, especially for those of us who are not in places where we can connect with people in person as much as we'd like to, you know? Something that we've been doing recently with all the Kiwis is getting everyone together, but it's also like, it's nice to have virtual spaces as well.
And, there's so much room for possibility for, hypnotic things you can create, pendulums and spirals, and you have them just floating there in midair. And, it's really just one of those things where the limit's just your imagination.
Yeah. And it's great to see so many creative people too on the internet who are just making stuff and doing stuff and like continuing to push stuff. Both is good. Exactly. We all need to be in person sometimes because, apparently going outside is good for you or something. but still it's comfortable in here, okay? And sometimes it's nice to just have a virtual world where you can hang out into, But yeah. Oh, well, thank you so much for being here, Sleepyhead, and like having this chat with me. I really appreciate you taking the time. Of course, seriously. Like this has been so fun and so cool. And if anybody wants to find Sleepyhead and her content, you can find her. We're going to put her Blue Sky link in the doobly-doo down below. We're also going to put YouTube links and the mind control wiki in there, and hopefully YouTube doesn't bonk me. We're going to cross fingers and hope that YouTube allows us to put the link to the wiki in here because I think it's really important for people to find it. But yeah, thank you so much. Seriously.
You're welcome. And if there's anything anyone wants me to know about that isn't there, I can be reached at administrator@mindcontrol.fun or send me a DM on Blue Sky, and I'd love to hear about it.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And we'll see you later, okay?
Thank you.
All
See you
right,
later.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh. Okay. All right, everybody. That was Sleepyhead with her presentation on the Mind Control Games Wiki. If you want to check out the wiki, you absolutely can do that. And honestly, I would implore you to go and check it out. If, like me, you're a gamer and you like gamey things, please, please, please go check it out. It's so exciting to see new games added there all the time and see all the stuff that's happening. And I hope you enjoyed that little presentation on the Mind Control Games Wiki and some of the hypnosis games that are there. I felt like it was an important part to add to the stream today because I really wanted to represent lots of different facets and factions of the HypnoKink community, including those that can be found online. Obviously, as an online creator myself, it's very important that when we're online, we have content for people like us, made by people like us, you know? And there are so many amazing game devs out here that I think are getting so much more like, people are getting more enjoyment out of their games now because they can find them. So it's very cool. Yeah. And Sleepyhead is such a big part of that. So yay. I'm so excited to get to chat to her. Okay. Very soon, we have another presentation for you coming up very, very soon. And I'm super excited about it. CamDawn, my dear friend, dear mod, I adore her so much, has a presentation on hypnotic presence. I actually have not had the opportunity to see the class on utilizing scene presence, but I've heard so many good things about it, and I'm really, really, really excited to see what this is like. It's going to be very, very cool. But yeah, so I hope you're all very, very excited. What is this? Stand by for awesome. I'm really excited. I know that this one was quite demo heavy, but yeah, need to get into more hypno games. Yeah, if you have any recommendations on hypno games, I always have them. I'm going to be trying to do my live stream, my shorter live stream. Obviously, this is an event, so this is a lot bigger than my usual live stream. But I was going to say, I plan to do these at least like once a month, if that. And so if I ever find any more hypnosis games, then I will absolutely start recommending hypnosis games to people and getting all up in there. Right, let's get prepared. Cool. Yeah. Do you give hypnotic presents on Christmas, or is there a separate day for them? World Hypnosis Day. Do we give presents to people on World Hypnosis Day? Should we? Interesting. Can I recommend a hypnosis game in the comments? Absolutely. If you're watching this, by the way, in post, hi subjects who are watching this in post. Hi VOD Squad. If you're part of the VOD Squad today, feel free to comment down below and tell me what is your favorite hypnosis game. Tell me all the fun stuff that you've got about the stream. You can add your questions, your comments, your queries, your concerns. But if you do write your concerns, just know they're going through me, and I will I'll probably listen to them, maybe. Depends on how concerning the concerns are. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's always a treat to see Sleepyhead talk about their passion for hypno. I agree, and I think like it's one of these things that is not talked about that often, so I really love to see it. And part of this event was I really wanted to get a variety of things happening today, so that's why we've had so many different classes. And yeah, imagine changing all the audio files and mantras and then get to stream it with chat. The further you get, the more chatters are. Yes, actually, that'll be really funny. Should we do a Bejeweled stream? I was obsessed with Fractionate. Me too. I love Fractionate. The Fractionate party that we had recently was so fun and so shenanigan-y, and just so many stuff and things and fun and amazing times were had. And I don't know, I just kind of lost it when we had it, because it was so good and so fun. But yeah, okay, I am told now we are ready for the next person, so let me get up on in here and get our next person ready. Okay. Okay, ready? We're gonna talk to Cami. I'm so excited. Eee! Okay, here we go. Hello.
Hello there.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing quite well.
Oh my
I've
goodness.
been hyping myself up for this all day, so
Yay!
let's see if we can pull it off.
You got this. I believe in you. Okay, so do you want to introduce yourself to the chat?
Absolutely. My name is Miss CamDawn. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a seductive fae who exists on Tumblr.com, and I like to teach about hypnosis and dissociation.
Let's go.
I'm diagnosed with DID, and I tend to write a lot about that, as well as matters of safety in hypnosis when dealing with a mind that is naturally dissociative. And I also do some fun media essays.
I love reading your essays on Tumblr. Can I just say they are so informative and so well written and so well done. and we refer to them often. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, right. I'm gonna dip out and let you do your thing, but I'm so excited for this class. I've heard so many good things about it, and I've never been able to see it, so I'm super excited. So thank you for being here.
Thank you for inviting me. It's always a pleasure, Secrets. All right, well, hello there, my dears, and thank you all so much for coming today. This is my first time teaching the class online and without the aid of my lovely assistants to demo. I tend to be more of a lecture-based teacher than the conversational style that we've seen today, so I hope that that change of pace matches chat's mood this far into the proceedings. I also beg your indulgence in imagining some of the body language that will be described today. I promise you the in-person version of the class that is taught at Charmed and Beguiled is quite the treat to behold. I believe Grinch is in chat right now and has seen it in person. So before I begin the hypnotic hijinks, I wanted to just speak a little bit more about myself. Today you are in the presence of Dawn, though my partners sometimes lovingly refer to me as Miss Dawn. I identify as plural, and I'm in treatment for dissociative identity disorder. I like to teach on that topic whenever I can. I bring this up because I'm going to be talking about my soft and subby side, Cami, as a separate individual during this class, and I simply don't wish to confuse. Please check me out at Miss Cami Dawn, all one word, at tumblr.com, the app and website. I come from the perspective of a transgender woman who has some switchy tendencies. I'm actively polyamorous, I'm a grey asexual, and I lean a little bit towards sex repulsed. I'll be doing some hypnotic language that may cause some splash damage, so please do take care of yourselves and remain safe. At times there may be some shifts in tone that could startle. Now, with that aside, let's get on to those aforementioned hijinks. Today I want to talk about how we can utilize our stage presence, not just as hypnotists, but as hypnotees as well. And in this class, I'm going to talk about the hypnotist side first, covering each area of a scene and how to utilize the presence within. And then I'll loop around and discuss the presence in hypnotees, because make no mistake, a hypnotee is quite capable of doing everything in their power to tempt, tantalize, and heighten each and every moment of a scene. Thank you. So, I wonder how many of you out there have heard the term hypnotic presence or hypnotic aura? And what kind of images does that draw to your mind? Do you find it inviting, an allure that can pull a person in and guide them gently into trance? Or do you find it powerful and corrupting, a will that cannot be denied? Some may enjoy a scary aura, those moments where every word sends a chill and a thrill down your spine and makes things seem oh so tense. Perhaps you find it seductive, words and actions that just stick into your mind, and you find yourself driven to do anything you can, just a little bit more, and be allowed to bask in that glow. It comes in a number of different packages, you see, but at the core, it's about harnessing rapport, charm. The energy of a scene can shape the dynamics of play and be a little bit of additional seasoning to add to a memorable scene. This class was first inspired by 2020 Charms, which came up in Sleepyhead's discussion. During that event, I was watching a demo on rope play that was led by a sleeping girl. If I'm not mistaken, the gracious host of this evening's event was also attending that class, so she may back me up in what I have to say. The concept was how to use bondage as a hypnotic focus for an induction. I vividly remember the moment that demonstration began. Hypnotists moved in close towards their partner, began to work the rope. The room was silent. It felt like every single person in attendance was holding their breath. All you could hear was the hypnotees breathing. They gasped out as every bind tightened. This induction was silent. Just a hypnotist, focused and intent, literally weaving magic around a willing partner and watching them submit to their spell. It was billed as a class for how to use bondage in hypnosis. But I was far more fascinated with the crowd's reaction. The spell was cast over each and every one of us. And yet not a single thread of rope touched our skin. It was the presence radiating from the scene, you see. It demanded our attention. It compelled our silence. And it bewitched all of us as readily as any other hypnotic induction. I was surprised to see that such a powerful tool is not often taught in our circles. Personally, I live for the moment that a scene begins, not only because I anticipate the fun, though I do, but it's when the willing participants begin to slide into their roles and a palpable aura of the power exchange begins to emanate. The one and only thing I want you to learn from this class is that hypnosis is a dance, and it's not about learning the steps, it's about feeling the music. So don't worry about the specifics of the examples that I'm about to share today. Focus more on the fact that this is a tool in your arsenal, and when you really start to dive into it, you may find just how many ways you can heighten your play, especially the anticipation. When I refer to presence, I'm talking about an emotional energy that radiates outwards from our actions, our dialogue, channeled through you and out into the world. It could be radiated broadly in every direction through an entire room where all eyes are captivated on that one individual in the limelight, or it could be siphoned into one single individual. See, in the live version of this class, this would be the point of which I turn my gaze predatorily upon one person and just watch them tense up as my words are spoken to just them and only them. Maybe I'm doing that right now, my lovely audience. Maybe I'm focusing these words on you and only you. Directing that presence and pushing it all into you, making you the center of the universe, if only for a moment, and watching how you respond in kind. This is what I mean when I say that these moments are like a dance. It's trading cues and direction, leading and following, baiting and responding. As long as the partners are in sync and can adjust, it will often lead to trance. So what do we do to prepare? Before any scene, you want to identify the energy that you want to bring into the moment, with knowledge that this energy can and will change as things progress. A scene can come in many flavors, and it's important to know which angle you're coming from. What is your rapport? What is your practice and confidence level? How much back and forth is there going to be? Is a scene improvised or is it rehearsed? What are your strengths and weaknesses as both a hypnotist or a hypnotee? A question I like to begin every serious scene with is, what kind of experience are you looking for? For one partner, that could be about receiving a certain sensation. They wish to have their mind quiet and still. They wish to slip serenely into hypnotic splendor. Whereas another partner may want to be dominated, to give everything they have in trying to resist. But we both know that the scene will inevitably end with them helplessly kneeling and pleading to go into trance. Likewise, if I were a hypnotist making a request from my partner, I may request a playfully energetic scene where I get to see my partner reacting to a post-hypnotic suggestion, or maybe something quiet and calm where I could just let a partner rest on my impulsively soft lap while I read a book. Both sides of the coin, there's an expectation and a response to that expectation. A negotiation that leads to the tone of a scene. From that tone can come a dynamic. I would not expect my quiet and still partner to brat at me while I try to wind down the clockwork in their mind into a peaceful mirror lake. And nor would I expect my playfully resisting partner to give up without a fight. Though I shall mention, subverting expectations can be a reliable tool too. But at the core, it's about understanding what the journey is supposed to be. And for my non-consensual audience members out there who like to jump in without the discussion, this will require a lot more intuiting and improvising in the moments on both sides of the watch. It'll happen with rapport and comfort within the hypnotic relationship. It just takes time and experience in knowing flavor profiles and such. There's a lot of discussion that goes into non-con, but maybe not at the beginning of the scene, but at the beginning of the arrangement. So now we've got an idea of what we need to work with. Let's see how we can effectively utilize presence in a scene, starting with the hypnotist side. Take a drink of water first. So, setting. Obviously, the setting is going to play a remarkable amount into the scene. Are there any distractions? How much do you have to move? Are there elements like lighting or scent? I imagine that most of the audience here are not familiar with me and would not know that I have an affinity for the scent of lavender. It is an affinity I program deep into my partner's mind so that when they catch the hint of quote unquote my scent, they're impacted by it. Some may have colors that they utilize in their clothing, as I know some are prone to do with the color purple. You can offer dimmer lighting that creates a more soothing atmosphere. Or if you're lucky, you may end up with an LED ceiling light that is turned into a spotlight and aimed right at you. That really happened to me, by the way. At Beguiled 2022, my partner Daja grabbed the ceiling light and aimed it at me. It was an act intended to be intimidation, but I interpreted it as a spotlight, and I pulled her into a scene right there. You want to stack the deck in your favor. A scene in a bedroom is different in nature from a scene in a public place, but that doesn't mean that one is better than the other. Our partner Daja and her soft, submissive sweetling, dear sweet Cami, had a private scene in a public space built from Cami's love of a specific piece of Stargazer hypno art. It utilized the fact that it was in public to amplify the intimacy. Essentially, She was set down on a park bench right by a fountain and just asked to look at a phone. To any outside observer, she was just looking at a phone, headphones in, but no one was aware of the magic being woven around, and that just added a little bit of additional flavor to the scene. It was the tone, isolating, removing all distractions. Distractions have to exist for you to remove them, after all. Signals. So the scene is about to begin, and we want to give a clear signal of intent that sets the expectation of where the emotion is guiding towards. Signals of intent can be a powerful piece of preparation for the tone of a scene. It's the moment that a scene can truly be said to begin. First, we have to have an idea of the tone we wish to carry into the scene. So let's talk about those tones and what we can do to embody them. You can have, and this is just off the top of my head, seductive, comforting, dominant, playful, mischievous, detached, clinical. And a lot of these can be flipped to complement a hypnotize mood. So those tones can shift and change a scene, especially if your switchy partners are riding on one another's reactions. Be alert of the vibes in the scene and what signals you are giving out, and how your partner is reacting to them on either side of the watch. So to demonstrate, I'm just going to provide these with the tone of my voice alone. The sentence, look into my eyes and find yourself falling deeper and deeper into them. And I can do this seductively. Look into my eyes and find yourself falling deeper and deeper into them. Or I could do it comforting. Look into my eyes and find yourself falling deeper and deeper into them. I could do it playfully. Oh, darling, look into my eyes and find yourself falling deeper and deeper into them. Or, of course, you could do it dominantly. Look into my eyes and find yourself falling deeper and deeper into them. So when it comes to inductions, there are several different paths you can take. Take a moment to think of an induction from your past, or for those who have never been hypnotized, from the media that you've seen. I'm fairly confident that different people in this stream will be thinking of different scenes that carry different atmospheres. Firstly, there's the easy questions. Was what you imagined fast, or was it slow? Was it direct communication, or was it indirect? How do you want your hypnotee to be positioned when they're in trance? Are they standing, sitting, kneeling, lying down? So let's say I was performing that line again, that look into my eyes thing, in 3 different tones. You can only hear me on this call, but there is an entire element of physicality that I'm performing to match the mood. And I'm doing that behind my screen. In voice acting and thusly online hypnosis, important to grant that air of physicality to truly embody the emotion in a person and send those visual signals even when no one can see them. We want to dominate your every sense, after all. Hypnosis isn't just words spoken. So, chat. I want you to imagine a fae-like redhead with azure eyes, freckled skin, and pale lips sitting behind this microphone right now. And if I were trying to hypnotize you, what mood would be the best to embody? Well, I could do my flirtatious and slow methods. For my own take on this, my actions are fluid, my hands are in motion. Imagine me framing a cheek as I approach with hooded eyes, a soft grin, my voice slow, my eyebrows raised playfully, inviting. But in the firm version, where I seize the hypnotise's attention with dramatic and sudden action, commanding, intentional, my glare is forceful, my motions are sharp and swift. Rising tide of firm action, pulling myself tall and narrowing the space between us, making you submit. Or I could have the honey sweet coyness of a temptress, utilizing your want of trance to make you come to me. Maybe I tilt my head back, bat my eyelids, pat on my knee. Don't you want to come and sit with me, my sweet? Don't you want to fall onto your knees and rest your head right here on my possibly soft lap? There are so many flavors to experiment with, and I recommend prepping a scene with these different approaches in mind. Try to find what works for you and see if you can adapt and build upon it. So, while I work there with a bunch of different ideas at play in rapid succession, let's go over a couple of them. I note that these lessons are intended for IRL play, but knowing how the scenes can happen will help you imagine them better for any scenes that you do online. Eye contact. An obvious start, so long as it's within your negotiated rapport. Remember, not everybody enjoys direct eye contact. Many scenes where I initiate, the line between talk and play is signaled with the firm and intentional eye contact. But it's not just eye to eye, it's deliberate eye contact that acts as a slow and soft signal that my partner should pay attention. For myself, this manifests in me raising my eyebrows, tilting my head forwards, moving my neck down so I'm looking with wide and focused eyes. May end up having a different method for the way that you do it, but you have to have a very deliberate way to look at someone so that that signal is picked up. Intent is so very important with hypnosis, and signaling intent just as much so. Of course, some hypnotists may find themselves shyly looking away, all meek and demure. And we'll get to those hypnotist signals later on. And sometimes a very firm command of "look at me" can demand their attention, or a husky "oh, won't you look at me, my love," can ask for their attention. Of course, should words fail, there's always the indulgence of a thumb under a chin or palms framing a cheek that can force eye contact. Vantage and leveling. I may be leaning a little on my photography training for this one. In photography, we like to think about the distance between the camera and the subject and the angle of the shot. Adapting this into the physical space between people can provide some superb tools for altering the power dynamic of a scene. The height, position, and distance between people will always be able to have an impact on the dynamics of power. Standard knowledge is that being above someone grants them an implied sense of power, literally looking down on a partner. That will always have a hint of dominance to it. But, that said, if one was sitting down with an open, inviting, or even tempting body language, the incongruity of the position versus the posture can play against that little preconception. You could draw the distance between people and feel that magnetic pull of energy radiating from the active participants. Now, not every hypnotist is going to be taller than their hypnotee. My partner Dasha and I are quite evenly matched, but I do have the ability to add gravity to the mix. Grab a hold of her shoulders, hips, or hair, and then guide her down for me. Especially if there is a chair, sofa, or bed to catch her and keep her down. Should you be willing to, and it's within the accepted rapport, a hand here, a firm reminder that you could seize physical control as well as mental control, can always be appealing and stack the deck in your favor. Which brings me to proximity. Because if I were to make a partner sit down by force, I can guide her there just by sheer proximity if we're in tune in our little dance. Everything is a tool. How close your hypnotee is to a wall or an obstacle. Is gravity an unspoken force that can soon be utilized and added to the scene? How close are they to you? How close is that pendant on the desk? Where is your hand? Where's your gaze lingering? Think like John Wick or MacGyver, and soon you'll realize that everything within an arm's reach could be a tool to guide your partner down into trance. Understanding of the surroundings can be key to the anticipation because it lets you silently taunt the next evolution of the scene without doing anything. Whether it be backing somebody up until their feet touch a chair or a bed, and then moving in further until they're forced to sit down. Now, I don't always have tools on hand, so what if there are truly no visual focuses in sight? Well, then you always have yourself. My flourishes and gestures, and I admit I cheat here. I have a hypnotic suggestion implanted in some of my hypnotees that allows my gestures to guide actions and conduct how my partners move, which means I have a greater control in this step. But there are ways of capturing a person's attention with a flourish of the hand and a gesture, even if it isn't programmed into them. Let's think about the good old John Sir Bone Butterfly. For those who don't know, it's a hypnotic induction where you wiggle your fingers and raise them just above the eye line. Capture the eyes, make them look up. They naturally strain and they want to close. And so you just do that for a couple of seconds, wait for the little bit of blinking, and then pull down like a telekinetic hand that just drags a person down into trance. Or make your own. There's a YouTube performance of a song being performed where a performer has a MIDI-controlled glove that uses samples. So when they throw out one gesture, a sound sample will play. And every sound sample has a different MIDI attached to it. In person, I tend to demonstrate these suggestions, so you'll have to indulge me and imagine how I look when I'm pinching the air and drawing back. And every time I pinch the air and draw back, my hypnotees hear the word down, 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 or I could swipe to the side for relax, relax. And yes, somebody in chat did mention it is Imogen Heap. But yes, dashing a little salt into the air for sink, mimicking a rising drift or falling for a float. Drift and float, sink, relax. And every one of these little gestures just whispers that word directly into my hypnotee's mind. All I have to do is associate the sound. But ignoring even intentional triggers, I always keep my hands in active motion. Another limitation of this online performance is you don't get to see that. You just have to imagine it. I talk with my hands a lot. It allows my partner to know that I may not be doing something right now, but I could at any moment, and I want to keep their continued attention. There are also times where implied touch can send signals of intent to an agreeable partner in tune with you, and they can yes and their way into following your lead. Worst case scenario, you could set up the expectations in negotiations or make your own triggers in advance. I've seen some people do some amazing work with puppeteering gestures in the past. But just picture it, gently grazing a palm over the cheek, so close to physical touch that it makes the skin prickle, yet no contact is made. Or you could slide a thumb just in front of somebody's neck to make them lift their chin in an almost telekinetic desire to follow the beat of the scene. And there are also implications like stroking the hair softly and then sliding the fingers into the scalp and pausing. You'll often find that a partner who knows what a hair pull feels like will react to the implication of their upcoming hair pull without experiencing it. And to those who want to do long-distance kinesthetic suggestions, if you train that expectation, you can Pavlov somebody into feeling it without doing it. My long-distance girlfriend and I have traded a number of sensations this way. I can do a gesture and she'd feel me tug her hair right here and now, should I desire it. But I do have a class to teach. So, next topic. Tone shifting. A way to punctuate a scene is to shift tones. For this example, make sure it's communicated as a possibility and that they may know it could be coming. As always, never spring these things onto a partner unless they fully understand that it's part of the dynamic. But in a scene that you do not have to embody one thing. All of these tones that we mentioned earlier can be mixed and matched. The energy of a scene is defined by what approach you use, and if you and your partner are in tune, then you can guide them from one extreme to another. To show an example, I could reach in romantically and guide my partner to watch my eyes as I frame her cheek. And there are so many options from here. I could melt her with my gaze, and draw her into a hug and use the jolts of an instant induction, or I could change my tone entirely and grab her by the hair, change the tone of my voice, sharpen my gaze, and make her melt as I tug her by the hair and command her to kneel. And then from there, I just melt back into soft and gentle. I pet her hair and say, "You did so well, my love. You could softly melt into my eyes. Now that's right. Good girl." Just like that. And drop. Trust me when I say that this moment is an absolute highlight in the live version of the class. I'm sorry that all you can do is imagine it right here and now. Anyway, I'm talking a lot about hypnotists and how they can manage a scene, but why not give our hypnotees in the audience some love? During this segment, I'll be discussing a bit of work that I do with my partner Sleepyhead, who just taught a lovely class about an hour ago, and Daja, who I've mentioned a few times. And she normally plays the role of my lovely assistant for the live version of this class. Sleepyhead is a soft and cute girl and quite a light touch. Daja is an energetic brat, and she tends to teach the bratting classes at the live events, Charmed specifically, although she doesn't these days. I take up too much of her time, it would appear. I'll be referencing their behaviors a bit, so I wanted to make sure you had an idea of them in mind. All hypnosis is a collaborative effort, no matter how passive the hypnotee is. But think about how engaged they're going to be. Are they going to be following direction, or are they going to be an active participant in the moment? Are they putting up a struggle, Or are they eagerly rushing towards trance with an unbound enthusiasm? And with enthusiasm comes the concept of how much you're willing to show your partner. You could try to hide how you're feeling and prolong the moment as long as you can. I've had partners no-sell suggestions that I know are impacting them, just so that they could try to get a rise out of me. It's that level of cat and mouse that can complement and contrast the mood of a hypnotist and the way that those energies play off of one another. It's a core component of that all-important chemistry that we're always trying so very hard to accomplish. With hypnotes, there's a lot less deliberate deciding in how they manage these reactions in a scene. What I hope to do while we discuss in this area is just make you aware of how your reactions can feed into the moment. For instance, are you the type of person to stare with wide and unblinking eyes, allowing yourself to become rigid and unmoving with soft and shallow breaths where life has just exited you entirely? Or are you the type to slump languidly, slow, blinking confusion, chest rising and falling as helplessness radiates from you and tells everyone watching just how altered you are? Both are perfectly valid, but they do give off subtly different auras and energies. Likewise, eye contact can be a defiant eyebrow raised that says, "Do your worst," or a submissive plea of, "May I go into trance?" Before we start talking about how your body naturally succumbs to suggestion when you are willingly engaged in the moment, let's talk about setting the scene from the hypnotee's perspective. So, moods. An important part about silently communicating as a hypnotee is to give your partner a sense of what you're going for. Do you want to be a cute and innocent sweetheart who is about to get caught and corrupted? Do you want to be an eager ball of excitement, or do you want to be a contrary brat? Your tone of verbal communication can help play into that back and forth. Don't be afraid to act it up a bit. For Cami, when she's feeling soft and sweet, she elongates her words and acts coy and teasing, making humming sounds of agreement. Or perhaps you'd rather make some yearning and whimpering sounds of need, sounding oh so eager and needy. Maybe you're the type to cross your eyes and use that oh so defiant phrase, "Make me." Let's just think about the word please. You could say it straight. "Please, may I go into trance? Please, may I go into trance?" Or you could beg, coyly, sweetly, "Please, please, miss, please trance me." Or how about, "Oh, please, I'd like to see you try." Body language. As before, when acting, there are some physicality shifts there. Much in the same idea as the hypnotist coding, there are things that a hypnotee can do to play from their end of the dance. Start with shy and closed up body language that will blossom open as the scene goes on. Or energetic and eager body language that can suddenly be seized in a heartbeat. And just about anything which can and will lead to that languid, eye-fluttering, dizzy, fractionated state that we all know and love. There's something to be enjoyed from both sides of the watch when you see where you were a moment ago versus where the scene has led you to go. Plus, evidence of that altered state adds in a convincer, and a hypnotist can play into that by describing just how hypnotized their partner looks. And should the hypnotee be enjoying being told of how they look? Not everybody likes having that self-awareness. Keep in mind that many individuals don't enjoy their self-awareness and may experience the dysphoria and can look to hypnosis as a desire for disconnect, and grounding them back into their body could lead to abreactions and detriment. As with anything in this class, mileage may vary. Prior to surrendering to trance, you may want to be inviting and then see what entices and appeals to your partner. Test for those buttons. For one of my partners, it could be lip bites. For another, gentle and soft murmurs. Just in the same way that the hypnotist is looking for the locks and tumblers to get the hypnotee to open up to a scene, a hypnotee can find ways of appealing to their partner and engaging to get a reaction. After all, if what you're doing causes them to act in more firm and strong ways, you want to keep doing it. You want to find their buttons just as much as they are finding yours. See what works and feeds into the energy of a scene. I can say from experience that this is different for me in different relationships. What works with one partner may not work for another. Resistance. Hypnotist isn't the only one who controls the flow of the scene. Even if the hypnotist is leading the dance, the hypnotee has the ability to stop, start, slow, or hasten things by how they react to that guidance. Now, there's no wrong way to do this. A bratting scene could be one full of defiance and end with a firm snap of the fingers, and a whimpering appeal for trance could be drawn out long and heavy. The hypnotist can control how quickly they wish to push the scene along, but the hypnotee handles the tempo. As a hypnotee, responding to these signals is all part of the fun, even if the decision doesn't happen outside of that snap judgment. Likewise, you have control in how you obey a suggestion, even if it requires discussing with your hypnotist for guidance first. Taking, for an example, how you react to and down. One person could be staring straight ahead as their eyes become glazed and their body stiffens in rapt attention. Another, and down. Their jaw will go slack and their neck can dip down. Or, and down. Their body would just go limp and unresponsive. Heck, there are some people who just ragdoll. Another better in-person moment, by the way, because at this point I raise my arms up and then just flop and get caught by my lovely assistant, like a puppet with its strings cut. How strongly you react, how visually you offer your signals of compliance, they all are remarkable tools in giving that back and forth. Other elements can be in play, like how lazy and floppy you are in trance, how your voice sounds. But that could just be a tone that a hypnotist has set than the deep hypnotee themselves. Apologies. Need a drink of water. But you can take some guidance in altered states. The fractionated self is not the same as the pre-seen self. When Cami is fractionated, she tends not to have a filter, and she shares every little thought that comes into that silly little head of ours and makes rather large sweeping motions that would appear dreamy or drunk. One of my partners actually gets quite unresponsive when fractionated, always feeling the gravitational pull of deep hypnosis pulling back. Even when trying to wake, they just, they want to go back down so much that they just drift on their own. Another partner gets really affectionate and all of her bratty charm is just tucked away for later use. But the common theme is, with all three of these, you have those delightful, oh, I'm fractionated, aren't I, moments. And let me tell you, as a person who doesn't really do anything too risque, these moments, they're really, really good. And these things can be quite natural, and it requires a little bit of experience to work out where you're going in these states and how it feels in order to alter things. Just trust in your own reactions and adjust a little bit as much as you can to see what feels best for you and what gets the best reaction from your partner. So let's talk about proximity and vantage. Much in the same way that we taught how the hypnotist can use these tools, a hypnotee can as well. Who hasn't had that shy and flirty way that somebody could twirl their hair around a finger or bite their lip coyly? Standing up versus sitting down, ducking a head shyly or puffing a chest out in that wonderful way that says, "You can't touch me." These all give a different vibe to the moment. When Daja is being bratty, she uses her height to her advantage. She's even physically kept me from standing up at times, standing above me, holding my shoulders down, making me have to work for it. She'll make it plain that she doesn't want to be steamrolled. At least, she can physically do that. That just means that I have to use my words. Find a way of taking away her strength, making her helpless by overpowering her mind, making that mind betray her body and turning that strength to serve me. But to think of a hypnotee who's smaller than their hypnotist, well, I can think of one time where there was a scene on an escalator in which the hypnotee just stepped up to a higher step and looked down upon their normally taller hypnotist with a very come and get me type of vibe. Sometimes Daja will do the inverse of my attempts to close the gap and heighten the difference in space between us. Invite me to come and get her, which means that she's the one leading the dance and has the upper hand from the get-go. But it's a clear and present invitation for me, the hypnotist, to take that from her. If it's not clear, Daja not only enjoys bratting, but she invites challenge. She knows, when she knows that I'm in the mood to end things quickly, she'll kiss me to stop me from verbally getting a trigger out. She'll hold my wrist to prevent me from using my gestures. She'll do what she can to remove the tools from my tool set to set a tone that she doesn't want to give in quickly. She wants to be forced to lose. She wants the odds stacked in her favor so that I have to work harder. These are ways for the hypnotee to say, in indirect terms, I want the scene to go like this. Both of those examples before put a specific ball in the hypnotist's court. Would you expect a dominant in full force? Would you expect a dominant to go full force to a demure pleading attention? Well, maybe, but the situation doesn't call for it. After all, when you're pleading for attention, isn't it better to tease them? Isn't it better to hold it, to take control of the speed of it? They are asking for something, after all. Likewise, a brat's antics may require me to step up my game and give that full dominant force. That's not usually the time for romantic gentle flutters that offer an invite into trance. After all, you could just ignore those. Sometimes I try it anyway, but you got to match the energy. Also, Daja asked me to make sure that it's noted in the class here that she doesn't mind when I do the romantic response to her being bratty. Now, not every dynamic and mixture is going to work for everyone. As my therapist always tells me, take what you need, leave what you don't. And if there are any fun little quirks to dynamic call and response that we have offered you today, then I invite you to go and discuss those with your play partners. Go and find your own little routines, your signals of intent, your gestures, your hidden triggers to spark a reaction. Because for me, the reactions are what the game is about. I love teaching this class, and I'm always looking for ways to expand it. But for future iterations, and I just want to be the best hypnotic fae I can be. Goodness gracious me. I just want to be the best hypnotic fae that I could be. And that requires learning as much as I can and getting more inspiration from as many people as I can. So I appreciate you all sitting with me for this hour and listening to me describe a very visual, demo-heavy class straight to your mind's eye. I hope that you've appreciated the performance. I've been Miss CamDawn, and as always, this class would not be possible without my lovely assistant Daja and special helper Sleepyhead, who remains the best Dahlia person can ever play with. And this has been utilizing presence in a scene. There are so many different concepts, attributes, and directions that a scene can take place. And even if I didn't teach you anything today that you didn't already know, I hope that I gave you some stuff to think about and some inspiration to add some theatrics into your performance. Thank you for coming, everyone.
That was so good. What? Huh? I was listening so intently. Okay, Cammy, thank you so much. Oh my god, Miss Dawn, you're incredible. I swear to God, I loved it. That was insane. You could not hear the gay screaming, but there was a lot of gay screaming happening. Does anybody have any questions for Miss Dawn? Please throw them in the chat. I know we were all paying a lot of attention to what was happening. So because we were all paying such good attention, I'm sure some of you have some questions. So if you have any questions about utilizing scene presence, please throw them in the chat now so we can ask Miss Dawn. But yeah, thank you. That was incredible. It's so funny to me because I know you were saying like this is normally a really like a demo heavy class, but the way you were describing things was actually like insane. The way that it was communicated was amazing. And like, I feel like, I don't know if everyone else in the chat felt this, but I completely was like, I'm there with you. I know exactly what you're talking about. I see it. I see the vision.
It's like I'm a hypnotist speaking to a lot of people who have experience with being hypnotized and have the ability to imagine the words that I speak directly into their mind.
Exactly.
And just go along with it.
Okay, cool. Okay, so somebody in the chat says, wait, so us resisting, what is it? So us resisting teaches you how to better hypnotize people resisting? I don't know what this means. I'm trying to figure this out. Oh, so that was an hour? Yeah, it was an hour. You'd be surprised how time flies when you're having fun and gay panic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how much we had to edit the script back and forth when we were setting it up for the very first presentation. Because, you know, when you're at Charmed and Beguiled,
yes,
you're going to have somebody coming into the room at the 5-minute mark saying 5 minutes.
Yeah,
and
do the hand sign at
you.
you.
The opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've got to make sure that you're giving that performance 60 minutes without fail.
Yeah, for sure.
Should that have been an actual question there about teaching resistance and such?
I'm not
I would
sure.
say that if you are a hypnotee and a hypnotist and you're in sync with one another, you have the agreement. It's not just like you've decided to brat on somebody who hasn't agreed to be bratted with, which very bad form, by the way, because it destroys the confidence of a hypnotist. Like they're putting everything on the line, and it is very much a yes and thing. Hypnotists are just improv players. But if you are doing the resistance play, you're basically testing the boundaries of what will cause those cracks in the dam. You're finding out the weak points. So when I have a bratty partner who is doing everything they can to get a rise out of me, because they're finding my buttons just as much. They
Yes.
know what to say in order to get me to, up my game. At that point, they're leading the dance. But after I find out what little things I could get to make their smile flicker, to make them just a bit eager to go down the road, because we both know where this road is ending. We've agreed
For
upon
sure.
it in advance.
Yeah.
So if I find the things that are enticing to them, if I find the things that get under their armor, then yeah, I'm working them out. They're working me out. That is a fantastic back and forth, and honestly could be the basis of its own class at some point.
Yeah. Like a resistance play, kind of like back and forth, like how to figure out who's leading, who's following, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I love that. Switch
fights are
somebody
great.
somebody
I know
here
you know
says, yeah. I think, did I teach a resistance play class? No, I taught a fractionation class once. I think I thought about teaching a resistance play class once, but then I chickened out, as we do when you're like making a class. You're like, oh, do I have an hour about this? Probably not yet, but soon. But honestly, I'd love to hear your takes on resistance play. I mean, the little bit that you were showing us in the class today, I was like, whoa, okay, this is intense. I love it. I love intense. It's great. Somebody in the chat was asking you, when are you starting to make hypno files, and when can we expect those coming out?
I'm afraid I don't do hypno files.
Oh,
Every now
boo.
and again on my Tumblr, we'll do a little bit of teasy stuff.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
I just find that there's a lot of responsibility that
for
goes
sure.
into putting a file out there and having people listen to it and reacting to it. And
I
I'm
get
just
it.
not about curating people that I don't know, you know?
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I'll have to seek out your little snippets though, because intrigued. Somebody says,
Happy to say my
yeah,
Tumblr is very well tagged.
I know your Tumblr is so well organized, and all the tags make my heart so happy, because I can't find anything on mine, so I love that you've done that. Somebody says, do you have a favorite gesture trigger?
Yes. My favorite in general is either the pinch the air and drag back down. I'll just do that one while I'm sitting with somebody as a way of signaling intent to start a scene. It's just like they'll notice it
Yeah.
and they'll know what I'm doing. And then there's this moment of, wait, are you really? And then they look to me. I give them a smile that says, yeah, yeah, that's it. That's right. That's right, Milton Erickson. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I once did a induction at a convention that was just using the word "that's right" over and over again.
I love
The
that.
person was actually really upset at me while I was doing it, but I
Really?
kept on doing it. They knew what I was doing. They knew it was a shitpost, but
Yeah, but sometimes the
anyway,
best things are shitposts.
the other one that I just want to bring to mind is I push my left index and middle finger to my temple and do the Professor X thing, just stare at them. And every word that I say when I'm doing that is going directly into the back of your mind, echoing inside of you. And you could just let those words become your thoughts. It's okay if they slip out of your mouth. It's fine. You could just mouth them, whisper them, go blank-eyed and speak them clearly for me. Just say them. That's probably my favorite
Whoa.
gesture because, yeah.
Whoa. I'm glad my model's not on, because you would have just seen my mouth on the floor, my jaw unhinged like a snake and fall to the ground. Wow. Uh-oh. I'm in trouble.
Pouring your stubby side out. Oh no, you still
I'm not
have
that
so much
flustered.
more to perform.
I know. I still have to hypnotize everybody later. Oh no. What am I gonna do? The problem is too, I loved how you discussed the different ways a sub could react to things, and like how it's not just about the presence of like you as the dom, but the presence of the sub as well in the scene. I thought that was very interesting, and I loved seeing hearing about the both sides of things.
I mean, often a hypnotee, especially a beginner, is going to be very, I'm following what I'm supposed to do. There is a script being provided to me
Yes.
live by the other person. And it's kind of like in, role play, you don't ever, tabletop role play, that is.
Yeah.
If you follow just what the GM tells you to and you only respond when you are spoken to, you're not going to have as much fun as if you're not, throwing your own ideas into the stew and having your own character interactions and mixing it up a bit, giving the GM something to respond to.
Yes.
And in a scene with a hypnotist, a hypnotee needs to be empowered to be able to do their own thing and lead. Otherwise, the hypnotist is basically just directing everything. And there are definitely scenes where that is 100% appropriate. Like, I imagine that with drone play, you don't want to have your hypnotee doing anything outside of what they are supposed to do in that moment, because it's about, locking the ego down entirely and turning somebody into something running code.
Yeah, like a robot.
And so in those scenes, you don't want to throw those random elements out because that's the scene. But I really do that, when it comes to play, which I use the word play not just to say a kink scene, but having fun.
Yeah, of course.
You really want to be able to have that explosive element, that chemistry,
Yeah.
that back and forth. Because if it's work for one party and all, absence for the other person, then it can skew. And also, I think the hypnotee isn't going to have as much fun if, they're not sure what they're doing. Like, the biggest complaint I ever hear about a progressive muscle relaxation is, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm just lying here listening to somebody talk at me for half an hour.
Yeah.
And you can do whatever you want. You're allowed to react. I mean, it depends on what the chemistry of the rapport is between the two of you, because if somebody's like making sexual moans while I'm trying to do a relaxation induction, I'm going to get really squicked out real fast.
Yeah,
But
that's fair enough.
maybe somebody else is going to get really, oh, you like this, don't you? Oh, look at you. Poor, weak, submissive.
Oh my.
If you haven't noticed, I like to turn it on and off at random.
I know.
press buttons.
I was saying to Celia earlier as we were screaming gaily through the house, that it's so interesting to me hearing the presentation done in such a evocative voice the whole time. I think it's making the information go in, or not. Maybe I'll remember it tomorrow. Maybe I won't. We'll find out. But it definitely has put a lot of inspiration to a lot of people. I can tell there was a lot of things happening in the chat and a lot of gay panic happening in the chat, which I think is a sign of outstanding class. And thank you so much for bringing this to this event. I know, obviously, when we spoke about this, you were like concerned that it wasn't going to read online, but honestly, I feel like it did. And I think a lot of people in the chat can attest to just the quality of the presentation. So thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah.
And thank you for giving me the stage for a little bit.
Yeah,
I
of
yield it to you
course.
now.
Yeah. Before you go, though, do you have anything to plug? Do you have any, where can people find you if they want to see your content and what you post online?
Absolutely. Well, I live on tumblr.com, the app and website.
Yeah.
And my handle, first of all, linked in the YouTube description. If you just click on that little more down there, you'll see Miss CamDawn. All one word, Miss CamDawn. And if you go there, all of my content will be found. I believe I have a specific tag for hypnosis essays. I have a tag for hypnosis audios. You could send me asks at any point, and I have a whole bunch of stuff like media essays and such. I live there.
Tumblr's a great place. I think the HypnoKink community on Tumblr too it's building. We're getting it back. It seems so fun. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. And I cannot wait to eventually see this class in person and sit at the back of the room where I can hide. Probably bring a blanket and a cushion to protect me. Because that was woo. That was good.
That
I
just
loved
means
it.
that when I do that, focusing my attention on one person,
Oh no.
I'm going to look directly at you. I'm going to look at you and you know that I'm going to be doing it intentionally.
I do. I know now. And everyone else will know too. And then they'll all look at me and you and me and you. It will be a wild time. Can't wait. Thank you so much, Miss Dawn, everybody. We'll see you later, okay? Bye
people in chat. Take care.
Oh, that was so fun. Okay, can we get a round of applause for Miss Dawn, everybody? Hold up, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back for only a couple seconds because we're about to get ready for our last official class of the day. So we have a very, very special guest coming in soon. The very special guest is a dear friend of mine, Hypnobunny, and I'm super excited to see what Hypnobunny has for us. I read the description and the class seems so interesting, so amazing. So I'm very, very excited. I'll just get up in here so we can prep everything. But yeah, oh wow, why am I flustered? Is everyone else flustered too? Is it just me? Literally, people I didn't know you were a Switch seeker. I'm like, yeah. If you didn't know, now you know. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm so very excited for Hypnobunny. This event, by the way, has been so cool, and I just want to shout out to every single person in the I think everyone is flustered. Yeah, I'm glad it's not just me this one time. I'm so thankful to everybody who's been here today. Shout out to all the guests who we've had so far. And yeah, Hypnobunny, who's about to come in soon. Honestly, the background classroom is so good. Thank you. So this actually looks a lot like the room that I brainwashed 150 people in. So it gives me the vibe of a con space, and I wanted to make it look like a con space because to me, cons are some of the best places that I've been. I've met so many amazing people over the years going to cons and getting to go to these events and getting to experience everything. And I think honestly, this is one of the things that I miss about traveling. I don't travel as much as I used to. Because I miss going to these events, and this is kind of why I wanted to do this today. I wanted to bring you a con experience in an accessible and free way that you can enjoy from the comfort and safety of your own home, but still feel like we're learning some stuff. So I will be putting some timestamps in the description after the stream so we can find out whether this is basically a mini con. Yeah, brainwash classes. I know. I imagine being brainwashed. Can't possibly be happening today, right? No, why would I brainwash you today? That would just be silly, right? It's not like I have my brainwashing scene all ready to go. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, no. Oh, no. Anyway, let's not kid about that. Let's get Hypnobunny up in here. Okay, let me summon Hypnobunny. Okay. We're ready. We're ready to rock and roll. Okay, here we go. Let's do this thing. I'm so excited. So this next class is edge play, I think. So I'm excited to see what this is about. Oh no. Oh, I can't even do the oh no. I don't know why everybody always says this to me because I'm not Australian and it confuses me deeply. I'm in danger. No, you're not in danger. Okay. Hello.
Oh my gosh, hello.
Hello. Okay, let me get up in the teaching room for you. Okay. Hi.
Nice.
Hi.
Oh my gosh, good to see you again.
It's so good to see you, Hypnobunny. Do you want to introduce yourself to the chat?
Yes, hello. I am Hypnobunny. I am a sub for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing kink and hypno for 10 to 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
I used to be much more I started out in the Tumblr space,
Mm-hmm.
and then Tumblr went weird, and
Yeah.
then I kind of moved on to X Blue Sky. I did a Patreon for all of 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
And now I don't know, kind of gone AWOL. But
I know the vibes.
after listening to Cami, I
Oof.
think I might give Tumblr another try because that was
Yeah.
when I was happiest, honestly.
Yeah, I agree with you. I, as a fellow
Yeah.
Tumblr peep from back in the day, first of all, I feel old, and and 2, like, oh man, what a time. That was such a fun time. Like, back in the day on Hypnotumblr was so fun, and I miss that. I think we need to work really hard to
the
make that
old
happen,
days.
right? Back in my day,
On
back
my
in
day.
2016. Oh, that was like 10 years ago.
we had to trans uphill both ways.
We had to trans up the hill and then trans back down. And boy, doing that fractionated was so damn hard. Oh my god. Okay. Do you have a presentation for me? Or are you just gonna go for it?
All right.
Okay, cool.
We're gonna do this.
And then you can tell us a bit about what your class is about. I'm so excited. Oh.
Yes. I'm excited too. I have this is actually the first time I'm teaching this class like for realsies.
Whoa.
I did it in an uncon at I think Charmed.
Mm-hmm.
Is it working? I'm waiting for it to pop up.
Yeah, we got it.
You got okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I got great feedback when I did it the first time, and now I get to do it with a better script and actual slides.
Woohoo! Oh well, have fun, and I'm so excited to see your class.
Yay! Thank you. All right, hello everyone. Yeah, like I was saying, Hypnobunny, got some experience here. I'll tell you more about myself in a minute. So this class is very near and dear to my heart. It came about because I was talking with some friends about their edge play class. And we were talking about how to teach edge play, and it was like messing with my head. Like, what even is edge play? Well, it's doing things that are edgy. And maybe not considered quote unquote safe by most kinksters. Certain types of like extreme things often come to mind when you say edge play, like breath play, sharpy pokey things. I haven't been on YouTube before, so I'm gonna like do my best to stay within the TOS. Rope suspension, CNC, and definitely hypnosis. It's like things that seem more dangerous, right? But like I know plenty of people who I would say can do those things like safely or safe enough. And I've seen plenty of people who do very basic things like impact play unsafely. And this is where Bunny doesn't tell us. I'll tell you what. So what does safe really mean? What is unsafe? Driving is unsafe. Like really unsafe, but many of us do that every day. Choking isn't safe, but if someone puts like a gentle hand around my throat, does that make us edge players? So how do you define safe? And how would you teach it to someone, perhaps a young person new to kink who wants to try all the things right now? Who, I definitely was, and, still am. How would you teach them how to define it for themselves? Without just giving them a list of things saying, do this, don't do that, or wait till you're older. Is there anything that, if there's anything that good kinksters talk about all the time, it's safety, and for good reason. We want to make our kink safe. But as I thought more about it, I wondered, is saying that you have achieved quote unquote safe actually the point? So this topic is particular interest to me because my whole kink life kind of runs on it. Right, is this gonna work? Yeah. Oh no, wait, that's okay, there we go. About me. And I'll narrate the slides for people who are just listening or are not visually abled. Which is funny because this is Jordy and he's not visually abled except for his thing. That's great. So it's a picture of Jordy from TNG, and it says, "You'd be amazed at how many times I've effed around without finding a single thing out." So I've been doing kink for like 13 years, and I have been in a submissive in a CNC/edge play hypnosis relationship for 6 of those, and it has become my preferred style. I practically identify as a CNC edge play bottom. If I were to describe my kink life in 2 words, it would be a bad example. Most things I get up to these days involve a lot of risk. I won't go into too much detail, but we're talking dark rooms, complete strangers, very little, if any, pre-negotiation, sharp, pointy things, rugs, substance use, personality play, open triggers, basically everything they tell you not to do in the Kink 101 class. And some of these things you have been told not to do today. And yet, I've been pretty fortunate and have had a lot of good times without ever really feeling like I was truly in danger. Knock on wood. Oh shit, this isn't actual wood, is it? Oh no. Anyway. So, if I were to attempt such a thing, how would I teach a stranger about how I navigate my own kink life? Do I even know? If nobody is a professional, try run a closed course. Do not attempt. Amen. My life comes with a disclaimer and a waiver. So if I consider what I do to be edge play, how could I possibly teach edge play to potential newbies without eventually having a hypocritical, this is okay for me, but not for you moment that is both unhelpful and a surefire way to ensure people do exactly what you just told them not to do? And specifically, why would I want them not to do it? What is the actual reason? Like, can I put that into words? Safe, unsafe, safe, safe, safe. The more I tried to define it, the more it became a meaningless four-letter word. So, you know what? Fuck safe. All right, on the screen is a panel of Dr. Bashir and oh my gosh, they're gay. They're super gay together. Garrick. And Bashir says, out of all kinks, which ones were safe and which ones weren't? And Garrick says, my dear doctor, they are all unsafe. And Bashir says, even the ones that everybody does? And Garrick says, especially the ones everybody does. I came to the conclusion that none of the things that we are doing here are safe. Even misleadingly simple things can have dire consequences. Oh, thanks for knocking on your wood floor for me. So any of us who participate in kink could lose our lives, limbs, health, emotional well-being, jobs, families, or relationships over what we are doing here. But we're doing it anyway. Why? And how? So I started thinking outside the box. And one day, while watching Star Trek Discovery, Discovery, I just got that. That's funny. I finally realized that, like many things in life, Star Trek had already figured it out. Scoffs and cute. So, this is a guide to understanding and navigating edge play based on my own experiences that Star Trek has helped me put into an understandable structure. So, let's go. Engage. I am so sorry for anyone who doesn't understand Star Trek, but I think this is still going to be funny for you. So first of all, what the hell is edge play? The search for a definition on the screen is a meme of Kira and what's his face, the fascist overlord. She says, "Oh, this is going to hurt," and the next panel is the exterior of the spaceship that they're in, and in parentheses it says moaning. It did say screaming, but I put in the moaning. Some might classify certain types of play as edge play, like we mentioned earlier, because they generally involve a higher amount of risk than other types of play. Hypnosis feels especially edgy because we're dealing with the inner workings of people's unconscious minds, which can have all sorts of landmines and unexpected consequences. Oh, Gul Dukat, thank you. Going back to 2010 with this presentation. Positive, thank you. But risk is such an evolving thing when referenced outside of just a particular individual. What is dangerous for you might be less dangerous for me. What was dangerous for me 10 years ago is vastly different than what is dangerous for me now. So I don't think that edge play can be defined as any specific activity, because the same activity will not have the same risks for everyone across the board. Thanks. I love the pictures too. I spent so much time on it yesterday at the last minute. So, for example, jaywalking. It's quote unquote against the law. It's a crime. You can get a ticket for it. You could even die. But many people do it. I used to do it a lot. I don't right now because I'm currently in a foreign country where I'm trying to not get in trouble so I can stay here. Most of the time, is completely fine risk-wise. You look, no one's coming, no one's come for a few minutes, you can cross the street. But it is breaking the law, and it is quote-unquote dangerous. And there are situations in which the risk would be too high for me to want to do it, like now. But if I was in America, like if there was a cop nearby, I might not do it. If there was a lot of high-speed traffic, I probably wouldn't do it. If I was carrying a heavy suitcase that reduced my speed and maneuverability, I might not do it. Or if I was using a wheelchair or crutches, or if I was otherwise physically impaired, I might not do it. If I was with a person of color in an unfamiliar city that could be racist and it might get them in trouble, I might not do it. And in fact, now, when I'm trying to establish myself in a foreign country and not get in trouble, I am not doing it. But in spite of all these good reasons you would tell people not to jaywalk, many of us still do it all the time. So, for example, bringing this to my kink life, telling on myself now, please nobody cancel me because I'm not advising that you do this. Oh, yeah, disclaimer, this class is not really meant to be teaching/advice. It is examples that will hopefully prompt you to think about safety in your own life. So yeah, please don't come for me. For example, my partner and I have not had a formal consent talk or check-in in years. This is something I would not recommend to other people, and yet it is what I do. Because he and I have created our own model and our own flow. We figure each other out in our own unique way, and it works for us. Oh, I didn't even know what jaywalking is. Oh, sorry. It's when you cross the street when you're not where you're not supposed to. So it's not a pedestrian crossing. It's not a crosswalk. Yeah. So it's just like in the middle of whatever road. So let's reclassify this and center the definition of edge play on the individual. The edge is not a specific place. I believe, and I will discuss today, that edge play is about playing at your edges. It is about what is new, risky, or dangerous for you. The qualities of an edge player are, I believe, on the screen is a picture of Captain Janeway, my heart and soul, my lady. Oh, forever, I love her so much. Somewhat smirking and saying, but will the horrors survive me? Point 2, this class is not a challenge sign, yes. So, the qualities of an edge player, I believe, are people who enjoy doing something thrilling, even if it's risky. Exploring, because it's fun. Going beyond the relatively known into the unknown to discover new heights of human experience or new things about yourself. People who prefer challenging novelty over comfortable certainty. People who can take responsibility when risks become reality. All of that kind of really sounds like all my favorite Starfleet officers. In a way, edge players are here to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life, to boldly go where no one, or at least ourselves, have gone before. So, tying this into Star Trek, edge play is boldly going. So, Starfleet. For the uninitiated, Starfleet is a futuristic organization that goes throughout space and the universe, and people explore new planets or help people out or sometimes get involved in wars, or just in general do space hijinks. But the purpose is not like colonization or anything, because it's a world in which all resources are like already taken care of. The money doesn't exist. Everyone has enough. People don't have to work, so people choose to do what they want, and a lot of people want to explore the universe, or otherwise do good things for the universe. No one in their right mind would ever consider joining Starfleet to be a safe decision. You could die. You could be turned into a cybernetic monster. You could be captured and psychologically tortured by a lizard fascist. Great episode. You could get merged with someone else in a transport accident. You could be turned into a sentient slime. You could take the last cup of real coffee before Janeway got hers and be stuck cleaning the holodeck filters until the ship gets back to the Alpha Quadrant. Dear God. But much like kink, people opt into doing it anyway. They dedicate their lives to it. They make entire careers out of it. So, here's what edge play is. As a Starfleet edge player, you're stepping into uncharted territory for you to do things that aren't considered safe, because the payoff of discovery, exploration, and thrill is worth it for you. This is a valid choice. Just make it consciously. Also, on the screen is a picture of a ship. I actually don't know what ship it is. And it says, to boldly go where you have not gone before. This is simultaneously so nerdy and so informative, if that isn't a definition of me. Oh, she's such an underrated captain. I know. I can't believe I don't see her freaking everywhere. It is my favorite of all the series. Seeking new heights of human experience seems more like Cenobites than Starfleet to me. Oof! Oof! Different thing. Oh, thanks, Eddie! Oh, that's great. Yes. Sponsor the chat. Oh, wow. Oh, that's cool. Received a gift membership. That's awesome. There are 5 lights. There are 4 lights. Anyway, okay. So I want you to view this whole situation as if you are the captain. Next slide is a meme that with William Shatner on it that says, always be yourself. Unless you can be Captain Kirk, then be Captain Kirk. So, as a captain, you have a ship, you have a crew, and you have a course. Being a Starfleet captain requires the ability to react to the unknown and make leadership decisions in a snap second. You have to rely on others, and others have to rely on you. Whether you get there and back safely depends on all of you working together. So, how do we captain? It's a simple 3x3 grid. Shout out to all my organization girlies who love efficiently presented information. And it'll be easier to remember. So the first 3 is know, trust, and protect. And the other 3 is your ship, your crew, and your judgment. So, what is your ship? Your ship is your mind and body. This is the vehicle through which you are able to explore the galaxy. On screen is a meme of the Starship Enterprise, and it says, these are the voyages of the Saucepan Enterprise. Because it's flat and it looks like a pan. If you're into the Enterprise, are you pansexual? Yes. So, also the Cerritos team is OT4. No, I will not be taking any questions. I'm in danger and I love it. What's your kink? I'm in danger. So first grid, know your ship. What can this baby handle? How does she fly? Every ship has unique characteristics, a personality of its own. What are the wonky parts? Like, oh, it's okay. At warp 8, she just rattles a bit. We think it's the neutrinos, but it's fine. Keep going. For example, I can have a primal wrestling scene where I'm getting flipped around, picked up, bitten, hit, stomped on, and slapped around. But I can't hold a position that puts pressure on my wrist for more than a few minutes. So, also, where does she unexpectedly sing? Like, she takes a while to warm up. When she's going, this baby can corner like a motherfucker. Example, I'm really darn good at being responsive and expressing what I'm feeling. Like, people have told me this, that, like, they're just taken aback by, like, how much I'm able to communicate within a scene that makes them, like, helps them know that they're on the right track. This is a bonus for my tops who thrive on feedback and input. My partner can read my expressions like a map and know almost exactly what's going on in my head. So that's my, like, special feature. It's a pansexual ship. Based on the crew, I would say so. How far can you push it before the engines fry? And if you do push it too far, how long would you need for repairs? Are you near a starbase that can give you resources for repairs? Or are you alone in space, light years from help? So, do you have a support system? Can you afford a day off of work if your edge play goes too far? Can you easily see a doctor if you need to? Do you have a therapist or a friend you can vent to if something gets really emotional? These are things that you need to know about not only your ship, but where it is. For example, I have the privilege of affordable medical care, therapists, and a large support network of kink-informed loved ones. I also have a robust knowledge of myself and therapy techniques that work for me, so I'm pretty resilient. I have a strong sense of self-worth, and therefore, since I can afford to make a few mistakes, I can play harder. To know your ship more, have more experiences with it. Learn about ships in general, like biology, psychology, sociology. How do other ships work? How do you compare to that? Observe the differences and similarities between your ship and other ships. Have other trusted captains observe your ship. You know, maybe someone else can tell you what they notice about your body or your mind and its ability or disability or resiliency. If you're a sub like me, the more you know your ship, the more confidently you can hand it off to another pilot, and the more they can do with it. If you're a top, you need to learn how to fly someone else's ship. And the more you know about your own, the easier that will be. Yeah, I'm an American. We can't afford edge play. Exactly. Mom, can we have edge play? We have edge play at home. It's just like sticking a fork into a socket. Don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Locutions of both you will see assimilated. How do Mulder and Scully work? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's a different class. Okay. Second, trust your ship. Wait. Oh, I forgot the slide for know your ship. Oh, that's funny. It's from Discovery, and I forget their names, but he's saying, if you're telling me that this ship can skip across the universe on a highway made of mushrooms, I kind of have to go on faith. Okay, trust your ship. I love this one. It's the car dealer meme. Dealer slaps roof of Enterprise, and then the next image is just inside the Enterprise where there's like sparks flying everywhere. Why does this happen so often? Why are there so many sparks? Like, also no one has seatbelts. I don't know. But like this happens so often, and yet usually they're completely fine. Like after all these sparks fly, like who is the electrician on board? I hope they're being paid well. No, they're not being paid well because no one has money. I hope they get the good replicator rations. So trust your ship. Rely on it. Let it show up for you and trust that it will fly. Trust it to tell you when something's wrong and be ready to interpret its warning systems. Are the alarms loud? Are they quiet? Is there a big red light that flashes? Or maybe is it a subtle warning that the danger doesn't really show up for like another day or two? You have to trust, once you know your ship and how it reacts, you just have to trust it that it's going to tell you when something's wrong. Yeah, they really do need to invent a not exploding console. So example, if you're doing rope or other bondage, nerve damage can sneak up on you. You need to know the signs so that you can hear them when they sound off. Your ship has to trust you too. Bodies and minds just let you pilot them. Remember, you're just a conscious mind. There's a body, a subconscious, an unconscious, an automatic nervous system all in this ship with you. They can shut down without our consent. It needs to trust you to listen to it and not run it into the ground. If your crew ends up abusing the ship, God forbid, but it happens, can you recover? Do you have a plan? Have you been through this experience before where your crew lets you down? How do you get out of that? How do you come back from that? For example, I have found through a lot of horrible experiences that the thing that has kept me the most safe isn't really trusting that a community will take action on my behalf to protect me, or that if someone like doesn't follow the quote unquote rules, that they'll be out of my space and I'll be out of danger. I feel the most safe when I decide I'm keeping myself safe. That is like my biggest advice for anyone in the scene is don't expect a community to fall back on. Just do what you need to do for you. The community, I think, tries its best. I mean, I have been the lead of consent team for Charmed for 2 years. And I think a lot of people do their absolute best, but we live in a very, very complicated world. And people are really complicated. People have surprised me, betrayed me, fallen through on me. And that honestly hurt more in some occasions than the thing that actually happen before that. So like, yeah, keep yourself safe. Take responsibility for that, and it will be rewarding. Yeah, community tries. It's not perfect. We still love it. Starfleet uses plug fuses because they're easy to quickly replace, and the system can automatically isolate. We found the engineer in the chat. Love it. I love it. Yes, your safety should always be the top priority for everyone. Yes, things get complicated though. So third, protect your ship. This slide is Captain Picard saying "shields up," and then a image of the bridge crew, and they all have like literal shields in front of them. So protecting your ship is self-care. The ship comes first in many ways. If it goes down, it takes everyone with it. So protect your mind and body. Physical and mental safety is always more important than a command, a kink, or a mission, unless the fate of the universe is at stake, in which case, if your edge play is saving the universe, I would really like to talk to you. Protecting the ship is part of a responsible dominance and submission. For example, one time, my partner was hypnotizing me while I was extremely under the devil's lettuce, and I was in a public place. I communicated that the modality he was using was actually causing me a lot of stress. He tried again, but he couldn't switch out of that modality. So we shut it down. I said, actually, I think this should end. And this is in a total TPE relationship. Like, TPE doesn't mean that you always do everything that they say. It means that, like, you want them to take the lead and everything, but your responsibility and also the way that you have the most fun is when you speak up when something's not working, because no one wants to run the ship into the ground. If the ship is heading down in a free fall, it is in both of your best interests to pull it out. So yeah, don't let anyone ever tell you that TPE means you can never say no, because that's not really what it means. Yeah, always take responsibility for your ship. Both people want that to happen, I assure you. So yeah, we shut down what we were doing. Protecting the ship was more important, and we both agreed on that. Maintain your ship before, during, and after, and in the long term. Get your needs met through others or yourself. Schedule maintenance, or maintenance will schedule itself for you. Please don't burn yourself out. Also, I don't know, if you're prone to mania and you're doing a lot of risky stuff, like, keep an eye out. Keep an eye out for that. Have an idea of what might tip you off that you're not just being an adventurous badass, but you actually need to stop. If you struggle with self-care or self-harm, which can also just be the negligence of self-care, by the way, think of it this way. It would be illogical to go on these deep space missions without a functioning ship that you can rely on, especially when you have a crew with you. So, like, if you do really intense play for 3 days and you don't drink any water or eat a vegetable, it's like flying with no plasma coolant. You're in no shape to explore a binary system, much less a Class D planet. O'Brien is rolling in his not grave. If you break something, whether that be physical or mental, you'll just have to wait longer for repairs before you can go out again. So, learn from the things that cause damage to prevent future damage. Yeah, don't be a valiant crew, overextending yourself for glory. We are not Klingons. So, next, your crew. On stage is a meme of Kirk, Spock, and McCoy from the original series in a conversation, and the caption says, "Gotta run this by my 2 best friends who are as insane as I am." Oh yeah, TPE isn't saying no, never. It's more like a fact check system, I think. Someone else makes a decision, you basically say, am I okay? Do I agree with this? And if yes, proceed. If not, full stop. Heck yeah. Okay, as a captain, you have a crew. You're not doing this alone. If you are doing edge play by yourself, very interesting. I want to talk to you. Your crew are your play partners, the people you're doing this with, and possibly even your community. Like, if you're at a convention and you have to protect the reputation of the con at the hotel, in that case, your crew is quite large. Drink ASMR. Call back. You have to rely on them and they have to rely on you. Your unique chemistry with each other will make or break your journey. You must have a level of professionalism and you must work as a team. Oh, McCoy or Bones. Yeah, Bones. Nice. So, back to the grid. First is know. Know your crew. this slide is Odo talking to Quark from DS9. And Odo's like, do you have any effing moral compass? And he says, no, I pawned it for cash. Know your crew. Who you choose matters. Pick someone who you wouldn't mind being lost in the Delta Quadrant with for 75 years. Or, if a condom breaks, 18. Though, in all seriousness, one injury can tie you to someone for life. Don't think of people as inherently or entirely safe or unsafe. Often someone can be safe for you, but not safe for someone else. It's about the chemistry you have together. Drink water, yes. This is definitely water and not a pink monster, just so everyone knows. The water will come later, I promise. Can you trust them with your life? And by life, I mean physical, I mean emotional, and something people don't talk about but should, I mean your reputation, your standing with your community. This is important. Is your reputation safe with this person? How do they talk about their past partners? Do they have a history of sharing private relationship moments or grievances publicly just for clout and attention? Do they tell hyperbolic victim stories that make you feel uneasy? Your secret safe with this. Oh, thank you. I have run across this. This exists. How do they see themselves? Are they the victim or hero in every story they tell? That's something to pay attention to. I had an ex once where when I looked back, I realized that every story he told, he was either saving everyone or he was like the victim of something. It was never a story about how he like learned something or had a complicated experience. Will they talk to you about something before they go to social media? Now, if you genuinely F up, that's on you. If you abuse someone or simply practice gross negligence, which I think is actually more common than straight up abuse, I'll say active abuse, because yeah, gross negligence is abuse. You deserve a level of repercussion, and people have a right to seek help and share their story, especially if you seem to be doing very unsafe things. But if there's a genuine misunderstanding or a forgivable mistake, like a teachable moment, will this person give you the benefit of the doubt, or will they rush to blame you and tell everyone that they know that you're a terrible person? Yeah, especially now, social media makes everything so hard. Yeah, and some of us can be afraid of like letting loose because what if what I'm about to do ends up on Twitter? Like, that's a huge fear. As a bottom, I take this responsibility of protecting, well, I won't say protecting because that sounds like no matter what, but, you know, regarding my partner's reputation, I take it very seriously because I want my top to feel free and safe enough to let loose with me because that's the most fun. I don't want them to worry about me telling everyone about their dark side, their most vulnerable side, if they make a mistake. For example, I was metamors with someone in a situation where our hinge was accused of consent violations. At first, I literally had to hold them back from publicly attacking the people who were accusing him. Like, even if I didn't completely agree with the accuser / I needed more information, I knew that being angry at them was absolutely wrong. Like, absolutely wrong. Attacking them, definitely wrong. But this person wanted to tear those people apart and call them liars in public without even like talking to them first. Then they found out that our hinge had been dishonest with them about something that mattered to them a lot. They responded by extorting money out of our partner and then went on a multi-year-long social media campaign to disparage him and I, both in our kink and vanilla identities. I wouldn't trust someone like that with anything. Like, if I saw someone was behaving that way about a situation that I didn't even know, about a person I didn't even know, even if I had no way of telling whether they were, like, right or wrong about what happened between that person, the way that they were carrying themselves would make them unsafe for me to play with, personally. Okay, another thing about the crew. Can they function under pressure? How do they act when ish hits the fan? Have they seen ish hit the fan before? This is a quality that I believe could separate someone quote-unquote new to the scene who can actually handle their ish from an experienced kink veteran who is unreliable when problems arise. Someone having experience doesn't mean literal years in the scene, you know? It can come in different shapes and forms. I'm drinking water now, actually. Also, you could get subjected to comms blackout and you'll never get to know if it was your fault. Yeah, are they just gonna ghost you? Like, are they just gonna block you everywhere and you'll never know what you even did wrong? Like, that would suck. I mean, me personally, even if someone is like an absolute horrid person to me, I have a personal policy that I don't just bail, because that is against my own integrity. Like, it's not about whether I think they deserve it. It's about, who am I? Am I a person who just goes scorched earth, meaning I just burn the whole bridge and delete them, block them? Or am I the kind of person that gives them at least something, a sense of why I am leaving before I block them? I'm that kind of person. I value that about myself, and I'm going to do that to the best of my ability. So, about functioning under pressure. So, to be honest, for better or worse, I generally feel more comfortable doing edge play with people who have been through significant trauma. It sucks, but they're out there. A real Miles O'Brien, if you will. That poor man. I feel it gives one a clear understanding of how badly things can go, because some people don't really have a sense of that. Or, so, yeah, how badly things can go wrong. And therefore a greater appreciation of preventing things from going wrong. Or, at the very least, maybe it just makes me feel like they're more on my level and therefore a better fit for me, you know, whatever. So have they made mistakes? Have they learned from them? Or have they swept them under the rug? Honestly, someone having a consent violation in their past doesn't necessarily preclude me from wanting to play with them. It is all about how they responded to it and how they see it now, which requires, you know, talking and information. Because, and I always try to drive this home, people who have made mistakes and then learned from them are extremely valuable people to have, not only in our relationships, but in our community. Like, think about that the next time you want to just, like, ban someone from everything. If they learned, if they're more prepared now, if they will never make that mistake again, maybe they're actually, like, safer than people who haven't been through that experience. Give it a think. Do they have a strong sense of character? What informs their judgment? Do they operate just on basic self-preservation? Cork, well, mostly. He gets good character development. Or do they have a robust sense of integrity that they have developed over the years? Do they have the skills and experience that their rank and position demands? If you choose an ensign as your chief of security, whatever happens is kind of on you. Like I said, experience can look different in different people. For example, I know someone who is only in her, like, third ever BDSM relationship, who's only been actively kinking for, like, 4 years, who I would trust more than many kink veterans because she has the right personality, a strong sense of character, and a lot of life experience. Like, she's phenomenal. I actually look up to her in many ways. Can they emotionally regulate themselves, or do they fly off the handle? Do they take their insecurities out on other people? And do you work well as a team, or do you shout over each other? Do you have communication styles that work? Can you communicate swiftly and efficiently during an emergency? And then if your crew is a stranger or someone maybe you just met, consider your obligation to them and theirs to you. You know, maybe it's not as much of an obligation to each other as if you had been, you know, planning something for weeks or months, or if you've been dating forever. If they turn out not to be a good colleague, can you get away safely? Harkening back to always, like, take charge of your own safety. Don't necessarily just leave it up to other people to keep you safe. I mean, they should. You want them to. But if they don't, know that you can get out safely on your own. Okay. That was a lot about knowing your crew, but it's just very important. To quote from another fandom universe, does the pressure push you into unconsciousness or hyperconsciousness? Yes, exactly. Accidental consent injury almost certainly will happen. Exactly. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's about how you react to it, not whether you're perfect or not, because no one's perfect. So stop trying to say, oh, I'll never do that, and say, if/when that happens, how will I act? How can I respond? I actually have a write-up I did for Charm Consent Team called how to respond, or how to process being accused of a consent violation, because we don't talk about that. We don't teach it. And it's things like, you know, don't immediately try to flood them with apologies. You know, center their story first. Listen first. Yeah. Also, it's the same with reputation. Like, not everyone who is popular is better or worse than anyone else. Thank you. Yes. Oh my gosh. Like, literally, some people are popular because they're great people. Some people are popular because they are very charismatic manipulators and very good at hiding stuff and making other people hide stuff for them. Life experience will help you tell the difference. Literally back in my hometown, there was a memorial the other day for a guy who I know, like, and it's kind of an open story, abused his wife so bad that she had to literally go on the run from him. Like, and it made me mad because he had a huge impact in the community for many years. And many people looked up to him, and I know that he was just like a despicable person. So, yeah, I don't trust charismatic leaders off the bat. Just because someone's popular does not mean that they're a good person. Always remember that. Okay, next in the 3x3, trust. Trust your crew. Next slide. It's Riker with, I think, a Beta Z woman. I can't remember exactly who it is. The caption says, please, baby, come back. Oh, sorry. Beta Zeds are people who can communicate telepathically. And it says, please, baby, come back. I promise I won't transmit horrific images into your mind via our psychic bond anymore. Starfleet rules high rank seems to be negatively correlated with competence. In some cases, I mean, Captain Janeway is a legend. Picard is a legend. Would follow them into battle every day. But other Starfleet captains, no bueno. So, trust your crew. Once you have made a decision and you're taking off, you now have to trust them. Get in the habit of making this a conscious decision, not a passive eventuality. Trust them to do their role or their job. Inform them and give feedback, but don't micromanage. Let them fly, you know? Trust them to make the right decisions in a life or death situation. Actively work as a team. Remember, you're stuck in space together. They have their own unique talents, backgrounds, dreams, and personalities. Embrace that and let them soar. Don't put them in a box. Give them praise and feedback to keep up morale and build rapport. For example, my partner and I were doing some really heavy brainwashing that was completely transforming the way that I experienced trance. And then we took a break. During the break, after the break, he admitted he felt too tired to continue. I praised him and thanked him for not forcing himself to trance me, because that is exactly the kind of behavior / self-restraint I like to see. I trusted him to tell me that stuff. and he came through for me, and it was amazing. I needed him to know, though, without a doubt, that I was not disappointed. I was actually quite proud. Yeah, just because someone is known / does a lot of teaching does not mean they are safe. I've never seen Star Trek. This is still quite funny, though. It's great. Or safe for you is a really good note. Thank you. Yeah. Same can be said about relationships. Always respect their discoveries, but don't allow the ship to burn. Yes. Segueing well into the next slide. Protect your crew. It's a image of Captain Sisko from DS9, and it says, F. That is my circus. Are those? Yep, those are my monkeys. Gosh damn it. Your crew needs to feel safe, healthy, and empowered to do their jobs and use their talents. Don't throw them under the bus to get an easy win. What goes around comes around. Have their back, help them, and allow them to help you. If one crew member threatens the others, you might have to make a hard decision. If you can't just like ride a back seat when it comes to protecting the people that you're with. If you become compromised, you might have to relieve yourself from service to protect your crew from yourself. Sorry. Actively help them trust you to keep everybody safe. Ooh, sorry. Weird stuff. Something, don't use the holodeck without being willing to protect everyone in it. Something, don't turn off the safeties on the holodeck. Like, why? Okay, Worf. All right. The last thing. So we had your ship. We had your crew. Now we're going to talk about your judgment. On the screen is Counselor Troy, who is also a Beta Z and can like read other people's emotions and feelings. And the caption says, source, just a gut feeling. When you have just 3 seconds to make a life or death decision, everyone on that ship is relying on all the millions of little things that happened over your lifetime to shape your judgment. Also, the situations you end up in depend on all the small judgment calls you've made along the way. So, 3x3 grid. Know your judgment. This is a picture of Q saying, listen, I only do unethical magic if it's really funny. Yeah, women's intuition, Beta Z gut feelings are 65% more reliable. Yep. Know your judgment. What are your values? What guides your morals? Do you have old religious trauma that you haven't unpacked yet? What does it feel like to be true to yourself? Do you know that feeling? What does it feel like when you've betrayed yourself? How do you process self-betrayal when you do something that you regret doing or should have done? How well do you know your core beliefs? Can you write them down? Could you explain them to someone? Can you explain them to yourself in the mirror? Have you ever thought about them? Can you handle loss? Can you handle seeing your partner cry because of something that you did? Can you handle making the wrong decision? Can you handle making the right decision, but causing harm anyway? Get to know your judgment and how you handle things. Journal, people. Journal. Talk to your therapist today. Second, trust. Once you know it, once you know what's going on there, trust your judgment. This is Sarek, I think, from Discovery, saying, look into my eyes and tell me if you see even the slightest glimmer of doubt. So trusting your judgment is really developing trust in your judgment. Develop your gut by letting it practice. Make it quicker and more accurate. Never stop learning about everything. Be humble and teachable. Always learn from mistakes and always know that there's a lot that you don't know and that you don't know how much that you don't know. Never feel like you know everything, okay? know where you are on the Dunning-Kruger scale. Value your own integrity, kind of like I was mentioning earlier, that I tried to do the right thing, not because of other people, but because it's who I am. So value your own integrity, especially if you feel very tied to a particular person or group and you feel pressure to do what they might want you to do. You should have a solid sense of why you believe the things that you believe and why you do the things that you do. What morals guide you? When ish hits the fan, what principles will guide you in that situation? Will you stick to your integrity, or will you pick the easiest way out, even if it compromises your values or someone else's well-being? Are you reliable in an emergency? Do you have trauma reactions that will activate an emergency and potentially harm others or yourself? Have you sufficiently worked on them? I'm humble, the most humble, actually. I aced the Dunning-Kruger test. I'm glad you studied. Yeah, seriously, people underestimate how much we are always learning and evolving. Yeah, seriously. And guys, it's fun. It's fun to learn. It's fun to evolve. Like, don't be afraid of it. It's so much fun. You get to learn how to do so many cool things when you just learn. Okay. If you're keeping track at home, we are on the final 9 of the 3x3. Protect your judgment. Now, what does this mean? Let's go to the next slide. It's Janeway talking to 7 of 9 as a Borg, saying, going to therapy is overrated as hell. Real ones bottle it up until they snap. No, don't do this. Don't freaking do this. You will become a danger to yourself and others. Protect your judgment. Hypnosis and kink can affect your judgment. You can be influenced by literal suggestions or just like subspace and wanting to please someone. Like, oh my gosh, I have found myself in such, now looking back, like embarrassing / regretful situations just because I was in so deep in a kink dynamic with someone that it started to affect my judgment, like making them happy. I didn't have a good enough, strong enough tether to myself and reality, and I just got lost. But a lot of other things can affect your judgment besides hypnosis and kink. For example, hormones, societal gender expectations, societal race expectations, family obligations, rugs with a D, financial distress, social acceptance, propaganda, cultural values, social media, trauma responses, fear, physical health or paranoia, job insecurity, or housing insecurity. You are always being influenced by something, okay, people? Don't try to say that, like, well, I'm not being influenced. We aim to make the judgment that is most aligned with our values and desires. Often there is no one truth of what you want, no one right answer on what to do, only the closest alignment that you can get. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. You're aiming for the closest alignment, not the thing that is, like, you know, the most right of right answers. Though others may provide good or even valuable insight, remember, at the end of the day, no one can decide what is right for you better than you. This particularly applies to situations in which those other people are not in your situation. I tell people, don't take advice from people who are on the sidelines when you are in the arena. I mean, there's situations in which you should, but if you're the one that's going to have to deal with the consequences, remember that, factor that. They don't have to deal with the consequences. That's why it's easier to give people advice like, oh my God, just leave them, or just, you know, do something drastic. They don't have to deal with the consequences of that. So, you know, they're well-intentioned, but keep that in mind. In my notes, where am I in my notes? Learn how to bounce back, okay? Learn how to not, like, wallow forever. If something bad happens, learn how to bounce back, you know, process it. You have to process it, but Learn how to bounce back, because good judgments are often made after learning from a series of bad ones. Like, I think you have to make a certain amount of bad decisions to be able to make good ones. Consider this. There is no great starship captain who doesn't have regrets. Okay? It tests you. It forges you. Okay? Not that you should go around collecting mistakes, but come on. If I were in your shoes, I would do this super hard thing immediately and with no effort. Exactly. Exactly. So, take responsibility for the effect your decisions have on other people. And prevent your judgment from becoming self-centered or just, not taking other people's safety and well-being into consideration. This doesn't mean apologize for everything. It means recognize when harm occurred and you had something to do with it. I'm going to say that again. Recognize when harm occurred and when you had something to do with it. You don't have to take full blame for things that weren't your fault, but admitting and empathizing builds trust. As the great Captain Picard once said, it is possible to make no mistakes and still lose. That is not failure, that is life. Okay. Last but not least, I want to talk about the Prime Directive. This is a meme of Captain Picard in crossover with the Big Lebowski meme. And it's saying, am I the only one around here that cares about the Prime Directive? In this situation, I am recommending you don't follow Janeway's example. So, for the uninitiated, the Prime Directive in Star Trek prohibits members of Starfleet from interfering with the natural development of alien civilizations, who are specifically pre-warp civilizations. So warp technology is what allowed humanity to start going into space. It's a specific travel technology. And once they developed this, that's when they were contacted by the Vulcans. So that's when the aliens first arrived. Because they, so that's the line that they draw. You cannot interfere with pre-warp civilizations. You can't let them know that you exist. And I'll explain why in a second. Its stated aim is to protect unprepared civilizations from the danger of starship crews introducing advanced technology, knowledge, and values before they are ready. In Star Trek, the Prime Directive is the rule that they're not allowed to contact civilizations that have an invented warp speed, which is faster than light travel, already on their own. If a world hasn't developed the technology to be able to travel beyond their own solar system, Starfleet is not allowed to interfere with their people, culture, or history in any way. Spoiler alert, they still do this sometimes, and it's interesting moral conundrums that they face. Very worth watching. But why, you may ask? If Starfleet has the technology to eradicate hunger, poverty, and inequality, to help a world connect with the greater universe, why would they keep that to themselves? Isn't that selfish? No, because if that civilization doesn't go through the learning process themselves... I just looked at the chat and lost where I was. Oh my gosh. If they don't go through the learning process themselves, they won't be able to handle that kind of power. The process of creating and discovering that power involves failures and lessons that they have to learn along the way, things that they are essential to know and absolutely unteachable without first-hand experience. A culture must go through that process first. You can't just hand them the finished technology. In one episode, Starfleet did this. They were like, we're gonna help these people. We're gonna give them warp drive and all their cool stuff because, yay, we're Starfleet, we're helping people. But the people who didn't developed this technology didn't have that experience, made a mistake, and they ended up destroying their entire planet. And the people remaining blamed Starfleet for giving it to them before they were ready to handle it, and rightfully so. So, the prime directive for edgeplay is don't share your knowledge with anyone whom it could destroy. I'll say it again. Don't share your knowledge with anyone whom it could destroy. This means when you are teaching, when you are advising, when you are playing, picking play partners, it's your responsibility to not, I mean, I guess I'm mostly speaking about teaching. It's your responsibility to spread this knowledge responsibly. Like if you're teaching someone rope suspensions before they've done any other rope before, no, like they haven't gone through the process of learning basic rope and having mistakes with that in a low stakes environment. You can't just hand them like third level stuff. And this, you know, could translate to don't do edge play with newbies, but like I said before, you have to evaluate someone's experience and capability, not just based on how many years they've been doing kink. It leaves them open to exploitation as well. Oh, yeah, I can agree with that. Based on experience. Played with someone who played with me way above my level, and I didn't know what I was doing. I was very new. They ended up doing stuff to me that I didn't find out until later was extremely dangerous. I just trusted them, and I should not have, and they should not have let me trust them. Was it thrilling? Yes. I got super high off of how thrilling it was. But at the end of it, it destroyed me. The fallout was horrible. Like an experienced kinkster who intentionally withholds info and resources to make a newbie more moldable. Amen. Yeah, not good. Starfleet doesn't want their captains to set them up as local gods, abusing their power and knowledge. Yeah, that's another good reason for the Prime Directive is like, oh, I come bearing, you know, incredible technology, you know, worship me. With great power comes great responsibility. Huzzah. So, let's talk a little about experience. Are they ready or not? Are they ready or not? Because here we come. On the screen is a picture of Jadzia Dax, also one of my favorites of all time. And it says, this is actually like my third or fourth rodeo, so I sort of get it, but sort of don't. Yes, this is why being conscious of differences in knowledge and experience is super important. Yes, and power differences. Oh my gosh. If I see one more 40 to 50-year-old white dude who only plays with new people in their 20s who are gender non-conforming, questioning, still figuring out their lives, I'm gonna scream. If you play with someone who has vastly less experience, skills, resources, etc. than you have a responsibility to not put them in over their heads. If you want to play on the edges, do it with a crew who is on your level. Remember, experience cannot be measured simply by years or a number of scenes that they have under their belt. It's about their specific history, character, and ability. Like, I literally know people super high up in the scene who I would never play with because their experience, their integrity, I just feel like they can't handle certain stuff. Also, sharing just the surface level of something with someone new can be harmful and dangerous because they might try it and not realize the extent of the dangers. So don't just say, never put two tribbles in an enclosure together, it's not safe. Because they might be like, I'm sure it's fine. Say, if you put two tribbles together in an enclosure, it will be a catastrophe and you will be drowning in tribbles forever. So our goal is for people to learn at a sustainable pace that is right for them. That will look different for everyone. So you just have to figure it out. See, trust their judgment. Dax is a perfect example of very damn experience, but still makes mistakes with room for growth. Yeah. If you don't know, this character, Jadzia Dax, is like part humanoid, part this like symbiotic worm thing, and the worm thing actually lives for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and basically goes from host to host to host. And in their culture, it is an honor to become is a symbiote. Basically, you have to go through like rigorous training selection process. And then if you're chosen to become the host for this ancient thing, you basically combine into like a new third personality, but you have your own memories, and you also have the memories and experience of this symbiote. And so, yeah, it's Jadzia is like, I think, the third or fourth host, and she still makes tons of mistakes all the time. She's also super gay, and I love it. Super bi, I love it. So yeah, that's the stuff. That's the stuff, people. Some honorable mentions of ideas that I also had. Captain's log. Debrief with your crew. Talk after something goes wrong. The Kobayashi Maru. Finding your peace in unwinnable situations. And pulling a Janeway. When you do break the rules on purpose, but for a good reason. Oh, eighth symbiote, not third or fourth. Yeah. I'm hella new to hypnosis. I'm so lost. You'll get there. Go back and watch the 101. Every single tribble is dangerous since they're born pregnant. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Also honorable mentions of memes that I really liked but didn't get to use. There's Data saying, "I've written the next poem in honor of my cat." Worf holding Data's cat, and it says, "Me when I have people come over to my place." And Data's like, "You must talk to him. Tell him he is a good cat and a pretty cat." There's Janeway in the meme from Arrested Development saying, "I love all my crew equally." And earlier that day, "I don't care for Tuvix." God, I also do not care for Tuvix. He's awful, and he doesn't deserve her. There's another one of Jadzia that says, "Everything I do with playful and bisexual intent." It's me. Janeway, a picture of Janeway, and the caption is, "Committing war crimes. They hate to see a girl boss winning." And then Bashir and Garrick, and the caption is, "He's inscrutable. To you, I can scrut him." So yeah, know your crew. Yeah. On the screen is a scene from Discovery, which I could like not find any good Discovery memes, so that's why there wasn't really anything. And Michael is saying, "That was a lot of analogy," and the other guy whose name I can't remember says, "Well, they pay me by the letter." Questions, comments time. We are basically at the end of the hour. So we might not have much time, but I know we're kind of flexy, so I'll let Secret kind of guide me on that.
Hello. I was just gonna say, impeccable class, by the way. I was literally just telling Celia that like I you have to teach this at other cons because this is so good.
Thank you.
It's funny because like I've taught consent classes before, but I think like having like the lived experience and the knowledge of it, and also the Star Trek memes. You know, we came for the great discussion, but we stayed for the Star Trek memes. And I've only watched Discovery, but like now I'm like, oh, maybe I have to go watch other Star Trek.
Yes.
So I think
at
like
least watch Voyager.
The twofold
like
approach.
Voyager is Janeway woman, and they're basically on a ship, and they accidentally jump into a wormhole and end up so far away from Starfleet civilization that it would take them like 75 years to get back, and so they have to figure out how to get back. So they're like all alone in space, discovering all this stuff. So it's just it's so riveting. Anyway,
yeah. But no, I was gonna say like this is so informative, and like the amount of information in here, it's just so. I think it's just such a good conversation starter too between people. And I really think, it's definitely an amazing class, and I hope you get to teach this at other events. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes,
yeah.
too. Since I'm not US based anymore, I'm just like, okay, give me the online cons.
I know the feels.
Yes.
Like I was saying to Celia before, I was like, well, we need to get you into the online con scene because we need content like this in the online con scene. I'm just saying, everybody, we need more content in the online con scene. And B, like, you know, just because you're outside of the States now doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to participate as a fellow outside of the Stateser, you know? I know the feels so hard because, like, when you're not there in person, it's such a different vibe. But also, this is very, like, this is a really good information. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, if anyone has any questions in the chat for Hypnobunny, let us know.
Yes. And feedback, if like some of this came from feedback I got from my first presentation. So like, I also tossed my email up there because I'm not super active on any social media right now.
What a mood though. What a time to be on social media. Honestly, you picked a good time to
Yeah. I might hop back on Blue Sky. And if you want to follow me, I'm just at the Hypnobunny.
Yeah.
I'm also, I think, just the Hypnobunny on Tumblr. If I get back on there.
Yeah. Send me some links. We'll put them in the down below. And anyone who wants links, look down below. We're gonna put it all in the description.
Yeah.
Oh.
And can I plug something?
Yeah, go for it. Oh my god.
Yeah. So I also do paid online sessions where you can hypnotize me.
I love that, by the way.
I'm opening that back up for bookings. So I'll post some info about that. And I'll put links in the thing. So yeah, if you want to practice, if you want to explore something, let's boldly go.
Yeah, that's so cool. I remember you used to do that back in the day. I'm so glad you're opening that up because you hear about like TIS offering sessions, but never like people are like, hey, hypnotize me. That's so cool. I love it. Oh my god.
It's super fun. It's very rewarding. I love like allowing people to explore. Like it's so rewarding.
Yeah.
Quite schmexy.
Oh, I bet. I bet you've had some interesting experiences through that kind of thing.
Great. Just golden. Question regardless, which Star Trek series would you recommend starting with? Honestly, TNG, The Next Generation. That's the second one. The original series is great, but it's like it's retro, you know. I think TNG really set the tone for the rest of the series. It's a little corny in the beginning. I think you have to remember that a lot of the actors are like Shakespearean trained, so that's kind of the vibe a little bit, like that very proper.
They're learning how to TV.
Yeah, they're learning how to TV. They were going out on whim, so give it a chance, but it's absolutely incredible. You'll fall in love with the characters. It's funny. It's makes you think. I love how it makes you think. And lizard space fascists. What could be more relevant? So,
oh my god.
And then just go in order from there. When I don't like Enterprise, I pretend it doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I guess people like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it Enterprise? No, wait. Was it Enterprise? No. It was the one where it's like, yes, Enterprise. I don't like it. You can skip it. It's fine.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just seeing in the chat. Somebody has a question about rugs.
Yeah.
About feeling of being sedated by someone and stuff, but I know using actual rugs is dangerous. Yeah. I would never want to use that. Is there a safe alternative to do that stuff? Have you heard of hypnosis? yeah, literally. We're both like classes. Hypnosis roleplay?
Use hypnosis, yeah. If you don't want to use the real thing, use hypnosis. Yeah. Basically.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I feel it's so interesting, like, listening to this as, like, an edge play thing, because for me, so I had surgery in 2023. And you wouldn't think that would be an evocative moment for me, but it was. And I'm like, wow, I can see how people would get addicted to, like, going under for surgery. Now, personally, obviously, I don't do rugs. So I'm like, ooh. But, like, the sedation of it all was very fun. So I decided to turn it into files. Because what else do you do, right? With that energy, you're like, yeah, screw it. Let's all have a fun time.
Oh my god. True story.
Yeah.
So I discovered that I have like a genetic thing that predisposes me to getting certain types of cancers. And one of the things I now have to do is I have to get a colonoscopy like every year for the rest of my life.
Oh no.
And so my first one, I went in and I had never gone under for any surgery ever. And the nurse comes in, she's like, all right, how are we feeling today? And I go, actually, I'm kind of excited. And she looks at me and goes,
Oh no.
never heard that before.
Oh no.
Like, that's a first. I was like, oh my God.
Oh no. And you're like,
I'm so sorry.
Ooh. It's all right. I outed myself as a hypno-kinkster at my wisdom tooth surgery.
I know, right?
Ooh, literally they put me under and they're like, how does that
Waking
feel?
everything.
And I'm like, oh, well, I do hypnosis. So it feels very like that. You know, I hypnotize people on the internet as I'm going under and all I can feel is my cheeks burning. And I'm like, oh, I'm so embarrassed right now. I'm so embarrassed right now. It was so cringe. But, oh man. Mm-hmm. I love it. What's a rug?
I know.
Okay.
Using rugs. I know. I didn't know either.
Yeah.
They come in little pill shapes or smokable shapes, and they make you act different. And think different.
Yeah.
Some are prescription. Some are recreational. Rugs.
Yeah. Some of us have to take lots of them every single day for medical reasons, and then your wife does things with them, and then you're like, damn it, stop that.
Everyone's
So I
into
get
their own
it.
thing. Mine's
Yeah.
consciousness.
Oh my God.
It's funny. Yeah.
But yeah, no, seriously, I really enjoyed the insightful conversation. And I think like a lot of us, I could see in the chat, there was a lot of really nuanced discussion. And I think like a lot of people, I mean, I know my wife and I have definitely taken away a lot of insight from this. So thank you so much for being here. And thank you for presenting this. And please present this at more cons.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. I was
Of
so excited to
course.
finally give this like the time it deserved.
Yeah, for sure,
So.
for sure. And like literally so excited to have you do this. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we will put your links in the down below. If you want to hypnotize Hypnobunny, we'll put some details in that down below too, because that sounds fun. Oh,
Awesome. All right, thank you,
yeah,
everybody.
thank you so much, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye. Okay. Wow. Oh, okay, right. We're back. Everybody, thank you so much to everybody for being a part of this today. Thank you so much to everybody for being here today. Now, there's been a quick change of the schedule. At this point, we were going to do an ASMR segment with my wife, but unfortunately, she's exhausted. So guess what? Now you have to put up with me for the next little bit, because like I said, if you sat through all of the educational stuff that we had for you today, that I was thinking about potentially hypnotizing the absolute living daylights out of all of you. So you've now earned your free hypnosis session. Isn't that great? It's like I'm holding you hostage to talk to you about some sort of timeshare. And at the end, you get a free hypnosis session, but not a shitty timeshare. So that's pretty nice. Yeah. Shit, Dom, from the bottom type of stuff. No, you'll have to find out, I guess. That was so wild, so good. Thank you. Also, for the subjects in the chat, I wonder what your favorite parts of today's stream were. If you have any favorite parts of the stream, sound off in the chat. And yeah, I'm super excited that we got to do this today. Again, thank you so much to all of my wonderful guests for being here. We've had so many insightful conversations, so many educational classes, and I think like the big reason behind me wanting to present this stream today was just to get people that I really appreciate and admire together to teach a bunch of things about hypnosis, about ASMR, about content creation, and lots of stuff. And I really am so excited that we got to do something like this. And if you like this, please comment down below and tell me about it, because if you do like this and you want to see something like this again, we will definitely consider it. My big thing with this stream, and especially like the channel in 2026, not only making more content, obviously, for all of you subjects, but I also really wanting, I really want to like platform a lot of other people in the scene. I want to be able to teach everybody in the scene. And oh, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, but yeah, like I think it's so important to offer education, and especially free education where people can access this easily, because I do find that sometimes even with the cons, and I love the cons, I love the online cons, however, you know, even just having to buy your ticket on a certain time schedule and having to buy a ticket, it can get really hectic for some people. So for me, it's all about providing informative content where I can, and making sure we can all be informed and educate ourselves on something we love so much. Yes, I would love to see more of this type of content. It was very informative. Exactly. And there's so many different perspectives. I mean, I love teaching classes personally. That's why I did so many today, also to fill some slots. To fill some time because this was the first one. I was trying to keep this one a bit smaller in terms of how many people we had coming through because I wasn't quite sure tech-wise how it was going to work. But for me, it's also like I love hearing the perspectives of other people. I love seeing what other people have to bring to the table. I love to hear what other people have to say. And I think there is so much we can get out of hearing other people and other perspectives, all over the place. So it's great. As an Australian, cons are hard to... I know, and that's the other thing, the time zone thing, whereas this is all pre-recorded. This is recorded now. The VOD will stay up. Yes, including the scuffy moments from the beginning. So I think, like, this is just one of these things that I really want to... I really want to keep pushing stuff like this, and I really want to make this part of the... I really want to make this like part of my regular rotation if I can. Obviously not like every month. But I think, in all seriousness, it's been amazing. I love the idea of if you can't find a con for this out there, make one yourself. Yeah, and I think it's not even just like giving you the con experience at home because it's never going to be one-to-one, but I think it's definitely about giving you some of the education that we would see in the traditional con circuit in a way that I think is a bit more like manageable and easy to access for people. And we're going to be looking, I'm going to be making a, like a timestampy thing in the description below so you can easily access everybody's stuff. I'm going to be posting lots of links in the description and making sure that you can all find all the wonderful people who've been here today to help make the stream possible. Again, thank you to everyone for taking the time to make the presentations and to be here and to be involved. It really makes me so happy that so many people wanted to be involved, and I really hope that this is something that we can do again. Yeah. Anyway, if anyone has any questions, queries, concerns, again, feel free to throw them in the chat or throw them in the comments if you're part of the VOD squad, and I'll see what I can do to answer questions, and I'm sure a lot of us will be more than happy to respond to you. I can't wait for You're Feeling Very Chatty too, even chattier now. Yeah, it'll be a 3-day event. There'll be 3 days of nonsense and buffoonery. Originally, I actually expected there to be more events as part of this, but a lot of the hypno events that we thought of are hypno events that we normally only do with like people. Can you hypnosis me, please? Well, I don't know. You're asking very rudely, DG. I actually have a surprise for you, but I'll show you in a minute. But yeah, it's one of these things too. I think a live stream is a really interesting way to present an event like this. I know some people were saying to me, are you sure it's going to work over a live stream? And I'm glad I said yes. When next hypnosis audio? When I feel like it. I think it's actually ready soon. So patrons will be getting it soon. But other people have to wait a little bit, I think. Yeah. I'm also surprised my voice held up. I was half expecting to lose my voice through this. Me when has become like the quintessential phrase for everything. Now, you're probably listening to the delicate sounds of whatever this plasticky thing in the background is. I was thinking earlier about something that I would really like to do. Let me just get out my, do I have my hypnosis? No. I was wondering if I have my hypnosis, is it sleepy hypnosis time? Are you freestyling? Yeah, I'll be freestyling, but I'll give you a little consent warning ahead of time. Amazed you still have your amazing voice. I'm amazed I still have my amazing voice too, considering seeing everything I've been through over the last few years. And also the fact that my muscle tension dysphonia is killing me. But it's okay because I can still, let me get out the hypnosis sign. Right, create new hypnosis sign. This is hypnosis. Whoops. Please be aware. This is hypnosis. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your hypnosis is? Do you know where your hypnosis is coming from? Is it free range and what do you call it? Is it free range hypnosis? Is it ethically sourced? I should hope so. Oh, dear me. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to find like, oh, here it is. I will move this, by the way. I promise you. Oh yeah. I promise I will move this sign. Here it comes. There we go. Little sign. Now I need to make it do the thing that I want it to do. Okay, this is hypnosis. Be aware. Be so very aware right now. Free range organic. Yeah, whole grain. Good for you. It's like washing to the brain. Scroll. Okay. And boom. There we go. Please be aware. This is a hypnosis. Oh no, I've done it wrong. Hold on. Bear with. There we go. Scrolly scroll. We love the little scroll. I'm doing this live, by the way. I'm very good at technology now. I've learned so much about technology. But anyway, I have this metronome, and the other day I was playing with a friend of mine because it's something I do now. And hello? Oh no, it didn't do the thing. Hold on. Bear with. Edit. Okay. Ooh. Hello. Okay, so I don't know if you can hear this, subjects, but this is what it sounds like when I do this. I've got a button now, and I was in a VC with a friend of mine, and I said to this friend of mine, "Oh, I've got this new vocal effect on my new mixer. I got this Rodecaster Pro. Positive. And I said, well, wouldn't it be really funny to see what happens if I combine the two sounds of my voice and this little metronome here? So let's just set it going and see what it sounds like. Oh my. Oh dear. Now that sounds positively dangerous. Ironically, we're doing this after an edge play class, which I guess is a really good idea. Now, the funniest part about this whole situation is snaps on that effect are really crispy. I'm not going to show it to you because I think half of you will lie down and go, oh no. But let me get nice and close. Time to flex my subject agency. It's okay. It's okay. We're at the end of we're nearing the end of the strum. So this is the time. If there's going to be any time to, okay, it looks like I'm kind of nude if I sit like this. So let me zoom in a bit closer. I don't want YouTube to think I'm doing anything sussy except for the sussy thing that I am doing, which is hypnotizing all of you. Will there be a wakener? Of course there'll be a wakener. I always, for any of my hypno streams, I always do an awakener at the end. And so trust and believe that I will leave your mind exactly the way I found it, which is just normal like you are right now. And so anyway, now it's time to prime you. We discussed priming earlier. I'm going to show you an example of that right now because I'm going to tell you the story of my friend. So I've got this friend who is a switch like me. And this friend and I occasionally get on a voice call and we'll engage in some fun switchy shenanigans. And like I said, the one time I set up this button to make my voice go all reverby and nice. And then they said to me, well, why don't you try the metronome with that? And I said, that's a good idea. So I just did this. I turned it on like so. I pressed the button like that. And then I just did that. And I know you can hear it. I know it's quite loud, the tick and the talk of the metronome. But you could imagine when this happened, my friend got awfully quiet as they just decided to make a conscious effort to listen to that tick, talk, echoing through their head. And it's easy to focus and fixate on that, isn't it? Yes. Metronomes are awfully hypnotic, after all. Awfully easy to find yourself lost in the sound of a gentle tick-tock, just like that. And I mean, you're not that easy though, are you? I mean, you're not that easy that I would get you with the priming, would I? No. I mean, you're not that tone conditioned, are you? That you would just drop from me saying those words, right? Interesting. Very, very interesting. Tone conditioning is a really fun thing, you know? Tone conditioning works when somebody is listening so intently to what you have to say that when you drop into the tone of voice like this, the one meant to hypnotize people, their mind is so conditioned to that sound, that drop, that they just start to go. But hey, like, you are not that tone conditioned, right? No, of course not. Of course not. No. Metronome OP. The metronome is OP. You're so right. You're so right. Anyway, so today I'm thinking we're going to do some metronome hypnosis. What do you think? Do you think? Probably not after that. But, you know, you probably think now. I should hope so. After all, it's important, isn't it? Wow, you are dangerous. I know, I am. People think I'm dangerous in the best way, though, right? I'm not like, yeah. I can still think, for now, I should hope so. Oh my goodness, evil, me. I will only speak in the presence of my attorney. Oh no, we're getting to those hours. We're getting into threats of litigation hours. Uh-oh. ADHD, I think way too much. Oh, that's interesting. I feel like the thing with this metronome too is, I'm going to tell you another story. Again, priming. We love priming. I'm going to tell you another story about this metronome. This particular metronome is so fun because recently I've had the experience of being on the receiving end of the metronome. See, for years and years and years, because I'm a switch, right? But for years and years and years, I actually wasn't engaging in switchy behavior until recently, because a number of reasons, mostly health related. Some of it is also just the fact that I'm a content creator, so a lot of the times when I play with people, I have to know them really, really well, because as a content creator, it's very important to me to be safe and to play safely. So I only play with people I trust a lot, and especially if I'm the one being hypnotized. So here's the deal. Oh, see you later. Bye. So, many years ago, I bought this metronome off of Amazon. It cost me a lot of money because metronomes on Amazon cost a lot of money when you live in New Zealand, it turns out. Because the shipping alone is like hundreds of dollars. So don't buy one from Amazon if you live in New Zealand. Just go to Mighty Ape or like a music shop or something. But mine is really tropey because it looks like one of those classic wooden ones, even though it's entirely made of shitty plastic. But the cool thing about this metronome is I've used it in many audios, and I've used it on live streams, and I've used it on so many. I mean, we're talking probably at this point thousands of people have been hypnotized by this metronome, but there's one person who hadn't been hypnotized by this metronome until about 3 weeks ago, and that was me. I feel so hard done by that everyone else got a turn before I did. How rude, how very rude that thousands of you had to go before me. I mean, come on, it's like one of my principles that I spoke about of like, you've got to test the thing yourself before you do it to other people. And I didn't. So how was I supposed to know what it would do? So anyway, I had a friend of mine say to me, Secret, I want to play a game with you and I want to brainwash you with your own metronome. And when they said this to me, I said, go on. And I finally got on the receiving end of the metronome, and I can tell you, this is a powerful little tool. I like it a lot. The reason I like it a lot is the sound, right? Because I'm an auditory person. When I hear the sound of things shift and change, like the sound of a voice shifting and changing, like the sound of a metronome ticking and talking, it's amazing. It's one of those things that I just, Anyway, it's funny me telling you the story now, though, because now I'm telling you the story, you're thinking about that. And you're probably thinking about the thousands of people who've been hypnotized by this metronome. It puts a lot of expectation in there because it's tropey, right? It's one of these things that just influences a mind by being so captivating to listen to. I mean, after all, the metronome's ticking and talking is so rhythmic, it's so routine, it's so powerful. The sound of it, ooh. I'm hypersensitive to sound. I have a sound sensitivity. So when I hear that sound, it should be grating to me, but it's not. In fact, it's focusing to me. So, with that being said, let me also just quickly fix this up, because I'm not convinced that this is... Okay, the echo's off. Let me just do this. Hold on one second. Right. Oh, that's better. Okay. Everything audio is very powerful. Me touch as well. Perks being hypersensitive. Interesting. Okay, so are you all prepared and ready? Please make sure you're sitting or lying down in a comfortable position for what I'm about to do to your mind. The only thing I'm going to do to you is drop you into trance. I'm not going to tell you how submissive you're becoming. I'm not going to do anything untoward. I'm just going to drop you into trance with my metronome. And if you're okay with that, well, stick around. If you're not okay with that, the sign is on. And as long as the sign says on, hypnosis is bound to happen. So just be careful now, okay? Okay. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to play it now. You've been warned. Brace for impact. This time I'm going to talk with it for realsies. And I think it's interesting. That sound, it gets so many people after all. The tick, the tock, gently rippling through your mind. And I know, with the echo reverbing through your head, it feels like my voice and the tick, tock of the metronome is deeply inside your mind. And it's funny, isn't it? How simultaneously relaxing and enthralling a sound can be. Like it just drags your attention and focuses it all on me. After all, that's all you need to focus on right now. There's nothing else that needs your attention. And if there was, you could easily deal with it. But for now, while you have this time, while you have this space, while you have this opportunity to sync between the tick, tock of the metronome, you can. And it's easy to let go. It's easy to sink. It's easy to fall. It's easy to float down into that place of deep, deep trance. After all, it's like with each and every single tick, tock of the metronome, you can find your mind focusing, fixated on it, until there's nothing else. Because there is nothing else. Right now, there's just you, me, my voice, and the metronome. That's right. You, me, my voice, this metronome. And I wonder, as you focus and fixate on the rhythm of the tick-tock, if you can notice how it keeps your mind sinking and falling down in rhythmic time. Like every tick reminds you to go deeper. Like every tock reminds you to sink further. Drop, sink, down, just like that. It's so easy to let your mind go, to let yourself sink, to fall, to drift down into trance. So easily, so effortlessly. Right now, right here, in this moment, as you listen, as you focus, as you sink into trance. That's right. That's right. And I know you can go deeper. And I know you can go deeper. After all, we both know how good it feels to let yourself focus into that state of trance where nothing else matters, where nothing else exists. It doesn't have to right now. Right now, all you have to do is listen, let go, and sink into the feeling of trance. After all, it's so nice to do. It's so good to let yourself be hypnotized by my voice, by the metronome, as you sink, drift, fall And maybe each tick and each talk reminds you of a new phrase. Drop, deeper, drop, deeper, drop, deeper. That's right. A little mantra that you can associate with each tick and talk of this metronome in this moment right now. Drop, deeper, drop, deeper, guiding you, sinking you, pulling you further and further down, down, down into trance, that place that you love to be so much, in this state of deep, wonderful hypnosis. That's right. And as I stop the sound, you can continue to sink, you can continue to fall down, 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 deeper and deeper into that place where you're so relaxed, so calm, so soothed. And it's okay. It's okay to let yourself go. It's okay to let yourself sink and drift. It's okay to let my voice trickle through your mind. And maybe you have thoughts still, and that's okay. Maybe your mind is so far elsewhere that it doesn't really matter what you're thinking. Maybe my voice is taking up so much space in your head that there's no other room for anything else, just trance. And that feeling of sinking down into that place, deeper and deeper down right now. But in a moment, I'm going to count from 1 to 5. And when I reach the number 5, you'll be wide awake, alert, refreshed, and energized, remembering every single second of this trance, feeling so positive, so happy, so good, and so very good. With 1, that's right, coming back to your body with 2, 3, 4, and 5, wide awake. Oh, can't resist a little evil laugh with that. Anyway, hello, 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 everybody. I hope you're all doing well. Oh my goodness. That metronome is a sound, right? Somebody was telling me I should probably use it in an audio, and I think they might be right. What do you think, subjects? Do you like it? Okay, interesting. It's so funny because, like, I don't freestyle as much as I used to, and every time I do a freestyle, live or otherwise, I always am, like, quite nervous about it. I always get quite stage frighty before I do a freestyle. So I'm always glad when people say it's good. Holy, that's lethal. Yeah, my friend did tell me it was going to be lethal. I'm glad he was right. I'm glad he was correct. I mean, he is usually right most of the time, so I'm glad he's correct about this. Anyway, let me get chat back up. Hello. No one ever uses it, but please do. Okay, chat died the entire time. Mine is still that metronome. Honestly, it's so fun. It's so fun. It's such a focusing and fixating moment, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's funny too because I just realized, was the spiral a bait? What spiral? This spiral? No, it wasn't a bait. I was actually thinking about using it, but I'm also like, do I need to? I don't know if I need to. I mean, let me see if it's in here. Oh, it is in here. Oh, look, it's a brainwashing spiral. And the funny thing about the spiral is the spiral also has sounds and ticks and talks and stuff. I made this spiral for Charmed, for my brainwashing experience at Charmed. It is for brainwashing, and it is very fun, and it is very good, and I do like it a lot, but I might have to find a way to use it in the next one, maybe. I do like reutilizing assets that I've created for like bits and pieces. Also, I just received a message today about my new audio, so I'm really, 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 really excited. And I'm so excited. Yeah. I love it when you say stuff like, that's right. And there we go. I don't know why. I think it's because it's so comforting and soothing, right? I also just wanted to give you a little something and not anything like super into it, because the thing is with these live sessions is I never want to do anything that's going to be like super consent heavy, because again, a lot of you are you're listening, but we can't do a lot of super informed consenty things. So it's really, really good to be able to do a little something without going too far into stuff, you know what I mean? Make the metronome laundry folding file. Really interesting. I've yet to try the new file, but I hear such good things. Oh, the whispering? Yes. Okay, let me show you something, subjects. Hold on one second. Okay. Oh, shit. I actually set this up for earlier, but, hold on. Sorry. I set this up for earlier because Celia was going to do some ASMR. But the cable isn't long enough. Oh, God. The cable isn't long enough, and now my face looks like I've died. So that's really fun and interesting and cool. But anyway, yeah. I did set this up. Maybe for next time I will jump into some ASMR or some shit. I don't know. Oh my goodness. The jump scare of the century. Yeah. So I did set up my 3DO and I have got it set up. Maybe next time we will play around with that and see how it goes. But yeah, I do want to say to my wonderful subjects out here, is my trance face? My trance face actually, hold on. Yep, that's my trance face. There we go. Yeah, I've got the 3DO. I do have that mic. I have the mic that Angel told everyone not to buy because I also hate it, but I bought it because people seem to like it. And it's a 3DO Pro. It's a very expensive microphone. I think I paid like $5,000 for it. Yeah, I have regrets, but it's okay because people like the tingle. People really seem to love the tingle and stuff like that. So yeah. But anyway, I just want to say thank you everybody for being here today. I had such a fun time presenting this today. And like I said, if you want to see more, of things like this, please let me know in the comments. Again, I don't want to make a habit of doing these really, really, really long streams because they do take a lot out of you, and I really, really, but I really loved the fact that we could hear from so many people and do so many cool things and yeah, have this really fun long stream. So thank you so much everybody. Thank you all for being here. And yeah, hopefully next time we can do something even more fun. And yeah, again, thank you so much to the presenters. I want to shout out to all of them, to Celia for the Bimbo class with me, for AngelSteps for her ASMR class, Sleepyhead for talking to me about hypnotic games. We had Ms. Dawn who was here talking to us about her amazing, wonderful hypnotic presence class, which was very inspirational. And of course, the legendary Hypnobunny who was here teaching us all about edge play and how to go about edge play, especially in this day and age. I think consent and talking about safety like that is very important, and I think it opened up a lot of conversation for people. And I hope that this is that this is just something that people really enjoyed. I will be putting some timestamps in the description below, as well as everybody's links, because I want to make sure you can find everybody on social media or on the various places that they are. Thank you to everybody who's been here. There's so many of you in the chat who've been here this entire time, which is 9 hours, by the way. 9 hours. Crazy. Thank you so much for being here for this long stream. And if you'd like to see more events like this in the future, I would be more than happy to do this kind of thing again. But yeah, I just want to make sure that we can all enjoy some wonderful content from some wonderful people and learn a lot about ourselves, about hypnosis, and yeah, especially right now. I just want to soapbox for one quick second before I go. Hypnosis is something that is a very near and dear to my heart. It's a passion of mine. It is so fun and just so great. But the problem is right now in this moment, in time, unfortunately, hypnosis is being ousted from a lot of places because of are we ending? I thought it was for 12 hours. It was going to be for 12 hours, but I got 9 in me. That's all I got. So hypnosis is being banned from a lot of places because of what is it called? Because of the credit card companies and things like that. So just know that it is very important right now to support your favorite hypnosis creators and to support HypnoKink and to be engaged, be informed, and like let everybody else know that actually hypnosis is not something that often gets like super abused, and that content creators should be able to do this for our careers, because you know the payment processes really do fuck this up for a lot of us, and it's important that we're able to do this and put this kind of content out so that people can be educated, informed, and also have a good time, you know? Yeah, it's really crazy. The whole thing is crazy. So just, yeah. I think that's why I'm really inspired this year to really start putting out content again. Also, this is a really weird time for the world, so I think for me it was like, well, this is the time for me to come back and provide y'all with stuff I like, and make sure that I'm continuing to push the boat out for everybody, and yeah, platform some amazing people. So thank you for being here, for supporting this, for continuing to support the channel, for continuing to support everything that I do. So thank you so much. I really would not be able to do any of this without all of you. So thank you all for being here. And hey, until next time, don't forget to keep it trancy. I will see you later. Goodbye.